Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The glass you just heard broken was not ordinary glass. It was a closed vessel of exact contour of the man's head which it held. It was raised exactly 1 millimeter above the skin all around and above the hair. No small feat, since the hair on the head was lush and curly. Another masterpiece by Dom Llewellyn, whose secret of blowing glass to enclose human heads died when he died. Dom Llewellyn had been called in to do a job of work on what was left of Mr. John Hayes, which was all above the neck. So tonight, my report to you on John Hayes, his head, and how they were parted.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The 18th century was only a few years old, and the town was Warwick, and the season was spring. Things were budding all around, trees, flowers, and there happened to be a 16-year-old girl named Catherine Hall. She appears suddenly in history, this girl, walking down the road. Suddenly, because nobody knows what parentage put her there. Isn't that nice? A young girl swinging down a road in May. Tra-la-la-lying. Skipping. Stops, to gather nuts. And alongside her, 3 soldiers, officers of His Majesty's Dragoons, and gentlemen. Gentlemen 3, and guardians of Catherine, and Lieutenant Ombersley has the papers in his bandolier to prove it. Guardians and their ward at a crossroad.
Catherine?
Yes, Uncle.
Uncle Fred and Uncle Ned and I think the time has come.
For what, Uncle?
The time has come.
Do not be shy. How is it that always you're shy when the sun shines?
We have a wedding gift for you.
Uncle.
From all of us to you.
Uncles.
The gift, here, a scarf.
Uncles.
We'll miss you.
And I you.
And the time now to tell you of him, of the man you will marry. Of the man who comes down this road anon to take you from us, from Uncle Fred and Uncle Ned and myself.
Is he as tall as you?
He is very rich.
Is he as handsome as Uncle Ned?
He is very rich.
And has he the strength of Uncle Fred?
He is very rich.
Then I know I shall love him well.
Catherine.
Yes, Uncle.
Your duties as wife.
Yes, Uncle.
Always water in the pail, and loving nuptials cannot fail.
And?
Happy marriage in a springtime day, child in the cradle on New Year's Day.
Oh, yes, Uncle. Oh, yes, Uncle.
He is prompt.
I die with impatience.
He has a fine span of horses, see?
I'm trembling.
Oh, John Hayes! Oh!
You, girl, if your name be Catherine, get in.
Uncle?
Get in, girl, get in.
A kiss, Uncle, for farewell to you and Uncle Ned.
Which we did in tears and kisses the whole night past. Get in, girl, get in.
Here's your money, Lieutenant. Small sackful, as was contracted for. Giddy up!
They were married that night, these impetuous 18th century lovers, these young people, Catherine Hall and John Hayes. History records that it was a rather hectic marriage. The groom's father went temporarily blind from drink before the ceremony. There was unruliness among the servants, and some sources state that the bride herself tried to sneak off and had to be restrained. But married they were just as evening sun went down. And that evening, after the house of John Hayes had quieted down, after the pig had been eaten and the toast drunk, after the celebrants had gone home and the windows bolted and the doors barred, after all these things...
There you are! There you are! Come on out now! There you are! Liberty Bird.
You know what you ought to do.
What?
Join the army.
Join the army?
Join the army.
Why should I do that?
I'd be so proud of you.
Aren't you proud of me now?
Think of you in a uniform.
I never did.
Well, then let's do it.
All right.
The scarlet trousers and the scarlet coat.
Oh, my.
And the golden sash and the gleaming scabbard.
And I'd stand up straight like this.
On your curly hair, a three-cornered hat and a cockade.
And I'd march. And I'd march.
And perhaps...
what?
They'd send you to America.
Yes. No.
You could volunteer for it.
Oh, no. You'd miss me too much. You'd suffer.
Oh, I'd write to you every day.
Well, the boats to America do not sail very often.
I'd knit things for you and bake things for you. But mostly...
What?
I'd be proud. Oh, so proud. Dear John.
Well, I don't know.
Join the army.
Proud?
Yes.
What would you do?
Well, tell people. John.
Yes.
Golden sash and gleaming scabbard, and on your head a three-cornered hat with a cockade, John. And you'd march so straight and tall, you'd march...
like this?
Yes.
Like this?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Dear Father, I am writing this letter to tell you that I have just come back from a 20-mile march under full pack, and I do not like it. In the 6 months I have been in the army, I have not found a thing that I like about it. It is march, 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 march. In spite of my education, I am still but a grenadier. 2 of the lads who joined the army with me are lieutenants and wear cockades, so... Please, dear Father, present the government with £20 and secure my release from this life. I would do it with my own funds, but I had wisdom enough to assign my wealth to my wife's name before joining the army. I do not wish to bother Catherine in this matter, as I'm going to surprise her by my appearance in civilian garb and put an end to her loneliness. Please, Father, do me this favor, your loving son, John. Oh, P.S., please, Father, just consider it a loan.
That curious tailor from Troppmann.
Oh, Mr. Wood, you're the one.
And how about me?
Oh, you're a one too, Mr. Billings. If it's the butcher boy, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I'll send him on his way. All right.
Who are you?
Who are you?
I am John Hayes.
Who?
John Hayes.
Oh, you be in the army.
Not now. I am John Hayes, and I've come home to my wife. Where is she? Catherine!
Who is it?
Catherine! Catherine, I'm home!
Dirty deserter.
No.
Oh, shame.
Oh, listen, I'm out of the army.
But you cannot be. I just sent you a sweater.
I'm out. My father paid a bounty for me, and I'm home again. Who are these men, Catherine?
I'm, Billings, the cooper.
I be Wood, the alehouseman.
Tradesmen?
I?
What do we need a cooper and an alehouseman here?
Are you questioning me, husband?
Well, I'd like to know why a cooper and an alehouseman...
Welcome out. I welcome out. Ruddy hero. Comes to home. Drink a cheer, boys. Ruddy hero comes to home. Ruddy hero comes to home. Comes to home. Comes to home.
Oh, husband.
Dear wife.
I was so proud of you when you were gone.
And you told people...
Oh, yes.
Drink a cheer. Here. Drink a cheer.
And now, wife?
We will celebrate, you and me and Mr. Billings and Mr. Wood.
Well, I thought...
Happy good. We'll have a celebrate.
John, you're dusty from the road. Go wash. There's a full pail, always a full pail, always waiting for your return. Go wash.
Yes.
Mr. Wood.
Aye, Katie.
Mr. Billings.
How did you come to marry such a one, Kate?
He's very rich.
And he's come home.
His wealth is assigned in my name. I receive it but in driblets.
Poor lady.
Shame.
If I were a widow...
The money?
All at once. All mine.
Billings?
Aye.
Let's make a widow.
And how to do that?
You kill an husband, you make a widow. Ain't that an axe above the fireplace?
Oh, dear friends.
I washed Catherine.
I was proud.
Ruddy hero.
A soldier had come home, to his wife, to his neighbors. There was wine in the room and a good fire. But it was one of the shortest celebrations on record.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. This Saturday night, learn the true details of the Wheel of Misfortune case on Gangbusters. When a wheel, gangland terminology for a driver in a crime, runs afoul of the law, he cuts himself out of the crime in question. After the robbery comes off, the wheel declares himself in for a cut of the spoils, and murder results before police clamp the lid on the crooks. Gangbusters, this Saturday night on most of these same stations. The same evening to listen for CBS Radio's thrilling Gunsmoke series. And now once again Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics. And his report to you on John Hayes, his head, and how they were parted.
Historical background. We are concerned here with England in the early 1700s. George I sat upon the throne, and the terms Whig and Tory were being muttered and bandied about and chalked on walls. During one February, the great Sir Hugh Burdenny took time away from the Navy, went ashore long enough to invent the side pocket, only to die a year later in the Fijis. And in April, a month which concerns us most, King George put his queen in prison because of her part in the von Königsmarck affair. But we are concerned most with a citizen of the time, Mr. John Hayes. We hear of him next on the evening of April 22nd. Two lovers who had never heard of him strolled along the Thames. Strolled.
Let's sit here, Duck.
No, Thomas.
So they strolled on.
Mary, Duck, let's sit here.
Oh, no.
And on.
I like it here beneath the bridge, don't you?
Well,
See how the shadows lie like lacy web?
where?
Yon.
Oh,
Let us sit and watch and see how they quiver as riding moon a trail in the sky.
here?
Just so. Mary, Duck, you are dear to me.
Hush.
And how to hush this torrent inside me. Fair Mary, fairest and most lovely. And now the blushes to your cheek beneath the moon.
Thomas.
Yes, Mary, I too.
Thomas.
This is an unreality which we see, Mary. A conjugation of shadow and moonlight and
But it has such curly hair
lacy shadows.
and eyes and lips that grin. A head with no body. There in the mud.
It'll go away.
How can it? It's an abomination. Come.
It's not real.
It is real.
It is not.
Go see.
Duck.
Go see.
All right.
Well,
Go.
a head
Of a man.
of a curly-headed man. I knew it. Thomas Ascot, I did not want to come down here in the first place. You made me. You made me.
A head. Go.
So they discovered the head in the mud of the Thames. And after they married, they had a lot to talk about. It was the head of John Hayes, all right, but nobody knew it then. Thomas Ascot reported his unusual find to the constabulary, who went to the spot, saw that the lad was indeed a truthful lad, poked about, searching for a body to go with the head, failed, and then brought back what had been found to the sheriff's offices. They cleaned and combed the find, known as dressing the head in the trade. Then they mounted it neatly on a 10-foot pole. This was the custom of the day. Whenever an extra head was found, mount it on a pole, exhibit it in the town square so it could be identified. Nobody, however, came forward in the prescribed 3 days, so Dom Llewellyn was called in. Do that thing you do with glass, Dom, he was told, with heads, and close this one for preservation purposes. And Dom did, with caliper and a secretly fashioned glass and blowpipe. And Tom did. In the meanwhile, back at the home of Catherine Hayes, she's just stepped out of her door on her way to the cheese stall.
Mrs. Hayes! Woo! Mrs. Hayes! Good morning to you, Mrs. Martin.
Good morning to you. A marketing?
A marketing?
Mind you if I go along, if I walk with you?
Neighbor who walks alone, neighbor's alone.
Aye. Wise was the poet who first said that. Mrs. Hayes,
Yes,
a question.
Ninny do.
How go your two boarders?
Apace.
So?
Yes.
Mr. Wood is an attractive one. Wouldn't you say?
In truth, I had not noticed.
Nonny.
In truth.
I suppose you'll say you have not noticed the prettiness of Mr. Billings.
Not at all. Through the goodness of my heart for poor tradesmen, they live in my cellar. Truth, I never see them.
And Mr. Hayes, your husband.
Of him, what?
I have not seen him. I heard he has returned from the army, but I have not seen him.
No wonder.
No wonder.
If he is on his way to Portugal, how could you see him?
How indeed? But, Mrs. Hayes,
Yes?
so long he was in the army, then home to such as young and comely as you, then within 4 days he offs to Portugal.
Oh, restless John. My last words to him as he left.
Restless indeed. Huh. Would that my husband were restless like that, and off to Portugal. And a cooper like that Mr. Billings about. Some has all the lucky.
And Mrs. Martin shook her head sadly all the way to the cheese stalls. There she selected a good round Edam and went home and told all the neighbors that John Hayes had hied off to Portugal. And neighbors told neighbors, and everybody was satisfied. For a week. For it was a week later that Mrs. Martin went down to London on a visit to a friend. It was an infrequent trip for Mrs. Martin, and her friend took her around to show her the sights, the finest statuary, the best inns, and on a Sunday afternoon he took her to see a head, which had been encapsulated by Dame Llewellyn, and which was on exhibition at the Constabulary Museum. And seeing it, Mrs. Martin said this.
Why, I do believe I know that man.
And her friend took her to the sheriff, to whom she repeated herself.
Why, I do believe I know that man.
What man?
Why, the man in that room there. The one whose head's in the glass.
You know him, you say?
Did he?
You're certain?
Did he? Did he do?
Who is he?
A neighbour to me. Husband to a young lass. Poor lass.
Ah?
Poor lass, barely 17, I'd say. And her husband dead in such a way.
Who is she? What's her name?
Catherine. Catherine Hayes. And he who you've got, like you've got, is her hubby, dear. John Hayes. I be confused, I be.
How?
What's he doing in that room, like he is, when he's in Portugal?
What's he doing there, indeed? Madam.
Aye?
Will you take me to your neighbor?
Did he? Did he, I will.
We've had enough of you around, Katie and I. We've had enough of you around, Katie and I. What say you, Katie?
Settle it between you.
Listen to me, alehouse man. I'd as soon slit your gullet as look at you. And I'll do it if you don't leave us alone.
Talking. That's all you're good at, Billings. Come to me so I can let the air out of you with a knife.
Aye!
Settle it between
You!
Yes, who be you?
Sheriff of London Town.
For what?
If you be Mrs. John Hayes, I come to take you with me.
For what?
To show you of your husband, if he be the one whose head we have.
Head?
Aye. And, madam,
I?
the 2 men I espy over your shoulder, may I inquire of their worth?
Friends to me?
And your husband's?
I would say so.
We will all ride down to London Town. And now, Mr. Wood, I will show you a thing. Come with me. Look, you. Who is this man whose head is in this glass?
I do not know.
Who is this man?
I do not know, I swear it. I am a pious man. When I swear a thing, it is sworn to. And it is the truth.
Very well. Sit there. Mr. Billings? Close the door, please. Walk to that table, Mr. Billings, and tell me whose head it is encased there. Mr. Billings?
Aye.
What have you done with the rest of Mr. Hayes?
Mr. Hayes?
Did you put an axe in such a way as to sever his head?
Me?
You.
No.
Very well. Sit there. Mrs. Hayes, please. Is that your husband's head who is on the table?
No,
You are not looking at the head, Mrs. Hayes.
nor do I need to. For my beloved husband, my strength and my love is in Portugal.
Mrs. Hayes,
What?
will you look at the head, please?
I will not.
I will bring it to you so you can see.
Do not.
For what reason?
Do not. Do not. Oh, do not. Do not. How can it be my hubby-love John when he isn't?
Pretend, Mrs. Hayes. Pretend he is not in Portugal, and so pretending tell me, is this your husband?
No.
Are you sure?
It is not my husband.
Perhaps you need a better look.
No, it is not John, not him.
I hold him by the hair and close to you. Now tell me.
John, hubby-love.
Your husband.
Yes, oh yes.
And how got he here?
They did it. Billings and Wood.
Liar!
No shame and no lies. You, the two of you evil men, killed him and severed his head.
Aye, while you fetched a pail to catch his head.
And laughed as you caught it.
In the name of His Majesty, I charge the three of you.
Charge them, not me.
The three of you.
And the three of them were tried. Billings and Wood on the charge of murder. Catherine on the charge of petty treason, which was 18th century talk for killing one's husband. All were found guilty. Wood died in jail. Billings was hung in chains. And Catherine... Let me read to you from a journal of the times concerning Catherine. An iron chain was placed about her body and fixed to a stake. On these occasions, when women were burned for petty treason, it was customary to strangle them by means of a rope passed round the neck and pulled by the executioner, so that they were dead before the flames reached the body. But the flames leaped so high that the executioner burned his hands, so that he could not strangle, so that Catherine Hayes was burned alive. It is interesting to note that a graph of petty treason in England for a whole year after that shows a decided drop before it picks up again.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. John Hayes, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Betty Harford was heard as Catherine, Jeanette Nolan as Mrs. Martin, and Alistair Duncan as John Hayes. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Richard Peel, Charles Davis, and William Johnstone. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Mahadwat, India, in the year 1894. We will concern ourselves with a father and son who just didn't get along, to the point where one of them had to go. My report to you will be on Raschi among the Crocodiles and the prank he played. Thank you. Good night.
From the stars of old Vienna to Rodgers and Hammerstein, hear a cavalcade of musical treats illustrating how easy it is to become stage-struck, the Broadway musical way, with Guy Bolton and P.G. Wodehouse as guides. Hear the evolution of musical comedy Friday night, when CBS Radio presents Stage-Struck. Lionel Barrymore's Radio Hall of Fame is great Sunday night drama on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's a couple of crocodiles roaring. They can do other things. They can snap. They can slither. As a matter of fact, when there's ooze around, they do this most often. They lay eggs, too, but no one's ever heard it done. The crocodiles who've been doing things for us are East Indian crocodiles, from a province in the south through which the Ganges flows. Each village in the province has its private pit, dedicated to the happiness of their slimy and slithering friends. And sometimes a fellow would lose hold and fall into the pit, or jump in, or be pushed in. However they got there, the crocodiles took them in their stride. People were their favorite dish. So tonight, my report to you on Raschi among the crocodiles and the prank he played.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Where the Ganges edged the town of Mahadwat, it was not holy. As a matter of fact, there was little to note in the town of Mahadwat. True, there was the crocodile pit, but the crocs were smaller than in, for instance, the village of Gumbao, just 3 miles down the river. Mahadwat had its share of temples, but they were kind of run down. It had its quota of fakirs, 4 of them, but none of them outstanding, as, for instance, the gray fakir of Gumbao, to whom everybody brought ashes. But it had one edifice of which the villagers were rightly proud, the house of Matabar, a rich and ornate house, of which Udi was its master.
It is written, when the moon is Ganges plucked, Vishnu looks with favor on a son who does not stray.
A gentleman, an old man, a widower with a son named Raschi.
Old man, listen to me. The world is not this village. The world is vast, and I must know it.
I plead with you.
The world, what I have seen of it. Fruits and ecstasies and all manner of delights.
Fool! It is written, he who tastes sweet...
I care not what is written.
And what do you do when you wander, son?
Beg.
You suddenly become a holy man?
I merely don my rags, proffer a palm, and when enough coins are placed there, I doff the rags. Then, Father dear, I dress splendidly again and walk to the bazaar. I have found, Father dear...
Maria, vault.
I have found, Father dear, that delights come most easily to a young man who dresses splendidly and who has coins. Surely that is written someplace, or will be written. Father.
What?
I would not stray. I would remain in the village if you would give me of your wealth.
I cannot.
And why can you not?
Until Raschi, until, son, you prove yourself a man, then will I gladly...
Old man, listen to me. I am more a man than you could dream of. I've been far already, 100 miles from here, and I will go further. And there will be a day when I will not come back.
Speak not so.
And I give you another barb to chew on, old man.
Speak not her name.
Kamala. Kamala, the cousin to my cousin.
Perhaps, Father dear, I will marry her.
Speak not so. I beg of you, speak not so.
She is comely, Father, and of our blood even. What if she walks slow by the river and tarries too long with the fakirs? What of the...
Get out! Get out of here! Go!
Very well. Shall I come back, Father dear? Ever? Shall I?
Son to me. Let me awaken you in your bed here in the morning. Be of my house.
I will decide it. I will speak of it to Kamala. Then I will decide it.
We have gleaned two things about Raschi. He was a gadabout who visited strange cities and begged the price of admission, and he was a bad son. Here's something else about him. He played a musical instrument, a reed pipe. He would go out by the banks of the river, find a clearing in the jasmine, sit and look at the moon. He liked very much to look at the moon, for this same moon rode over the far places, and Raschi was a dreamer. Then, to his dreams, he would finger himself a tune. You might say, didn't he draw cobras? No, he didn't. He drew his cousin's cousin, Kamala, who had a weakness for reed pipers, especially her cousin's cousin, Raschi.
Blessed evening, Raschi. Of sadness is your song, and longing. Why longing, Raschi? I am here.
That is the moon, Kamala.
Yes.
A moon my father will not buy for me.
Wicked father. Raschi.
Yes.
Were he to buy it, what would you do with it?
Give it to you.
Wicked father.
Miser.
Old father.
Who will not die.
Raschi.
Who will never die.
Raschi.
What?
I brought you a lotus to tie into my hair.
Again?
You tire of me?
No, I never will. Give me the bud.
Yes.
Kamala.
Yes?
It would be well if my father would die. Oh, widen not your fawn's eyes in dismay, but think of it. It would be well if my father would die. Then the moon and what it looks upon would be yours and mine.
Look you there, where the river bends. Huzur the fakir glows his coals. Huzur the wise.
Not so wise.
Wiser than you, therefore wise.
You would go to him?
He has said to me, saying, Kamala, child, in trouble and in question, come to me. Kamala, child. Saying he said.
My father is a trouble.
Huzur the fakir glows his coals. Let us go to him.
Yes.
Near not yourself to the glowing coals, Kamala, child.
I will be careful. Huzur.
It is grievous, this riddle you present. How say you it again?
The cousin to my cousin will tell it.
The riddle is this. In a far place dwelt a wealthy man. He prized his gold and his jewels above all, save his son. His son, to him, was as the gentle rain and the shining stars. Yet, impoverished he kept his son. And the riddle is this, fakir. Would not the earth spin more easily if such a father would die and be delivered of his wealth to his noble son?
I like riddles.
Well? Would not the earth spin more easily, as Raschi has said, if such a father...
Rather consider such a son. If such a son be dead, would not the father have an easier time? 20 rupees, please.
Do not pay him, Raschi. He has told you nothing.
Not 1 rupee, Fakir.
Very well. At least spread the coals for me so that I may walk and soon...
Spread them yourself.
Very well, child. Yet I wish a blessed evening to both of you.
Blessed evening, Fakir. But no rupees. Come, Raschi.
What shall we do, Kamala?
We will think of something.
How shall we start thinking?
With evil. Let us try that, beloved.
Enough food to eat. Son, why do you mock me in the public market? And what you say is not so.
I am in rags, the son of a rich man in rags, nor is there enough to eat.
And villagers, listen.
These lies you are saying. Why?
Listen all. My father sits among his riches and draws his hands over them and laughs in his beard. Nor does he give charity without expecting return.
Lies.
It is the truth. And I, his son, must share scraps with his dog. I tell you this, all of you, so if one day I am starved...
A curse on my son. Better he should be dead.
Which happened in the bazaar in the town of Mahadwat, so everybody heard it or was told about it. Results? Much nodding of heads and plucking at beards and mumbling and gossip at the wells. And more so when Raschi was suddenly not around any longer, not at his usual haunts, and no more piping of the reed among the jazzmen. People forgot that Raschi disappeared from town quite often. Instead, they remembered what his father had shouted at him in the bazaar. A father had growled, and the villagers were mumbling. And one day, this happened.
What brings you to my house?
You are my cousin's uncle, Udi. Should I not be in your house?
Speak what you want and go.
I have a letter.
From my son?
No, not him.
Where is he?
I will read you the letter.
Give it to me.
Gently.
Very well, then.
Very well, then. To Kamala, beloved of Raschi. Very well, then.
Read it.
Do you pray me?
I pray you.
To Kamala, beloved of Raschi. The father of Raschi has slain him and has hidden his body.
Lie. What lie is this?
So the letter says.
Who sent such a letter?
I found it at my door. There is no name to it.
It is a lie.
Nevertheless, I will journey to Bombay, where there are people of England who are called police. And I will show them this letter.
Kamala, child.
I will journey now.
I pray you.
This minute.
And she did. She showed the letter to the police. They looked all around the village for Raschi. One of the more alert of them noticed that the crocodiles in the pit had been dozing for the last 2 days, which meant they had eaten a lot, which made the police drag the ooze. They found a bone. So they arrested Udi for the murder of his son, Raschi. The penalty for murder in the village was tearing a person in two.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. This Friday night, hear the death bargain murder case, one of the most thrilling yet for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Under the terms of a strange agreement, two beautiful actresses find themselves in the shadow of violent death. It's a puzzler that calls for fast action and deduction by the old investigator, Mr. Keene of CBS Radio. Don't miss him Friday night on most of these same stations. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on Raschi among the Crocodiles and the prank he played.
A few words about South Konkan, India, in the summer of 1894. The weather was fine, and the jute crop was phenomenal. Sir Ramsay Gwendon, better known as Sir Ramsay of the Loom, had just endeared himself to the populace by establishing the first twine and rope factory in the area, utilizing all but a small portion of the available jute. True, Sir Ramsay was later vilified as a slaveholder and his factories torn down by hand by enraged natives. Nevertheless, he is down in history as one of India's first prime users of jute. Now of the town, Mahadwat is, as we know, a rather insignificant part of the province. And in the summer it is apt to run against the grain, especially the grains of Englishmen who are not much used to the brutal heat and swelter. So it came to pass that the Englishman who happened to be in town at the time, and who was a policeman, is an Englishman who should be admired. His name, Roger Sharman, a man of infinite patience.
Go on.
I did not kill my son. I did not.
Well, go on.
I loved my son. He was my strong right hand and my boon.
A moment. My dear.
Yes, sir?
What is it that you tell me has been bruited about in the bazaar? Child?
Ask anyone.
No, I ask you.
That this old man hated his son, cursed him, and threatened to kill him.
Saab.
Go on.
Do you know of this girl?
No. No, what about her?
She walks slow and smiles with ease.
Go on.
She is not to be trusted. She speaks lies.
Oh, good fellow. How do you explain this bone? Well?
Pardon, sir?
This bone. How do you explain it? The one we found in the crocodile pit.
Sir?
Yes, child.
The old man cannot explain the bone, for it is the bone of Raschi. Of his shoulder.
I swear to you, I would not kill my son. I swear it.
Is it not true that you argued?
True.
And that you wished him dead?
In the fit
true?
of...
Dear man, I'm afraid you're under arrest.
When will you tear him in two?
Child. Child, listen to me.
Yes?
No longer the law of the jungle, but the civilized law. Udi Matabar will be tried, and justice will prevail.
Justice will prevail. This means death?
If he is guilty.
I am not guilty.
My dear fellow, you say that so often. What are you trying to hide, dear fellow?
History is full of coincidences, not the least of which the fact that the Sikh Pedwar was at this very moment in the village studying fossils. Amazing, you say. Nevertheless, a fact. Sikh Pedwar, but lately returned from postgraduate study at Cambridge, was hunting bone shards and artifacts at the old formations outside of the village. And it was to him Inspector Roger Sharman came.
I hope it won't be too much trouble, old boy.
From this?
Yes. I've heard it's done to reconstruct the figure of the man from a bone section.
Yes, yes it is. However...
Yes?
What are you trying to prove?
Dear fellow, should the figure you construct be 5.5 feet in height, of wide construction, and neck a bit longish, I'm told, then we shall have proof that a young man named Raschi has been chewed by the crocodiles.
I'll do my best.
Well said, old boy. Well said.
And 2 days later, Roger sent a runner to Pedwar, asking for a progress report.
Tell the sub I haven't yet begun to work on his project.
And a week later...
some progress. Tell the sub to give me a fortnight.
And in a fortnight...
Tell the sub I'm sorry I was interrupted. My sister came of age, and there was a celebration.
And a week after that.
Tell the sub he's welcome to come to see the reconstruction. Tell him I suggest he bring along the chap who's accused of the deed.
Which the runner did.
Good. Very good. Excellent. Thank you. Bully.
This way, gentlemen.
It is not my son. It will not be my son. But if it is my son, I did not do it. I swear it.
Well, you keep saying that, old chap.
Right in here. There.
I say.
It is not my son. It is not
Of course it is not. It's a water buffalo.
Oh, I say. But then a joint of water buffalo was thrown to the crocodiles and not Raschi.
I would say so.
Then I am free.
Hold on, old boy. Only a part of your case against you has been destroyed. Your son is still missing, and we don't know what you've done with him. You're charged, and you must stand trial. It's the law. Come along. Padua.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the north, dear Kamala, towards Scotland, when the summer comes in gently, there are nights such as this.
And are you very rich, Inspector?
Oh, please, child, call me Roger.
Are you very rich, Roger?
Rich?
Yes.
How do you mean, child?
Money.
Child, you must listen to me.
To what?
The letter.
Letter?
That you received that said Udi murdered his father.
He did.
That said he threw his son into the pit with the crocodiles.
He did.
And the bone? It is the bone of a water buffalo, child.
How could you know?
But you knew.
How could you know? How wise you must be.
And Raschi is alive.
How very wise you must be.
Is he alive?
Come. I know a place nearby.
Kamala.
Come.
No.
Come.
Kamala.
Why?
Kamala, you cannot let an old man die. If Raschi is alive...
If Raschi is alive. If Raschi is alive. Find out if he is alive. Go.
Roger Sharman was a conscientious constable. Neither warm summer night, nor scent of lotus, nor closeness of Kamala, who wore a jewel and bells on her ankles, none of these distracting elements could keep him from his appointed tasks. His next move was obvious. Armed with a full description of the lad, he traveled downriver to the town of Gumbao, and there made inquiry.
Raschi, of the village Mahadwat. Therefore a stranger to this village. Have you seen him?
And the answer was no.
About this high, given to wearing beggar's clothes?
And the answer was a shrug. So, journey to Maharashtra, and the inquiries. No, and the shrug. And to Pune. Pune of the fabulous temple of Shiva. And there was a beggar in front of it.
Of the village Mahadwat?
Exactly.
And of this height?
Precisely.
And young?
Yes.
And nose not too prominent, nor yet too small?
Yes.
And dressed in rags beyond belief?
Good, very good.
And his name?
Raschi.
Of the village Mahadwat?
Exactly.
And of this height?
Oh, yes, I understand, old boy. Only sporting.
A week ago, Raschi of Mahadwat went to Shadur to the festival of Vishnu.
Let the goddess Vishnu embrace thee with all...
I say, old boy, isn't your name Raschi? Aren't you from Mahadwad? Aren't you? I say, don't try to run. You... Oh, very well. I say... Now! Don't tussle. No, it's useless, you know. You're caught. You're a prisoner of the crown. Now, come along.
I therefore present to the Crown this thesis, that Udi Matabar strangled his son until he was dead, then in the still of the night he did...
I did not, I swear it.
He did dispose of the body of his son Raschi. I ask the court to look at the accused. Where in the court's memory has he seen such evil in a face, such depravity?
I am a good man. I have never harmed even
a face eaten by lust and avarice. His tongue tells the lie of serpents, and his eyes mirror the wantonness
No. This is my face, but I'm older.
So in summation, I ask that this symbol of wickedness incarnate be condemned to the gallows and...
let us through. I say let us through, won't you?
What disturbance?
I'm sorry to spoil the show, old boy.
What is this?
Well, there's been no murder, old boy. This bundle of rags is...
Raschi, my son. It is I, Father.
You see?
What a show.
Raschi. They would hang you. No. I knew you would come back. You knew? Yes. Because you are my son. Father. Yes. Once I was not your son. Now I am.
Did you hear?
Father. Yes, son. It is written, when the moon is Ganges plucked, Vishnu looks with favor on a son who does not stray.
Well said, old boy. Bully.
And arm in arm they went home, father and son. And the father was more generous with his wealth, and the son more generous with his love. And the girl Kamala? Why, Raschi married her, and they had a lot of trouble with their children. And the Ganges flowed down to the sea.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Raschi Among the Crocodiles, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Jack Edwards was heard as Raschi, Jane Webb as Kamala, Edgar Barrier as Udi, and Van Wright as Roger. Featured in the cast were William Conrad, Jack Crucian, and Eric Snowden, Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, the Caribbees in the year 1704, when a girl could get a wedding present that meant something, like an island, even if it hurt her husband's career. My report to you will be on Blackbeard's 14th wife, why she was no good for him. Thank you. Good night.
CBS Radio will follow you wherever you may go. So if you want the very best, tune us in and be our guest on CBS Radio.
Lionel Barrymore's Radio Hall of Fame is Great Sunday Night Drama on the CBS Radio Network.
This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's a pair of scissors, hand-wrought in gold in the shape of a peacock. The young lady who's using them is trimming her husband's beard. The beard has just been washed to get the blood out of it. For, a few hours ago, out on the bounding main, her husband stabbed a few fellows from up close. And the beard has been perfumed, too, to get the gunpowder and sulfur smells out of it, because there's just been a battle. And now the beard is being trimmed before curling, because her husband is very vain about his beard. It is a black beard, which caused some 18th century pundit to dub him Blackbeard. His real name, Edward Teach. Profession, pirate. His wife, Hannah. Hannah's all done. The beard's all ready for curling. Such a good wife. Oh, no, she wasn't. Tonight, my report to you on Blackbeard's 14th wife. Why she was no good for him.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land and every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The year of 1714. The place is the Caribbees. 2 vessels locked in combat. One flying the Skull and Bones. The other, the 3-penneted gonfalon of the Duc de la San Alban. The very Duc de la San Alban who boasted to history that his 40-gun vessel La Panque would never be boarded by pirates. Well, it was, wasn't it? And the Duke, he was defending himself against a pirate, Edward Teach by name, and here's what was happening. Teach had just disengaged into the cart line. The Duke parries cart. There goes Teach into the Valestra, calculated to throw the Duke off balance, but the Duke parries, goes into a doublé, a Molinet now, lunge, parry, and Teach feints in the advance 1-2, lunges. And the Duke goes down without a sound, which, as you will recall, is the way the Duke swore he would die. So Edward Teach and his pirates won the prize La Panque, renamed it Queen Anne's Revenge, and sailed disguised as merchantman into Jamaica. Here, in a small waterfront cafe, he made friends.
Now, let's drink a toast, Captain?
Aye, I'll make you one. I drink to Captain Edward Teach.
To yourself, Captain?
To Captain Edward Teach, whose name's going to be known about.
What a one you are. Isn't he a one, mate, huh?
Oh, he's a one.
You shot my captain.
You rather wish it was you.
You shot me, Captain Teach. I would not be able to drink to Captain Teach.
Drink you.
Don't shoot me, Captain. I drink high to Captain Teach. I drink high to Captain Teach, whose name going to be known about.
Drain it.
Captain.
Drain it, or I'll let what you drunk out again.
To Captain Edward Teach.
I need me a mate. You be mate to Captain Teach. Aye.
That's how Edward Teach got a first mate. His name was Kerf, and you might like to know that later in his career, Kerf struck out on his own vessel, crew, and Jolly Roger. But Kerf, in his very first encounter with a Britisher, got pinned to the mast by a cutlass. So we know that his period of association with Teach was happier than when he worked for himself. Teach and Kerf sailed from Jamaica, where they'd met, to Nassau. On the way... And they captured the sloop Invincible, threw all her hands to the sharks, took aboard her booty, then scuttled her. And in Nassau, on the silver sands of Nassau, when the silver moon was younger than it is now...
It's so silky. And curlsome. Oh, and beautiful.
Some call me Blackbeard.
Blackbeard.
Well?
The name is apt.
Hannah.
Oh, so silky.
How many years have you, Hannah?
Enough to let the wisdom in.
Of what?
Of men. Yes, even men with black beards.
But none such as mine. Huh?
None, sir. It is true.
How many years have you, Hannah? Actual years?
6 and 10.
Yeah. Well, your wife to me.
Such as you, and you have no wife.
Here I have no wife in the Bahamas.
But elsewhere?
Mary, Genevieve, Margot, Prudence, Molly, Sharon.
How many?
13. 13, Hannah. A number which is not lucky.
And this is the reason you wish to wife me?
The touch you have with my beard. I'm lonely for it.
I'll marry with you, but...
But what?
This pirating of yours...
What of it?
You play at it.
How play?
You'll be one of many pirates, small men with small wants and small names. Do you not wish a large name?
Some call me Blackbeard.
Then make the most of it.
What do you know of pirates?
Look to me.
And?
Now fan out your beard. So. And in braids over your ears. So. And punk to light among its silk. And under your hat lighted matches. Oh, what a fearsome thing. What terror could you conjure, Blackbeard of Hades? Well, what think you?
I would kiss you.
Then do it. Oh, and now I wish. A wish to make.
Woman, a wedding wish, that's what.
Yes.
Then name it.
Shall I?
The highest star that sends a glimmer on, yours. The moon that orbs a silver on darkened sea, yours. And the sun that...
Oh, pooh.
Huh?
Pooh, I said. I wish none of these.
Then what?
This island. This Nassau. What, laughter?
That you have but 16 years in such a dream.
This island. I want it.
And you shall have it.
Now.
Later.
What manner of rapscallions be you two?
When my mate has a craving for an apple, he has no care whose table it is off, nor yours, the governor's.
And I sentence both of you to the gibbet.
For eating an apple?
For murder. For the murder of my guard.
It was the only way we could get to see you.
Oh? And what profession do you have? Besides rapscallery, that is.
Piracy.
What say you?
Having finished of the apple, my mate says piracy.
And I say it twice. I sentence the two of you to the gibbet. Guards, take these two rags to hang them on it.
Haste not, Governor.
Oh?
Haste not, because I say.
Saying?
I am here on an errand of romance. I am here on an errand of beauty.
Oh?
I have this morning been wed to a girl of 10 and 6.
I fight back the salty tears.
You will weep.
Make me weep, condemned man.
Aye. This girl of 10 and 6, she wishes a wedding gift.
How like a maiden?
She wishes this island, this city, and all that's in it.
Then I will instruct Hangman to hang thee by a rapid method he knows, so thy bride cannot ask thee for the world.
Just this island, and she will have it.
Oh?
Oh, indeed, if my calculations are correct. What say you, mate?
Take these clowns and... What is this?
Go to the window and you will see it, Governor. 4 sloops there are of yours in the harbor. They will die there. My vessel, Queen Anne's Revenge, and the men that's on will sink your ships and block your harbor and hold captive your city. Say ho, Governor, so long as your mouth is open. Say ho and believe it. I'll get you to the window and look. Oh.
The governor then gave apples to everybody. Everybody except Edward Teach. Him he gave the Bahama Islands. It was a good thing, too, else Nassau would have been put to the torch. All the pirates enjoyed this state of affairs very much. No wonder. Let us look in on a typical week in the life of Blackbeard's pirates. Monday, leave Nassau and pick up the trade winds, straddle the Gulf Stream someplace, and wait for a prey. Then...
Frenchman to starboard!
Then...
Right on, Falcone, Roger!
Then...
Hand me my beard and hair matches.
Then...
How do I look?
Terrifying. The French will quiver in their silk.
And then... And Blackbeard never lost a fight. True, some of his men would get killed and have to be given to the sea, but the survivors never had it so good. Like as not, they were back in Nassau by Friday night, and there were welcome arms to greet them, with Caribbean poultices to soothe their wounds. And on Saturday night, what they liked to do best was pay homage to their leader.
I give you Captain Edward Teach. I give you Blackbeard, whose name is known about.
Oh, they love you so much, Edward.
And this place.
Oh, it's a pity.
What is?
Walk with me, Edward, outside a while.
Yes.
I said, Edward, that it's a pity.
And I asked what is?
That we shall leave here soon.
About these 6 months.
You notice that less and less ships appear?
Aye, that is so.
But this, there are many ships along the Carolina coast.
Aye. And so?
Many ships which carry provisions and stores to the colonies, and many ships bearing riches back to Europe in return.
You're a bright tackling.
Good wife to you.
Aye. Aye, indeed.
Wait.
Wait?
Will we do it? Will we go to the Carolines?
But Nassau, this I gave to you, and hardly have you used it.
I've used it enough. Now the Carolines.
If you wish it.
I wish it.
Yes. Good wife.
Oh, silky beard. Curlsome, silky black beard.
They sailed a week later, and the night before they disembarked on the shores of North Carolina, Blackbeard and his pirate crew gave Mrs. Blackbeard a party on her birthday. She was 10 and 7.
Listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Dramatic actors play comedy roles, comedians interpret the drama. This Friday night, as CBS Radio's Stage Struck introduces that exclusive theatrical fraternity, the Players. Participants will be Franklin P. Adams, Gene Hirschholt, Jimmy Cagney, Ray Bolger, Bobby Clark, Charles Coburn, Cedric Hardwick, Bert Lahr, Charles Lawton, and hosts more of the Players. It's Friday night on CBS Radio's Stage Struck, now heard half an hour later on most of these same stations. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics. And his report to you on Blackbeard's 14th wife. Why she was no good for him.
I would like to say a few words about governors. New World governors, vintage early 1700s. First of all, I would like to say that many of them had brothers-in-law back in England at court, connections. Or else they had won an important battle, or took part in an important scandal. Or they were just fellows who the king or queen didn't want in the old country anymore. Some of the colonial governors of this era were wise and intelligent administrators. But others were cheaters. That is, thieves. That is, they stole their colonies blind. Let us then look in on a scene. The governor of North Carolina and Edward Teach, pirate, standing in the reception room of the governor's mansion, with their arms about each other's shoulders.
I hear they call you Blackbeard.
Yes.
I hear you stick lighted matches in your beard and in your hair.
Yes.
Ooh. Just don't do it when I'm around.
Just don't go to sea, Governor.
Why should I?
It's good here in North Carolina, isn't it?
Oh, better. Since you surrendered to me, the people cheer me when I walk the streets.
And they cheer me, too, since you issued the writ granting amnesty to me and my men. It's a good feeling.
Worth 1,000 gold pieces you paid me?
My wife said you would have been satisfied with 500.
How was your wife?
Very good.
She was right.
Pirate. Governor.
Call me pirate again.
Pirate. Sea robber. Swashbuckler. Listen.
Yes?
Let's conspire.
Again?
Again.
Oh.
The men are restless. They're grumbling.
Oh?
They want to go to sea again.
And they want a good fat galleon to plunder.
Yes.
The vessel Angel's Head is due to arrive about a week from now from Portsmouth.
Yeah? Carrying what?
Sugar, gold, silks, and 2 ladies from the court.
A week from now?
Yes. And Captain Teach.
Aye?
The 2 ladies from the court. One of them is Lady Barbara Falmouth. You must know why she's leaving England.
As I heard.
But it's true, every word of it. And, Captain.
Aye.
Of the rest of the booty...
50%.
Oh, like always.
Like always.
I'll walk with you to the door.
Blackbeard went immediately then to the den where his pirates were grumbling and told them the news. They stopped grumbling, hailed him a merry, merry, merry lad, and sharpened their cutlasses. A few days later, they put to sea and... the results of which, sugar, gold, silk confiscated, 2 ladies of the court never heard of again, and the ship Angel's Head put to the torch. This was just about the way things went. A chat with the governor.
The ship Las Flores from Lisbon, due in a fortnight, Captain.
Tell the boys. Put to sea and... then...
Half for you, Governor. Half for me.
And once, after a particularly successful sortie...
Half for you, Governor, half for me.
Tonight we shall have a ball.
Good.
Bring your wife.
I will.
And this Lieutenant Maynard is Hannah Teach.
Delighted.
Lieutenant of what?
You'll excuse me.
Lieutenant of what?
Of the Navy, His Majesty's. Miss Teach.
Mrs.
You're joking.
For nearly 2 years now. Edward Teach is my husband.
Edward Teach? Blackbeard?
Yes. Would you care to meet him?
Well?
My husband's a big man and a strong man. Are you frightened to meet him, Lieutenant?
I would very much like to meet your husband. Where is he?
He was standing there a moment ago speaking with the governor's lady.
Then another time.
Come, we will look for him.
Really?
Come.
Very well. But that was your husband who we saw pass us and go toward the...
Hush.
Why did you not call out to him then?
Hush.
Really?
Bend to me.
Really?
Yes.
Very well.
Oh, how soft is your cheek. Soft and beardless.
Your husband's beard is truly magnificent.
It reeks either of battle tar or perfume. I cannot stand it.
Really?
Really.
Mrs. Teach.
If you say it softly, you may say Hannah.
Hannah.
Just so.
How many years have you?
10 and 8.
I have 20 and 1.
Bend to me again the softness of your cheek.
I want to.
Oh, so young.
As you are young.
Hold me.
I want to. Hannah?
Yes?
No, what I mean is, where does your husband hide his ship?
What?
I am curious of it. Where does he hide his ship?
On the province of Friendship, the third inlet off the river. Why?
I was curious of it.
Do you have a curiosity?
About all things.
About me?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I hate the governor of North Carolina.
Of course you do.
Now, listen to me, Lieutenant Maynard. Before I was governor of Virginia back in England, do you know what he did to me?
Well, I heard...
You heard? How did you hear?
The governor of North Carolina, he tells everyone...
I hate him!
And he shall have his due.
Yes.
When word gets back to England that his river harbors the notorious pirate Blackbeard...
And that the governor shares the pirate's booty...
All I need is 2 sloops, Governor.
And you shall have them. And a reward.
What reward?
Bring me the head of Blackbeard and name your reward.
Really?
Really.
Thank you, Governor.
Hannah.
Yes, Edward?
I'm tired.
You don't look well, Edward.
I mean, I'm tired of this life. Of piracy, of slaughter. Come to the bow of the ship. I want to show you something. Look there.
And to see what?
The land.
What of it?
The governor has promised me all the land from my vessel at anchor as center and 10 miles in radius out from it in the form of a circle. What do you think?
Oh, you're tired, Edward. And somehow older. Yes, to me, older. And your beard.
What of it?
Grey.
Where?
Here, and here, and here.
What?
What was that? 2 sloops! Men of war! Stop it! Flying the royal flag coming his way! Broadside! Broadside!
Now, this is what happened. Maynard's 2 sloops closed on Blackbeard, 1 on each side of Teach's vessel, and the 3 ships were held together by grappling hooks. And it was a furious sight. There was not one man on either side who did not receive some mark, who did not add some of his blood to the slippery decks. Then Blackbeard was boarded amidst a hail of grape shot in which Blackbeard received 3 pellets in his leg. Maynard found the pirate leaning against the mainmast, shot him.
Die, pilot! Not yet! Over 2 and no quarter!
And the men fell back to watch their captain's duel. It was a wonderful duel, and it lasted over an hour. And toward the end of it, Maynard doubled, then advanced in Kona de Sis Cart Sis. Teach parried, then performed a striking moulinet and lunged into the cart line. Lunged and slipped. Slipped, yet on his knees, parried Maynard once, twice, but the third time... And Teach was dead, and the duel was over. And so was the battle, for Blackbeard's men had no heart for it anymore. Lieutenant Maynard, having declared himself victor and new master of Blackbeard's boat, went below into the pirates' quarters.
Hannah.
Oh, my darling.
Get up, Hannah.
Oh, bend your cheek to me.
I don't want to.
What?
Come on deck, Hannah.
For what reason?
Wife of a pirate and his spur.
For what reason do you want me on deck?
To be hanged.
Really?
Upon my word.
And this is what Lieutenant Maynard did to the Teach family. He wrecked it. He hanged Hannah Teach, and he cut off Edward Teach's head. The head he mounted on the prow of the ship and sailed it proudly into Roanoke Harbor, tacking beautifully in such a manner that the black beard of Edward Teach streamed gracefully on the soft evening wind. A gull soared down to have a look, but when it saw what it was, it screamed and flew away.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Blackbeard's 14th Wife, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as Teach, Betty Harford as Hannah, and Alastair Duncan as Maynard. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Joseph Kearns, Richard Peel, and Jack Crucian. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Camelot, England, in the year 600, and the troubles caused by Guinevere, who was married to Arthur and loved by Lancelot. My report to you will be on the triangle on the round table. Thank you. Good night.
America's favorite teenage rage, Junior Miss, now brings us her haphazard adventures every Thursday evening on most of these same stations. That makes her a perfect listening companion to Millie Bronson, heroine of CBS Radio's wacky Thursday night series titled Meet Millie. In moving to Thursday evenings, Junior Miss also keeps company with Ray Milland of Meet Mr. McNutley comedy fame. Tomorrow night, don't miss Milland with a teenage problem of his own in the shapely shape of a visiting niece and her strange young swain. Tomorrow night at the Stars address. Hear The American Way, starring Horace Heidt, Thursday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland, with another true story of crime. Listen. King Arthur just buckled on his knee-cap. Now the quishes, the falls, and observes himself in his brilliantly polished shield. The new leg armor he has just put on is a fine fit. Provides maximum maneuverability. Now the chest armor. Breastplate. Neckpiece. He tucks helmet under his arm, picks up Excalibur, his sword, and walks from his tent into the sunlight. King Arthur is going into a battle against a friend of his. 4,000 men will be killed over a woman, which is known as chivalry. Tonight, my report to you on The Triangle on the Round Table.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Sixth century Britain, a time of myths and legend, of hunting horn and streaming banners and maidens and thistle, of sunlight slanting like a tapestry into cold castles, and pagan rites and magic and stone. And the place that concerns us, Camelot, the court of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. There's just been a meeting. On the agenda, a report from Launcelot why he failed in his quest for the Holy Grail. A report by Sir Galahad on why he'd killed a scurvy knave, a reason being a look askance at Lady Vivian. And finally, a suggestion by Sir Percival that a party be sent to slay the 7 wicked knights at the Castle of Maidens. It was a fine meeting, and it was breaking up in time for some mock jousting. King Arthur was anxious to get out on the field.
King Arthur, tarry. I would speak with you a moment.
Agravain, nephew, what is it?
But a moment tarry, uncle, till the rest of the gentle knights are gone from the great hall. Sir Lionel, would you close, please, the great door when you leave us? Now, uncle.
But your cousin Mordred is still with us. I think he slept at the round table and is sleeping still. Mordred. Wake. Wake, gentle knight. Wake.
Mordred and I both wish to speak, uncle.
Of what?
Are you awake, Mordred?
I was awakened by the touch of the sweet king.
Speak to me of what, Agravain?
Of Launcelot.
Oh?
And Guinevere.
What is this?
Since he is back from the failure, since he has returned without the Grail, Launcelot is much with the Queen.
In the Queen's chamber.
What falsehood is this?
No falsehood, good king. Gentle king. The truth. That I swear on the hilt of my sword.
And I also.
But Guinevere the Queen is with me constantly.
Save when you hunt?
Save when you joust?
Save when you do the merry pie with us all?
Yes.
That is when Launcelot attends your queen.
When you hunt?
When you joust?
When you do the merry pie with us all?
And, king?
What is it?
If Launcelot be slain in the chambers of the queen, what then?
A province to the south I'll give to such a slayer.
Good uncle.
Sweet king.
With King's lady? Hare at you! Oh, traitors, Launcelot! Halt and take his wretch! Spies! Adders! Vipers! I give you this, Agravain! And now to you, Mordred.
Hold, good night. Put up your sword.
Yes, to your throat. That's it.
Do not slay me.
What a sniveler you are, cousin.
Do not kill me.
To sneak like a crawling thing and spy!
I have forgotten what I have seen. You and Guinevere.
Say my lady's name again, and your tongue will be fed to my lady's goldfish. Now get from here. Go!
Mordred didn't walk away, nor did he skip. He ran. He told the king that in case Sir Agravain wasn't around anymore, that worthy could be found dead in Guinevere's anteroom from a sword blow delivered by Launcelot. King Arthur, who'd had a bad day at the mock jousts anyhow, having been unseated by a lucky lance thrust, well, this is all he needed.
Oh, my queen. What poisonous thing has bited you? You'll die for it. Roast. Gawain! Sir Gawain, come to me. And hark to me, Sir Gawain.
I hark.
It's Guinevere.
Again.
Hark to me.
With Sir Launcelot.
Hark to me, Gawain.
The whole court knows it. Now you know it. And you wish her burned at the stake, as it has been 3 times before. But you will forgive her.
Hark to me.
But you will forgive her.
Not this time.
You say that always.
I will feed her to the flames.
And Launcelot?
He is my dearest knight.
How can you say that?
He is dear friend to me.
But he and Guinevere...
She is so beauteous that he cannot help it.
I counsel you to burn him also.
This is your counsel, noble knight.
'Tis.
Then it shall be done. So to it.
When Launcelot heard the news, he didn't wait for a thing. He left. He didn't even say goodbye to Guinevere. Not that he didn't love her, for this he did dearly. But he had a more spectacular plan. He waited for the day when Guinevere was shriven and tied to the stake, and the faggots were thrown and lit. And King Arthur's knights and the people were standing on tiptoes to watch. Then Launcelot and his men went into action. They did a very dramatic thing. Just as a wisp of flame had touched Guinevere's linen, they swooped down and rescued her, killed some 50 people in the process, and rode away with her. Rode away with her. She up front with Launcelot on his horse.
Launcelot, Launcelot.
And with him set up house in Launcelot's castle, which was called the Joyous Bastion, after the good times which were had there.
Launcelot, Launcelot.
My queen.
Not your queen, your love.
Forever.
For always. For as long as yon orb of sun climbs in the sky and... Launcelot.
My love. My love.
Tarry, sweet knight, and give look to where I point, to where yon orb of sun climbs in the sky.
Horsemen.
Knights.
King Arthur's knights of the Round Table.
I chill at the sight.
Oh, chill not. Nothing will befall you. Never will the king take you from me.
And a little while after that... War, siege, clang of armor, yell of battle, and scream of alarm. Many knights died, and many were wounded and borne away. And after a month, the papal bull was issued, which said that the war between Arthur and Launcelot was a war of brothers, and it was to cease. And Guinevere was to be brought again into the favor of Arthur. Launcelot went back to France. Guinevere went back to Arthur. And everybody was happy. Until one day...
If I offend, O king, by being not announced, but burst upon you like some squall of wind, it is because I've had a dream, and in it... O king. O king.
Rise up, Mordred. Speak you.
And in this dream, a mighty voice... Launcelot sits in France, said the voice, and makes plans to come here and make battle and win again the Lady Guinevere.
What voice has told you this?
the voice of my father.
And so wise, your father, and sweet. Yet he died a mystic death on the stoop of Lady Bernice.
Sweet father. And he said, tell your king, tell the noble King Arthur to get into France with all his noble knights and make pursuit of Lancelot. Seek him, beard him, slay him.
He has said this.
Nodding his head, he said it.
Gawain, come to me, Gawain. You have heard what says Mordred, Gawain.
I heard.
What say you?
My father wept when he told me what he did, wept for the death of your 2 boys, Gawain, who fell in battle against Lancelot.
Your father, compassionate man. What say you?
But stalwart sons who can never be again, fair boy.
I say go. Oh, brutal day.
At once.
I say go. Oh, day of blood.
To France. Let there be war. Let the killing start. To France. To war.
Sir Mordred was a bloodthirsty one, wasn't he? But he didn't get to go to France. Somehow he made King Arthur make him stay home to watch Camelot, to watch Britain, to watch Queen Guinevere.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. A too much traveled traveling man, a wife who is not what she seems, and a meek husband are the leading characters of this Friday's Broadway's My Beat mystery. They lead Detective Danny Clover quite a chase before he makes sense out of murder. Friday evening on most of these same CBS radio stations. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on The Triangle on the Round Table.
Camelot, which was the site of King Arthur's court and round table, has been variously located at Queen's Camel, Somerset, 51 miles east-northeast of Rochester, and at Winchester and Camelford, Cornwall, and at Caerleon. In your Sunday supplement recently, you might have seen where Sir Malcolm Jedifer, FRCA, has tossed a blockbuster by announcing Camelot's location as being 20 miles out at sea, on land now sunk beneath the waves. But wherever it was, Camelot was the place to be if you wanted to become a knight. It was best to start at about the age of 7. There was so much to learn. Manners, morals, battle-axe technique, mace-wielding, emergency armor repair, lance throwing, jousting, mock and for real, rescuesmanship, horsemanship. Mostly you had to be a killer. One graduate of the curriculum who went through it like a whiz, skipping, as it were, the course in advanced morals, was named Mordred. His king was away at war. His queen was in her chambers. And he was at his desk, putting quill to parchment, writing up a pronouncement to the people.
This should do, Sir Beaufort. Here, read it.
To the Parliament and people of Britain, word
as you would proclaim it, Beaufort.
Been received this dolorous day that is fallen in battle King Arthur, most illustrious and bravest of kings.
Is true, Mordred? Go on.
Even as Sir Gawain died in battle, bravely and...
It's true about Gawain, surely. For his body dead was carried here to Camelot to be buried. But the king, King Arthur...
Put your tongue to what is writ.
Bravely and with no fear of dying. Therefore I, Mordred, do proclaim myself king and regent of Britain,
as was the wish of the fallen Arthur. I do humbly pray that the knights and good people of the realm help make my reign a blessed one.
I get you to your task. Proclaim it.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, O noble king.
Noble knight.
Yes.
Have you seen the gentle Guinevere?
When last I saw her, she was moving toward her chamber.
How moving?
With lilt, with grace, with queenly demeanor.
Go. Go proclaim, sweet Bohort.
Noble king.
I fright you, Guinevere?
What man are you to come on dead here?
I am your king.
King? What?
Arthur is dead. You will hear it proclaimed.
How do you have this knowledge that Arthur is dead? No ship from France has come with tidings of battle in a fortnight.
I dreamed it. My father in a dream has told me it.
You make good use of your father's ghost, cousin.
He is noble. Your dead husband Arthur has always said that. And as a ghost, my father is more noble and more wise.
Mordred.
Yes?
You are a subtle beast.
I sheathe my claws for you, dear Guinevere. Dearest Guinevere.
No.
Dearest Guinevere.
Come near me now, and with this golden knife
Oh, who is the beast, Guinevere?
I will stick you. I'll strive to kill you for honor's sake.
You beast of golden claw, you...
Now, we all know that Mordred was not mortally hurt, nor was he even badly hurt. He healed nicely and quickly enough to pursue Guinevere, who had taken refuge in the Tower of London. Mordred caused arrows to be shot at the tower battlements. He caused pots of molten flame to be catapulted into its depths. He caused stout oaken battering rams to be plunged against its doors. He caused all sorts of things to be done according to his personal code of how to behave in love. But, as we all know, too, the Tower of London was built to last, and he never got past the first moat. As a matter of fact, he was a little bit on this side of the first moat when Sir Bohort, the proclaimer, came running up to him. And when Bohort ran, something was wrong.
Something wrong, O king.
What?
At Dover, a grievous sight.
What?
The fleets of King Arthur.
And what?
The tallest ship flies his banner. He is alive.
Confess to my father.
The ghost of your father lied. Arthur is alive.
The ghost of my father plays tricks.
What will you do?
Proclaim to my knights that Arthur comes again. So more battle.
Blood. Blood, more blood.
The life of sweet knighthood.
Oh, would it were.
Silence.
Yes, O king.
Then proclaim this. War with Arthur. Killing to be done against those who deserted us and went to France. War and killing, killing and war. No peace till Arthur is dead.
Look down there, Sir Bedivere. Look how sadly burn the fires of mine enemy, Mordred.
Like blood in the night.
He met me on the sands of Dover and fled before my knights.
And left 2,000 dead.
Of his and 2,000 good men of mine. Oh, sad night. Oh, tortured night of red moon and war fires and enemies. Eve of death. And dying to be done again tomorrow.
Noble king.
Go from me. Take your tears from me, sweet night. Sleep. For tomorrow I go. Eve of death. dim, weird night and the sudden shock of dismal thoughts. How was it when there was peace in Camelot? When there was golden youth and flood of laughter? Now how old appear the young faces. Ghosts, all of them. Where the good fellowship, the darts of joy? Ghosts. Ghosts dead. And where is Gawain? Noble Gawain, where your counsel now, Gawain? The earth of France drank deep your blood. Now you a ghost too. Gawain, friend Gawain, noble friend, where your counsel now? I hear madness on the wind. The grief for Gawain drives me mad.
Noble king.
Ghost of Gawain.
List to me. Disperse your forces.
What?
Do not fight tomorrow, for if you do, Mordred will kill you.
How kill me? The sniveler of a knight, the chicken of a knight, he the traitor and usurper.
Do not fight on the morrow, for Mordred will surely kill you. Make truce. Do not die. Do not die.
Now, that's a truly unnerving experience. A voice on the wind, a dead man's voice telling you you'll die tomorrow. That kind of a thing gives pause. You'd want to take your time about what you're going to do come sunup. Now, Arthur was a mighty king and a great warrior, and he'd killed more people by lance and mace and hot oil than you'd ever imagine, but he was also a human being. Voices on the wind shook him up. Ghosts jangled him.
Oh, weird night. Oh, ghostly wind.
You see? Then...
Bedivere! Bedivere!
He needed to tell somebody.
This night I heard the ghost voice of Gawain. He bade me not do battle tomorrow, else I will die. So go to the camp of Mordred and say I wish to speak truce with him tomorrow.
And no sword will be drawn from its scabbard during this talk of truce, Arthur.
No sword shall be drawn, Mordred.
You pursue me, Arthur, yet I have beaten you. How?
I want no more dying.
Arthur of the sword. Arthur of Excalibur.
Truce and no more dying.
And what will you give for it?
Your life.
Oh, and more.
What more?
Cornwall and Kent while you are alive, and all of Britain when you are dead.
Cornwall will be yours, and Kent, and... Beware.
You draw a sword?
That adder at your feet, that crawling thing. I slayed it. It was about to attack your foot.
You drew a sword.
Well, the adder... You see it?
You drew a sword. There is no truce, Arthur.
True. No truce with such as you. I return to my camp and bid my knights make ready for battle. And then I swear to you, you die. I swear to you, I will kill you. I swear to you.
It was a great battle, and history tells us that every man who died was a hero. And many died, and the field was damp with blood. And on the fourth day, those who were still alive crept away to be alone with their wounds and their anguish, and the field was empty. But for 2 horsemen.
How about you, Mordred?
And you, Sir King?
You shall not now escape, traitor.
Your death has come, Arthur.
Yours! Oh! Die!
Oh.
Die, O infamous knight. Look down, Gawain. You were wrong. Mordred is... Vile knight, you have slain me.
And that's what Mordred did. He slew Arthur. Of course, Mordred died while he was doing it, but he did it. One more thing I'd like to report to you, what Arthur said while breathing his last. I could have found a woman as good as Guinevere, but such a fellowship of knights as was mine can never be brought together again. So, that was the end of King Arthur. Guinevere and Launcelot lived for quite a while after that.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The Triangle on the Round Table, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from accounts and legends by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as King Arthur and Ben Wright as Mordred. Featured in the cast were Ellen Morgan, Lamont Johnson, William Johnstone, Edgar Barrier, and Bob Cole. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, England in 1827, and the road from Polstead to London, and a bloody road it turned out to be. My report to you will be on the killing story of William Corder and the farmer's daughter. Thank you. Good night.
Imperfect minor details mar a perfect crime on Gangbusters this Saturday night. Past Perfect tells the story of ingenious cross-country identity ruse involving a Halloween souvenir and 2 would-be bandits with the law. It's another true crime case history, dramatized by Gangbusters on most of these same CBS radio stations this Saturday night. When there's Gunsmoke, there's Western Adventures, Saturday night on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's a cricket. A Suffolk County cricket, and he's chirping away at a merry pace. Therefore, he's a male cricket, for among crickets, only this sex can chirp. At the present moment, this particular fellow happens to be in a hayloft in an English barn. The year is 1827, and it's spring, and it's evening, and it's warm. And if you're going to be a cricket, now is the time, for the hay lies sleek against your antenna. Oh, my, yes. Dead cricket. 120 pounds of country girl just fell on him. The girl's name, Maria Martin, and she was a dead weight. So tonight, my report to you on the killing story of William Corder and the farmer's daughter.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
England in 1827 was between periods. A decade before, Napoleon had met his Waterloo, and a decade later, Victoria was to sit on the throne. True, in this year, which concerns us, the country was briefly stunned by the affaire Laverie, which almost cost England the continent of Australia, until cooler heads and more honest bookkeeping prevailed. And when the shuddering was done and normalcy returned, people returned to normal pursuits, which included the young folk. For instance, Maria Martin, a giggler, 5'2", 120 pounds, pretty, demure, and the most chuckable chin in Polstead. Which chin-chucking was being done by William Corder.
Maria, Pinklin Maria.
Oh, you're the one, William, you are.
Twice over, Pinklin.
Oh, God.
Yes, you be. And sweet-smelling you are, too.
Oh, 'tis the hay you smell in the month of May.
In your dilly hair.
Oh, God. Oh, and just to think, William.
To think what?
All the seasons from now on, from May to December, and then start a new year, and all that year and the next.
What? What talk you?
For every month, for every season, you are mine.
Well, now, I have not said that, or perhaps sometimes...
What?
I want to go. I want to leave here. I want to...
Oh, your dilly mouth moves so sweetly and says nothing at all. You'll not go from me, William.
Oh?
Because you will marry me. You must marry me, William.
Must I?
Oh, yes, else...
Else what?
I will tell what you did, William. I would.
Maria.
How you stole from my poor daddy.
Maria.
You cannot understand how his poor money was dug up and taken away.
Maria, I want to say a word.
And should I say what happened, to the jail you would go, lad. Maybe hung. I heard in Ipswich they did a hanging recent to a lad which stole a heifer.
Maria, will you listen to me?
And I do so love you. A thiefling, but I love you.
Maria, will you marry me?
Oh, you've been trying to say it all the time.
Of course I have.
Of course you have.
Pinklin.
Oh, God.
I would like to read to you a description of William Corder as taken from a 19th century journal. He was about 5 feet 6 inches in height, usually affected a drab greatcoat, plaid lilac handkerchief, a black dress coat and blue pantaloons, and had rather a large nose, a small face, and a ring on the little finger of his right hand. That was William Corder. Of course, since this was spring and a warm one, he took off his drab greatcoat, especially on the evening when he left Maria and went home and sharpened a knife. Oh, he was a handy man. That's why he was so useful around the various farms in Polstead. Everybody loved him. Everybody needed him. To mend a plow or stretch a thong, the cry went up, "Aye, Billy Corder!" This with smiling affection. And the next morning, when he went to the farm of his betrothed...
Aye, Billy Corder.
From Maria's father.
Hi, Billy Corder.
From her mother.
Good morning, William.
A morning to each of you.
You look worried, Billy. Come into the house and I'll steal you nice and with some dilly biscuits.
Now, Ma.
He looks worried.
Leave him be, Ma.
What you been doing, Billy?
A sharpening.
Oh, what a sharpening.
Knives for the farmers all about.
I'd give you a hand whenever you'd want, Billy.
Howdy-o. But I come this morning with another favour to ask.
Oh, my.
What favour, Billy boy?
Concerning...
Oh, my.
Concerning what, Billy boy?
My love. My pinkling. My dilly girl, Mariah.
I be losing her, Billy boy?
You be good to Billy, Mariah.
Now, Ma.
Just be good to him, you hear?
Yes, Ma.
Then you be saying yes to what I'm asking?
I'm saying it.
Then, here's a thing.
A dowry thing, eh? Well, since there was the stealing, since my poor money was dug by robbers, there's not very much I have.
But
I am a farmer, but my ground is clay and rock.
And you are a mole catcher.
And I cannot run fast no more.
Come here to me, Billy.
Here I be.
But close as a mother to a son. Son.
Yes?
I have a farthing put aside for Mariah and for you.
Oh, Taddy-o. And, there's a pistol I like so much in the parlour.
For what, a pistol?
Which I must have. Travelling as we are, Mariah and me, to London for the marriage.
To London you go? To be wed?
Yes.
Oh, lad, oh, Billy, 'tis every girl dreaming London to be married in.
You're my true love, Mariah. Tonight I'll fetch you and we'll go down to London. Or better...
What better could there be?
The Red Barn, you know it. I'll meet you there at the crossroads.
Oh, whatever you say, love. Ain't he a love, Ma?
Oh, he's a love, all right. He's a real love.
Oh, what are we doing back in this dark barn, Willie? Why are we not off to London? I showed you the jewels I got from Ma, Willie. I made her give me the cameo necklace, too. Now, please, can't we go to London to be wed? I do so want to wed with you, Willie.
Mariah. Mariah.
You know what you are?
Oh.
Clumsy. That's what you are. I bring you Daddy's pistol like you asked, and what do? It goes off in your hand. Now, let's off to London, Willie. It's a bride I'm dying to be. Willie, are you there? I can hardly see you, Willie. Where are you?
Here I am. Lovey.
Oh.
Pink. Let's.
With the knife he sharpened last night. Then he carried Mariah down from the loft into the empty corn room. He left her there for a moment and ran down the road a piece.
Evening. Can I borrow the use of a spade? Taddy-o.
And Billy Boy went back to the red barn, and there he dug a hole. 6 by 3 by 3. I put Mariah in it. And filled the hole again. And Billy took the high road to London. He also took the gun, the jewels, and the farthings. Not a care had he as he whistled his way down the road. For Mariah's parents thought Mariah was with him. And in London...
Step ye up, lads. I'm just a country bumpkin trying to make my way in London town. So step you up. Here we have it. Here's a pea and here's 3 shells from walnuts. I place the pea beneath the shell in the middle and move the shells about. Now, who's a brave lad? Who's a clever lad? Tell me under which shell is the pea? Oh, not for free, lad. For a wager. £1? £1. Now, watch your close. This one on the end? We shall see. Well, you lose. It was under this one in the middle. Now, let's try it again.
And in 6 months, William Corder had enough money to purchase a house and a bakery shop, a feather bed upstairs, a parlor beneath it, and beneath the parlor, bread and buns. He needed only one more thing. So he went to the newspaper and he inserted an ad.
Lady for matrimony wanted. A private gentleman, aged 24, entirely independent, whose disposition is not to be exceeded, has lately lost his family to the hand of Providence. If this meets the eye of any agreeable lady who feels desirous of meeting with a sociable, tender, kind and sympathizing companion, they will find this advertisement worthy of notice. Honour and secrecy may be relied on. Mr. X, 68, Leadenhall Street. Here, sir, insert this in the next edition.
Sir?
At your service?
There was an advertisement.
At your service?
Are you the
Mr. X. I am he, if such as you are seeking him out.
The advertisement said sociable.
You were comely.
It said tender.
And your hair a shade of brown that will sweeten in the sunlight.
It said kind.
And hazel eyes.
It said a sympathizing companion.
How could such as fair as you need a sympathizing?
Gentleman.
I kiss your hand.
Oh.
Pinklin.
That's how they did it in 1827. At least that's the way William Corder did it. Quite a handy man, wasn't he? The way he got rid of one girl and found another. And in his neighborhood, when a pipe needed mending or a bun baked, "Aye, Willie Corder," the cry went up. "Aye, Willie Corder."
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. This Saturday night on CBS Radio's Gangbusters, hear the exciting true story of the Golden Horn. A kid who finds a gun and trades it for a trumpet starts a chain reaction that leads to murder on Gangbusters' case file of the Golden Horn. That's this Saturday night on most of these same stations. Also this Saturday, you'll want to follow the latest adventure of United States Marshal Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke. Remember, Gunsmoke means Western adventure, Saturday nights at the Stars address.
Well, spring came, and one of the nicest sights on an April day on Leadenhall Street in London was the new Mrs. William Corder. She would lean her head against her husband, and arm in arm they would stroll.
Willie.
It's the truth, every bit of it. When Wellington called for volunteers, I stepped out of their ranks and...
Oh, Willie.
It's the truth, Birdie.
I know it's the truth, Willie. It's just that my heart is thumping because you might have been killed.
Me?
Oh, Willie.
But, Birdie, I knew when I volunteered nothing was going to happen. I hadn't met you yet, and I had to live to do that, so...
What else?
Huh?
What else happened to you before you met me?
Well, before I met... right before I met you, I was in Italy.
You said France. You said France, Willie.
Before France, I mean.
And the Italian women, what of them, Willie?
Oh, I didn't have no time to bother with them. I was on a secret mission.
Oh, Willie.
Now, don't you tell nobody.
Brave, Willie.
You happy, Birdie?
Happy as is happy do.
Happy do indeed.
Oh, yes. Willie?
Yes?
The jewels you're going to sell to my brother, how come you buy them?
By a gamble, a game of cards.
But they're a lady's jewels.
Then isn't it obvious, Duck? I gambled with a lady. Ain't you know her it were while on secret assignment? Garbed I was like a gypsy.
I would have lost to you, too.
Downy bird.
Oh.
Come.
How, sister? Hi, Willie Corder. Hi, lad.
Nonny, Brother Sidney?
Twice and go to grass, brother-in-law, for what luck you had at the cards last night. And, will we cheat me at this transaction, too?
Isn't he priceless, Brother Sidney?
He's a good brother-in-law.
But how good? What price will you give me for these jewels to add to your stock?
Middling good.
You see, wife, your brother becomes a haggler when it comes to money.
Be generous, Sidney. What you give us will buy a new oven.
£50.
Done.
For this cameo necklace alone. This other stuff, not worth a shocked farthing.
£50 then.
I'll write you out a check.
Daddy-o.
Good brother.
And of me?
A duck. A dilly duck. A love.
The very jewels Willie had stolen from the late Maria Martin. And you remember where Maria got them from. Her mother. And you remember her mother.
Maria writes such nice letters, Hughie.
Well, we can be proud. I never knew she could write.
I guess Willie Corder's taught her a lot.
That's right. Mr. and Mrs. Martin were getting letters from Maria since the very first week she was away. Once every fortnight. For a year now. Letters written on scented stationery in a feminine hand by Willie Corder. Chatty letters, having to do with the shops in London.
Oh, I'd like stroll Piccadilly myself sometime, in ribbons like my daughter Dee does.
Newsy letters about trials and tribulations of her married life.
What you laughing?
Oh, come here and read this. Here.
I don't think that's very funny.
You wouldn't.
Warm letters.
Oh, isn't that a sweet thing she says here, Hughie? I miss you, Ma, she says. I miss you, Pa, she says. And how's the farming, she asks. And how's the mole catching? And the field of my father's clay and rock. Oh.
A good one. A likely daughter.
Only
what?
Here she says, don't come to London, Ma, she says. Now, why would she say that?
Aggie.
What do you want?
Maria could not write when she left here.
She writes good now. Better than me. Ah, that's Willie. Hey, Willie Corder, lad.
Oh.
I frightened you, Will.
No. Oh, no.
What were you doing?
Writing.
Writing what?
Nothing.
Now. Don't try to hide anything from me, Will.
Oh, Pinklin, I wouldn't do that.
Then what writing were you doing?
Promise not to tell.
What writing, Will?
Promise.
I promise.
Come here. See this?
Oh, the check my brother gave you.
Look again.
For £150.
Uh-huh.
But he gave you a check for only 50.
Uh-huh.
Then what you were writing...
I fixed the check. Oh, what a joke on your brother. Hey. Hey.
Well.
Downy bird.
Forgery.
Not quite. Simply an extra £100. Clever.
Is it?
Clever.
It is.
Isn't it?
What a one.
Who?
What a one. Now, who could that be?
The tradesman, I think. Let's go to the window and see. The tradesman. And see what he has for us.
A new bed warmer.
A new quilt. A new feather quilt.
And a pillow. A new pillow.
And look down there. A new bed.
Oh, what a one. What a one you are. Oh, husband. Tradesman, bring them in. Bring them all in.
And later on, they chuckled about what a wonderful joke he had played on his brother-in-law, Sidney. History does not record Sidney's reaction. It's true what Bertie said. What a one was William Corder, especially what a one he was with the quill. Not only had he taken up hiking checks, but he was still penning those letters I told you about. Only the scent had been changed.
This latest letter I have here, Hughie. Maria says, should I ever be so bold as to come to London, she would not receive me.
She never could write.
Oh, go to sleep, old man.
And, according to court reports and testimony, this is what happened then.
Go on. Go to sleep, old man.
Then Mrs. Martin said she fell asleep, too. Then...
Ma? Don't be frightened, Ma.
Maria?
It's me, Ma.
Maria?
Oh, Ma, it's terrible.
What? What's terrible?
What's happened to me?
What's happened to you? Don't you like London?
I'm not in London.
Not in London? Not in London?
Aye, Aggie. Aye.
London? Not in London?
Wake up, Aggie. Put the tea to a bubble.
Not in... Oh, had me a fright, Hughie. A terrible, awful nightmare.
Tore the sheet you did. Now up to the tea lady.
Dreamt she wasn't in London. Dreamt...
Up to the tea lady. Up.
Yes.
And the next night...
I never got to London, Ma.
Where did you get to, Maria?
Hardly away from here.
You dead, Maria?
I be dead, Ma.
Oh.
I be dead. I be not far from here dead.
Where?
I be...
Wake, Aggie. Bubble the tea for me.
And on the third night...
In the red barn at the crossroads.
How come you're there?
He put knife to me and dug my grave.
In what place?
In the corn room, 3 feet down.
And Willie did that to you?
Willie did. You fix him, Ma. You fix him, you hear?
Hughie! Wake up! Wake up, old man! Wake up! Murder's done!
What?
Our daughter, dear. She lies 3 feet under the corn room in the red barn.
Give me that.
Maria told me. In a dream. In a 3-night dream, she told me, get shovel to you and dig! Off and get shovel to you!
He got up all right, and he got shovel to him, and together they went down to the red barn, and they dug. And they found a skeleton, and Mariah's shawl, and Mariah's shoes, and Mariah's dress. But the thing that clinched it, the thing that made them sure, the skeleton had the 4 front teeth missing in its lower jaw, exactly the 4 teeth that had been missing from Mariah's mouth when she was alive.
Police!
And again as she ran down the road toward Paulstead.
Police! Police! Police!
Which was finally heard by Constable James Lee, who viewed the body and rubbed his chin and took a trip to London, where he sought for and found William Corder, who was tried and found guilty. And a half hour before he was hanged, wrote a letter in his own hand on unscented paper, and, of course, signed in his own name.
Dear Birdie, good wife, I am fully aware of the shame and disgrace which I must have cost you. So that there be some vestige of pride remain, such as a woman should have for her husband, I suggest you bury me in the finest vestment obtainable, such as silk. My coffin, I do pray you, for your own sake, should be of mahogany, with moulding of silver. A cherubim on my tombstone of marble, with some fitting sentiment, such as, William Corder, of sweet and gentle memory, though not innocent of deed, I am innocent of heart. Goodbye, dear wife. William Corder.
On the scaffold there was some embarrassment because the trap would not work, Corder, who was, you'll remember, a very handy man, fixed it. But after the trap was sprung, it took him 12 minutes to die. So he probably didn't do a very good job.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. William Corder, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed by Bernard Herrmann and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Richard Peel was heard as William Corder, Betty Harford as Maria, Alma Lawton as Birdie, Jeanette Nolan as the mother, Joseph Kearns as the father, and Donald Lawton as Sidney. Gil Warren speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Edinburgh, Scotland, during the rainy season of the year 1826. We will concern ourselves with used goods, shoes, cat skins, and corpses, to name a few. The case in question is listed in my files as, If a Body Need a Body, Just Call Burke and Hare. Thank you. Good night.
CBS, CBS, CBS. Radio's gonna follow you. For radio that's best. Praise, oh, praise, oh, praise that CBS radio.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's the way a room sounds. A particular room in a narrow street in Edinburgh, Scotland. Someplace on the wall there was a drip. When the room was still, when there was a lodger in it, asleep, that was the sound. But listen again. That's the way it sounded when it rained, because the room was just below gutter level, and the rainwater rushed by the room's only window. Many lodgers caught cold in this room. They were lucky. Many other lodgers wound up on a dissecting table. They were murdered. By Mr. Burke, who smothered, by Mr. Hare, who held. So tonight, my report to you, if a body need a body, just call Burke and Hare.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Edinburgh in 1826. A city famous for lassies, laddies, people coming through the rye, Scotch, kilties, and medical schools. It is this last I'd like to speak a word about. Now, when a student entered medical school, he studied anatomy right off. No Roman in the gloamin'. Enter school, cut up a cadaver. Except there weren't enough cadavers. Executed criminals were the only legitimate source of supply. Therefore, a new occupation sprang up and flourished. Grave snatching, piecework in corpses. Rob a grave of its contents and sell it to science. Yet, the supply didn't meet the demand. So, as in every profession, there were those who looked for shortcuts. Burke and Hare came up with one. They owned that room I told you about. A room in Tanner's Close.
I'm tired of waiting for him to die, Burke. Go look at him.
Yes. I can't tell whether he's breathing or not. The old man's so skinny, so sick.
Hear if his heart beats.
It beats. Such a skinny man. Such a sick, skinny man. Such a sick, skinny old man. And he will not die.
Burke.
Aye?
The other who sought lodging here and who died brought us £8.
Aye?
This one?
Aye?
He's older than the last. Dr. Knox will not be happy of him. However, we should not accept less than £8.
Aye. Hare, is there more whiskey, Hare?
Nor food. Nothing. Nothing save an old, sick, skinny man who takes space and will not die.
It's so cold, so cold. Oh, my hands be numb.
Whiskey would warm them from the fingertips. From the fingertips...
Hare.
Aye?
Hare.
Say it, man.
If this old man were to die this minute...
If we were to stuff him in the tea-chest this minute...
And walk with him to the anatomy laboratory of Dr. Knox...
And Dr. Knox pays upon delivery...
We would have whiskey in a half hour from now.
Well, that is if this old man were to die this minute.
But that would be murder.
Twould.
Have you ever done a thing like that?
No.
Such an old man. To lie sick. To suffer in a cold room. Wet room. No family to give him comfort.
Poor old man. Burke.
Aye?
To kill him would be to bruise him. Dr. Knox perhaps would not accept a corpse unprettied by bruises.
However...
What?
However, if I put my hand over his nose and mouth like this...
Janie, at such a time like... Oh, such a time to come. He's gone.
Hold his feet, Hare, so he'll not kick. Aye, lad, like that.
Is he dead?
I'll listen to his heart.
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Dead.
You have called me from my lecturing, gentlemen. To insist upon it, I suggest...
Enough words, Dr. Knox. Take a look. Now, was it worth calling you away for, Doctor?
A half hour dead, I'd say.
Less, wouldn't you say, Hare?
Oh, I'd say it was worth more than £8.
Fine specimen. Fresh.
£10.
I'm not a quibbler, gentlemen. As a matter of fact, I'm on record as saying that quibbling is a...
The lecture's in the other room, Doctor. Just give us the tenor.
Certainly. Here.
Thank you.
2 bodies in a week, gentlemen. Basis for an acquaintanceship, do you not think? Therefore, if I might make a suggestion.
Suggest away.
2 bodies in a week, both male. My students, when they will become physicians, will be called upon to administer to both sexes. Therefore...
You want a lady.
Good day, gentlemen. I must back to my students.
Dr. Knox had more students than anybody. He was much admired in the city of Edinburgh, a man of culture and wit and an excellent surgeon. A democratic man, he got along as well with the aristocracy of the city as with its murderers. The proof?
Ain't that Dr. Knox a nice gent, hey?
A ruggyboo, a Danny man.
Proof, as furnished by Burke and Hare. 2 fellows with 10, less what they paid for a bottle.
He said he wanted a lady. Have a drink.
Aye. A real ruggyboo, that Dr. Knox. Have a drink.
And, arm in arm, they walked through the slums of Edinburgh. And they looked fine against this background. Rags and bones and cat skin and human hair and cast-off shoes. trinkets and fish heads. Second-hand goods purveyed to people who were dying the instant they were born. Stalls of tatters, shops of fragments and shame, alleys and filth, 10 years old. And through it, chameleons Burke and Hare.
Have a drink, Mr. Hare.
Done. Have a drink.
Hi, Jimmy. Hi, lad.
Have a drink.
Oh, no. Here's a coin, lad. Thank you. You got a song I can sing for you? Oh, have a drink, lad. Oh, no, sir, Mr. Burke.
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Burke. Like an angel, he says it. Angel with cheek like down between my fingers. Have a drink.
No, sir. No, you run, give the coin to your mother, boy. Thank you. Come along, Hare. I was saying, Hare...
About Dr. Knox, you were saying.
Aye.
What his lack was.
What he said he's needing.
Have a drink.
Hey, there's no more in it, Hare. Ain't me wanting a drink. Aye, there's a place.
Aye.
Aye, barman. A bottle of your finest.
Aye, that's the word, barman. The finest. The finest for Burke and Hare.
Have a drink, Mr. Hare.
Have a drink, Burke.
Hey, Billy Burke!
Mary.
A lady.
Such as ladies are in this corner of Edinburgh here.
You're laughing. Tell me a one so I can do a laughing too.
A favour, Mary. Pretty Mary. Bonny Mary. And not for your ears.
And what of my ears?
Oh, dainty and little pearl shell. Give us a kiss.
Give us a copper.
Good, Mary. Have a copper, Mary. Give us a kiss, Mary.
A bargain's a bargain. Ain't it?
Such pretty shoulders on you.
What'd you say?
Such pretty shoulders.
You're a darling.
Now, is it true Mary was painted by an artist?
True. A dolly lad with a beard. A tickling beard.
Hi, Mary.
A kiss a copper.
You need lodgings tonight, Mary.
Aye. One more copper and I can pay for it.
I got a clean room, a lodger's room. Next to my cobbling shop, I got one.
Aye, I've heard.
And from the looks of your shoes, Mary, you could stand some cobbling.
With what money?
For free. Now, ain't them pretty words, Mary? For free.
Oh.
For free. Cobbling for your pretty feeties. And a clean bed.
Now, come along, Mary.
What trick?
Come along, Mary.
Is it a trick?
Now, come along, Mary.
You wouldn't play a trick, would you?
You just come along.
Oh, very well.
So Burke and Hare and Mary Patterson went to the room under the gutter, and Mary took off her shoes to cobble. And she lay down in bed to sleep. She was very beautiful.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland.
This land is your land. This land is my land. This land was made for you and me.
Everybody knows which company produces most of the world's tomato soup, but few know where the tomatoes come from. Not too many are aware of the vast tomato fields of New Jersey. Canning tomatoes isn't New Jersey's only claim to fame, however. The Miss America beauty pageant is held annually in Atlantic City. which also has delicious saltwater taffy and an amusement park with no roller coaster. Better than a roller coaster ride, though, or at least quieter, is a ferry ride across the Delaware from Cape May, about 45 miles from the boardwalk by way of Stone Harbor, with its nesting egrets and herons. Unfortunately, the casual observer seldom sees the richness of growing things or the beauty of the birds. He more often notices the swampy meadows, the towns and cities huddled along the railroad, the sign, "Trenton makes, the world takes." It is usually the native New Jerseyite who delights in beaches such as Wildwood, the rolling farms of Monmouth County, the dairy country and gentle mountains of western New Jersey. One native thought that he would never see a poem lovely as a tree. Could be he was referring to the proud red oak, symbolic of the Garden State.
And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics. And his report to you on If a Body Need a Body, Just Call Burke and Hare.
In the winter of 1826, Edinburgh was a talk again about the latest appearance of the Loch Ness Monster. And speaking of lochs, Edinburgh was also a talk about the Loch Fenwick imbroglio, whereby Sir Angus MacDermot was stripped of his tartan and forced to flee with his 6 sons to the Netherlands, where they were received with snickers by the populace. Having been thus rocked, Edinburgh was little prepared for what was in store. For in Tanner's Close, a street that spilled into a pigsty, there lived 2 men.
As sure as my name is Billy Burke, she's a pretty.
And Billy Burke's friend, Billy Hare.
Aye, and a bonny sleeper. Aye. Hold her. Is she dead? Is she dead? Aye. Is she dead? I said aye. Tell me, is she? What's gotten to you, man? Oh, such a bonny sleeper. Why must I slap you so, man?
Tell me a thing, Burke.
Aye?
That pretty thing, is she dead?
I said it. Now what's gotten to you?
Tell me.
Didn't you feel the slaps, man?
Oh,
what is it?
She be dead.
Aye, she'll fetch 20 pounds in a dead market.
Aye.
Now, give us a hand.
What did you do to her?
Hare! Billy, Hare, what? Hare!
Oh, the thing you did to her.
Then, you remember, that's the gutter right above the only window in the room. Then,
carrying her in this rain. Let's wait a bit. Maybe it'll stop.
And they sat there, the 2 of them, their presence making complete the nightmare scene. The room of moistened shadows, of a girl dead, of a heaping of rags in the corner, clothes of 2 others who had died there. And outside, the thin yelping. And outside, the thin hand still outstretched.
I need out of here, Burke.
Aye?
I need out of here, Burke.
Fetch the tea chest.
I need out of here, Burke.
Aye. Aye, lad.
was pleasant that you invited me for tea, Dr. Knox.
A ritual, sir. To all who come to me to learn. I like to get to know my young doctors.
No doctor yet.
But as good as one.
It is said from London north to here, in all of the cities, there is no greater teacher in the field of anatomical study than you, sir.
They say that?
Wherever doctors gather, those who have studied with you are assured of a future.
Hold your thought, young man. I'll return in a moment. Who is it?
Oh, close your lamp, Dr. Knox.
Quick, man. Who is it?
Burke and Hare. And the teachers.
Oh, inside. Quickly. Well, what have you?
You made us suggest the last time we were here to deliver, Doctor.
Well.
Show him.
Aye.
Now, close your lamp when you look what we've brought you.
Good.
20 pounds good.
That good? Yeah. 20 pounds. Here.
Thank you. What's the matter, Doctor?
Why is her hand clenched so tightly?
Why, I'm sure, sir, that... Well, let's have a look. Let's tighten. There.
Two coppers. I wonder.
You wonder what, Doctor?
Such a pretty she is. Why to be clenching so tight to two coppers in her hand?
Why, I wonder that too. Oh, and so do I.
I have a guest. Good evening, gentlemen. Now, young sir, I believe you're holding a thought. What is it?
Eventually, it stopped raining, and life went on in the alleys of Edinburgh, and over the counters and stalls, the second-hand things were bartered for, became necessities for a time, and were bartered again. And from these alleys, 16 people known disappeared. 16 people to whom death, too, was somehow second-hand, having known dying every day of their existence. One of them...
20 pounds lie fairly.
Give the boy a copper, Mr. Hare.
Aye.
Here, catch.
Thank you.
Now, come along and I'll cobble you a pair of shoes, lad.
Oh, I don't...
Oh, for free, lad. For free.
Thank you.
And 2 days later, around the corner and down the street and up a hall and through a gate and up a walk and through a door.
Now, if you'll come closer, young doctors, you will see how an incision from the umbilicus to this point, the sternum, then laterally...
Dr. Knox.
A moment, please, sir, and I'll answer the question. Such an incision made with...
Dr. Knox.
Oh, such insistence. Very well. Not very well at all, however.
I'm sure this boy has been murdered.
Murdered?
2 nights ago, I saw this boy. He was singing a song in Tanner's Close.
Tanner's Close? That garbage scow?
This boy is known as Jamie. I know, for I spoke with him. And he sang a song for me. And he was well. And, sir?
Aye?
There is a bruise here. Come, look close here. At his throat. Surely that is a bruise.
Young sir, what are you after?
So much talk of how bodies are obtained for dissection. Therefore...
Young sir, what are you after?
Surely you would not condone murder as a source of supply.
Young sir, you have not answered my question. When I have asked you, what are you after? I mean, is it to become a physician?
Yes, sir.
And a healer?
Yes, sir.
And knowledgeable in your profession?
Yes, sir.
Then admit, sir, that the study of the human body is a prime requisite.
Of course.
Return to your place, sir.
Yes, sir.
The incision I now make from the umbilicus toward this point on the sternum, and then
flattery.
Hey, lady now.
You want to buy rags, bones, feathers?
You want to sell?
And what to sell?
Come see.
Where?
I've got a place. Rags. A big bag full.
I'll come to look.
Then come. Come.
A bit. This be my son-in-law, gents. Mind the stall, Grey. I'll go with these gents to buy.
Feathers! Rags! Bones! Here!
Where be this place?
In Tanner's Close, near the end.
Near the pigsty?
Aye.
Oh, love me. How can you live there?
Some say it is difficult, Granny. Come.
Open! Granny! Mimsy! Granny!
No.
What is she?
Who do you speak of, son?
Ma, Mimsy.
Who be you?
I'm Gray, Mimsy's son-in-law. Mimsy, who you took last night.
Ah.
Who you took last night to Felty. She did not return. All the night long I waited.
Why, lad,
Where is she?
She's gone. Gone.
To where did my Mimsy go?
Gentle, lad, gentle.
Away with your hand.
Such a big lad.
What's that?
Now, lad, now.
Mimsy's shawl.
A mistake, lad.
Mimsy's shawl. And here, the shirt of her. And blood.
Now, gentle lad, now here, take a fiver and...
Blood. All these rags. Mimsy!
Hold him back. I'll get me a knife.
Here's Mimsy. Under the rags is Mimsy. Please! 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 Please!
The boy finally got himself understood by the police. They came then to Tanner's Close and found Mimsy. Then they found Burke and Hare. Then they were asked if they had anything to do with Mimsy's death.
I done it. And to 17 others.
Just like that. Confessed. For some reason that history makes obscure or just doesn't like to talk about, Hare was let free. Burke, however, suffered the last penalty of the law. He was brought to the gibbet, his heart pounding. The rope was placed about his neck. And his body was delivered to Dr. Monroe's academy, where it was dissected by young sirs on their way to becoming doctors. And Dr. Knox, buyer of murdered men, he fled from scandal and disappeared. But one source has it that he was seen some 10 years later, walking the narrow street in Edinburgh called Tanner's Close, walking northward toward the pigsty.
Burke and Hare, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Jack Crucian was heard as Mr. Burke, and Jay Novello as Mr. Hare. Featured in tonight's cast were William Johnstone, Jeanette Nolan, Charles Davis, Betty Harford, and Richard Peel.
This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland, with another true story of crime. Listen. This is a dream. This is a portent. This is the shape of things to come. A man dreams of walking down a vaulted and empty corridor.
Soldier.
Sir?
Who lies dead here?
Look for yourself, sir. Do you see who it is, sir?
Yes.
Who is it?
It is I.
Tonight, my report to you on the assassination of Abraham Lincoln.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
It was April in 1865, and it was Washington, D.C. A hero had come into the city. His name was Grant, a general of the time who, a few days before, had accepted surrender from another general of the time whose name was Lee. So it was a time of victory celebration, of burning candles for prayer and illumination and thanksgiving, of dancing in the streets, of noises and silences, of reunion, of shrill, of tears. The sounds that mankind makes when something is won or lost forever, or returns, or perishes. That was the sound John F. Parker made as he throws a whiskey bottle against the wall of the room. His friend was happy, too.
Open another bottle, Billy.
Sure, honey. Yeah, here.
Do it.
Now lean back your head.
Slow now. Trickle it. Open. I told her downstairs I didn't want to be disturbed.
Ah, Johnny.
Whoever it is.
I'll send him away.
Send him away.
Go away. Go away. Go away.
Is John...
Go away.
Get out of my way. Get up, Parker. Williams, you got no right to... Now get up. You woman.
What do you want?
Where's this stuff?
There.
Let's go, Parker. What for? You got duty tonight. Oh, no. You're guarding President Lincoln.
John F. Parker, a member of the Metropolitan Police Force of Washington, the District of Columbia. John F. Parker, a rumpot. He was about 35 years old, and he was married. And the laughing lady you just heard was not his wife. He had been in the Union Army for a little while, but was dismissed from it for the good of the war effort. His record shows that he couldn't hold an assignment to any one beat for any length of time, for reasons ranging from sleeping in an alley on his beat or sleeping in a doorway on his beat. This is a man who was assigned to guard President Lincoln. How did this happen? Simply, Mrs. Lincoln wrote a note.
To Provost Marshal James R. O'Bairn, this is to certify that John F. Parker, a member of the Metropolitan Police, has been detailed for duty at the Executive Mansion by order of Mrs. Lincoln.
Why did Mrs. Lincoln write such a note? No one ever asked her, so I can't say. But we know that John F. Parker, more or less sober, appeared at the White House, and he and Mrs. Lincoln had a small chat.
There are rumors, of course, Mr. Parker. You must have heard them.
Rumors, ma'am?
About Mr. Lincoln.
About Mr. Lincoln, ma'am?
That there are conspirators, and attempts will be made on his life.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Parker?
May I ask a question?
Of course.
Why was I selected to bodyguard Mr. Lincoln?
Because...
Mary, prevail upon him. Prevail upon him.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Lincoln?
General Grant here.
He's changed his mind.
That's right, Mrs. Lincoln, I have.
Prevail upon him, Mary.
Oh, but surely, General, the people are expecting you. All over Washington, they expect an appearance from you, and it's the theater tonight.
It's impossible.
But suddenly you tell us it's impossible. Why?
I'm going home. I'm going to Burlington.
But tomorrow you can go to Burlington.
Tonight.
General...
Ma'am?
Even the newspapers headline your name above Mr. Lincoln's. Surely for such a privilege you would not disappoint...
I've been long from home, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, you have.
Goodbye, Mrs. Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln.
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
It troubles me.
What does?
So suddenly he changed his mind. Strangenesses are...
Mr. Lincoln.
Yes, Mary.
This is your guard. His name is John Parker.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. President.
I did not wish to appear rude, sir. In truth, I did not see you. This,
You may go, Mr. Parker.
Mary.
Oh, what if he won't go to the theater with us? What matter? We'll ask that young couple, that Major Rathbone you seem so at ease with. We'll... What is it, Mr. Lincoln?
Melancholy, worn thin. The infinite sadness.
But there's victory now,
No, listen. You should know it. For it has lain against me for a week now. Chill and dread. And I fear it.
What are you trying to say?
I dreamed. And now I must tell you of it. For I can no longer bear the coldness and heaviness of it. I dreamed. And this is what it was. There seemed to be a death-like stillness about me. Then I heard subdued sobs as if a person were weeping. I thought I left my bed and wandered downstairs. There the silence was broken by the same pitiful sobbing. But the mourner wasn't visible. I arrived at the East Room, which I entered. There I met with a sickening surprise. Before me was a catafalque on which rested a corpse, wrapped in funeral vestments. Around it were stationed soldiers who were acting as guards. Who lies dead here? I asked one of them. He bade me look for myself. And I did. And I saw that it was I who lay there, dead by an assassin. Mary.
You should not have told me of it.
Mary.
You should not have told me of it.
Famous man you'll be.
Nah, Mary.
And we'll drink to it. Bartender, hand us back the bottle. Pour me, famous man.
I will. It's such a toast. It's nothing but another duty.
To guard a president. Now we'll drink to it. Everybody!
Shush you, Millie.
John here is going to guard the president.
You just sit down, Millie, and shut up.
Oh, no.
Just drink and shut up.
No. John?
What do you want?
How come I saw in the paper what I did?
What are you talking about?
Today in the newspapers.
About what?
A report on the telegraph that was in the paper. A newspaper in New York had it that Mr. Lincoln was murdered. He was murdered yesterday.
What?
It's the truth. What it said right in the newspaper, the president had been assassinated.
That's crazy.
Well, I saw it. You get a newspaper. You'll see it, too.
Mischief. That's what it is. Drink your drink.
But it was true. Several newspapers in different sections of the country had it that Mr. Lincoln had been slain, which of course was not so. This was late afternoon of April 14th, and Mr. Lincoln was alive, spending time with Mr. Stanton, his Secretary of War, then with his valet, who attended him while he dressed, then with Mrs. Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln was alive, and in good mood.
How nice you look, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Lincoln. The carriage is waiting.
And Major Rathbun and his fiancée?
At Senator Harris's home. He'll pick them up.
The young lady is very comely.
Yes. We'll be late.
My arm. Thank you, Mr.
Parker, sir.
Mr. Parker. The driver knows where to go, does he not?
Ford's Theater.
Ford's Theater.
All right, driver.
It was a raw night, and before they reached the theater, it drizzled a little, then stopped. And all over Washington, tens of thousands of candles burned. Backdrop for victory, for celebration, for remembrance. Backdrop for tears.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland.
This land is your land. This land is my land. This land was made for you and me.
Paris in the spring. The cardinal whistling joyously as he builds his nest in the bush. Or Cairo in the fall, when the temperature has dropped below scorching. Faraway places with strange-sounding names? Nope. I'm speaking of Illinois, the land of Lincoln. Oddly enough, though, Illinois is sometimes referred to as Egypt because the fertility of the soil in and around Cairo, or Cairo giving it the Illinois pronunciation, resembles that of its Egyptian namesake. But there the similarity ends. Riding the Rock Island line is considerably more comfortable than riding a camel. And the IGA stores, the lonely grain elevators, the oak groves, the signs saying Edna's Cafe and Clabber Girl and Chew Mail Pouch are familiar to us in a way the pyramids could never be. Oh, not that Illinois is lacking in the exotic. Chicago is testimony to that. But Illinois, home not only of Lincoln, but of Grant and Clarence Darrow and Carl Sandburg and Ziegfeld and Montgomery Ward and Allen, the original Pinkerton man, is home to us all. So reflective is it of our great nation. Celebrated in word and song, Illinois is indeed a sovereign state.
And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the assassination of Abraham Lincoln.
I would like to speak to you briefly about what I consider to be a fairly uninteresting play. It's called Our American Cousin, a drama in 3 acts by Tom Taylor. There were characters in it with such names as Lord Dundreary, Captain de Boots, Mr. Buddycombe, and Mrs. Mount Chessington. I would like to give you an example of the kind of entertainment the play provided. One of the ladies says,
"Why, Papa, it's a letter from my dear brother Ned. He writes from Brattleboro, Vermont, that he's quite well and just come in from a shooting excursion with a party of crows. Splendid fellows, 6 feet high.
And Lord Dundreary answers to the effect that he is amazed to hear of birds 6 feet high, that they must be tremendous animals indeed. And the actress answers,
Oh, I see what my brother means. A tribe of Injuns called crows, not birds.
Now, that's not very sparkling, is it? But this is the play that the president elected to see on the night of April 14th, 1865. When he entered the theater with his party, Laura Keene, the actress playing the part of Florence Trenchard, was speaking her lines in an early scene of Act One.
Oh, I am very out of breath. Good morning, Billy. The leather bag I saw coming. Will you come in with me? I thought I would catch him before I reached the house.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. We are always delighted to be guests of your theater.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. I'll take care of the president, the major, and the ladies.
Where will you sit, Mr. Parker?
There's a chair out here in the hall for me.
You won't find it hard, ladies, will you? Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
You sit there in the rocker, Mr. President. Mrs. Lincoln, the major, and you, lady. Right there. And if anybody wants anything, I'll be right outside in the hall.
I thought I could catch him before I reached the house. So off I started. I forgot to ask if he was in or over. I got over, but they got in. I wish to sit out for it. You won't find the part very soon.
Me? Speak for an ass. Does she take me for an angler?
Give me the letter.
Now, John Parker was a fidgety man, and he knew it. So, to soothe the fidgets, he had a bottle tucked away. It was a dull evening, and John Parker never liked plays anyhow. Just sit, the drone of the play, walk around a little, and notice that a peephole had been bored into the door of the president's box, and not wonder why. No wonder why no other boxes were occupied. Just other people enjoying themselves, not him.
Yeah.
Because it was dreary and his bottle was empty. I would like to say that 5 years later, John Parker was fired from the police for falling asleep under a lamppost. Not for leaving the president unguarded, which he did this night. Left the president and went to the bar across the street.
What will you have, sir?
Whiskey. And oysters, dozen.
Yes, sir. Blue Point?
Blue Point.
Barkeep? Be with you?
Not in a minute. Immediately. What about my oysters?
Just a second, sir. What can I do for you, Mr. Booth?
Brandy.
Oh, there's another...
Now. Here's your money. The change is yours, barkeep.
Thank you, Mr. Booth.
John Wilkes Booth was 27 years old. He was an actor, had achieved some success in Shakespearean roles. A handsome man, a darling of women, a man who sported black flowing ties and an Inverness cape and an ivory-headed cane. It is interesting to note that he had been a member of the Virginia Regiment which captured and executed John Brown. It is interesting to note, too, that his father, who was Junius Brutus Booth, was insane. John Wilkes Booth just passed John Parker and went out of the bar and into the street and walked south for 4 blocks to a livery stable. Here, 2 men waited for him.
Mr. Booth, I thought you wouldn't get here.
Whose name was Louis Payne.
Yeah, I knew he'd get here. Him.
Whose name was George E. Atzerodt.
Him. Can't stop him. Not John Wilkes. Nobody can.
How does it go, gentlemen? Are we ready?
Not him. Not him, Mr. Booth.
What is this?
He's not going. Shut up.
I'll kill him if you say the word, Mr. Booth.
He'll stop. Just leave him alone. He'll stop.
He told me just a moment ago. He said he's not going through with it.
Yes, he will.
I'll kill him if you want me to.
Don't lust too much for killing, Mr. Payne. Kill those who need it. Only those.
Not that I'm afraid, me. No.
Just excited, is that it?
Not going. That's the word.
You see?
Silence, Mr. Payne.
He'll ruin all of it.
Little man. Little man, you would, too. You'd ruin all of it. You know what you have to do. Have to.
No.
Ask him why. Ask him.
Mr. Payne.
But he's got no reasons. Ask him why.
Little man. Little man. Why?
Say, do you... I am at the Kirkwood house, in the room, near the man, near the vice president, near Andrew Johnson.
Yes.
Near him. I see him. Knife and gun I have. Here. And in the room, in the place, he hit on the door, and when he opened the door, shoot him.
Do it.
Or the knife. No, I can't.
Of course you can.
In my head, I see me doing that to him, and I can't.
Of course you can.
No,
You see, little man.
Yeah, no.
Listen to him.
Little man.
No.
He's mad.
As each of us is mad, Mr. Payne. Madness suckles us, and the warmth of it goes down easily. You are mad, and I, and the little man. And he, most honestly, the little man.
Are you trying to say that...
You are insane, too, Mr. Payne? Is there doubt of it? You are sworn to kill this night Mr. Seward, Secretary of State to this country of evil men. And he... Little man, tonight you will be a hero. And listen, little man, when it is done, when Andrew Johnson is dead, I will give you a present. A thing that sparkles and shines. And you will love it.
Will it be round?
Round. And you will do what I tell you to do. You see, Mr. Payne? Of course you do. Will it be wasted upon the two of you if I say, we lie deep in fair darkness, yet at our side, glory. Go. Do what you must. And each of them took a horse from the stable and rode away. This little man, George Atzerodt, became confused and just rode to exhaustion. And he did not kill. And Mr. Payne... He entered the home of Mr. Seward and fractured the skull of Mr. Seward's son and cut the throat of Mr. Seward. So it was feared for a time he would die. And John Wilkes Booth, he rode toward the theater. And a block from it, in a shadow pool that edged the fall of light from a street lamp, Anna Surratt waited there.
John Wilkes.
Yes?
Now the time has come. Now what you're going to do will be done.
Yes.
You on your horse there, and the fever in your heart to do this thing. I cannot tell you now again not to do this thing.
No.
A burning,
yes.
A hating.
Yes.
How do these things find place among all the tenderness of you? I wish I knew, but I cannot.
No.
Oh, I love you.
And now only a small way more, 1 block more, and John Wilkes Booth rode it. And John Parker, bodyguard to the President of the United States, he was still in the same bar where we left him, choking down another tumbler of whiskey, drinking his way into history's oblivion. Then Booth was at the theater.
Sighed real deep. And that was the last of old Mark Frencher. I'll leave her alone now. You just burned up for...
Abraham Lincoln, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Herb Butterfield was heard as Lincoln, Jack Edwards as John Wilkes Booth, and Clayton Post as John Parker. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, William Conrad, Mary Jane Croft, Betty Lou Gerson, Sammy Hill, Barney Phillips, Roy Glenn, and Junius Matthews.
Bob M. Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That was a wind. An English wind of the winter of 1684. A shutter-rattler of a wind. And it gets under doors and into houses and into rooms. And when it does this, it's known as a searching wind. It worries a door all night long and tinkles crockery hanging on hooks and searches some more. And finally, it finds what it was looking for. This particular wind just found John and Judith and made them cold and made them shiver and made them hate each other. As a matter of fact, this particular wind made them sorry they'd ever killed anybody and gotten into this situation in the first place. So, tonight, my report to you on John and Judith, their crime, and why they didn't get to enjoy it.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Our scene is the country town of Snitton in the parish of Bitterly, near the confluence of the Team and Corve River. The scene, in fact, later immortalized in Henry Luddy's singing stanzas. Indeed, it was a veritable Henry Luddy setting which concerns us here. Summer, heather, gorse, larks on the bough and on the wing, primroses, violas, and maiden fern, squirrels gathering and putting away, gophers and quail. Summerly and a smile, Luddy's very words. And in the middle of this sonnet of summer, right in the middle of it, where the sun shone the most golden, there was a house. And in this house was a kitchen, and in the kitchen was a maid, a hired help, that is. And making love to the maid was John Cupper, Mrs. Cupper's husband, that is. Mrs. Cupper being at the market at the moment.
Oh, now you get to one side, do, so I can get back to that kettle.
That was Judith, the hired help.
Oh, fie the kettle. Give me a lippy do.
And that was John Cupper, the man who hired her.
Sweet one, Judy girl. And sweet it was.
One wine from me, John. The kettle needs doing. And the silver tray needs shining.
You can scour and shine another day.
And your wife will be coming home any time. Unwind,
Oh, she'll not be coming home for a while.
Oh, smart one, bean't you? And how do you know that?
I gave her father enough to buy 2 melons, 2 large melons, I'm walking back with them, little girl. Little Judy'll take a longer time, I tell you.
Oh, smarty. No, John.
Why not? I just told her to me.
A verse, John, like you do, but like you haven't done for a week now. I wants me a verse. Oh, so smart you are. We play the game, John.
All right. Judith walks in the other, light as a feather. Come closer. It's the game. She makes a gay song as she happens along. Judith goes like, Judy girl, give us a lippy-doo. Oh, Judy girl.
Oh, John.
Hello. Well, now, I should have knocked and called out.
Now, Goodwife Smith, I was helping the elf here.
Nonny.
You go about your work, Judith, and if the dust is in your eye, it still troubles you, well, then...
Dust in the eye, Nonny.
I pray you, Goodwife Smith, mention none of this. Now, why do you stand here, Judith? Do your work. Goodwife Smith.
What business is it of mine that you make merry with your maid? I will not tell your wife. And I must leave anyhow at once, almost, as soon as I have got what I came for.
Anything.
Butter, a patling, and put it on that silver tray the wench is shining. And listen to me. I'll return only the butter.
Huh?
Do it, sir. Give it to me. Now.
Yes.
Goodwife Smith placed the silver tray in one tight little fist and went singing right out the door. John and Judith sulked for the next half hour, after which Mrs. Cupper made her entrance.
John, open the door. I'm heavy with melons and cannot reach.
And good melons they were. So supper was had, and after the dishes were cleared by Judith, and the floor swept by Judith, and the pot scoured, and the hearth cleaned and scrubbed, and the linen folded and put aside.
Judith?
Yes, Goody Cupper.
You can eat your supper now. Then you can have the night off.
Yes, Goody Cupper.
And mind you, the lads from Shropshire down the road. Mind you, girl.
Yes, sir.
And later, after Judith had gone.
I like me our maid, John.
What?
Our maid, Judith. She's a good one.
If you say she is.
John?
Yes?
Next year will be 4 years we're married.
Yes.
And my father wagged me it would end before it was 1 year old.
I know.
Oh, my father was a wrong wagger, wasn't he?
Oh, yes.
Coming home from marketing, the good thoughts of this warm house and my love for you choked up in me, and so I knighted Judith off. I thought, John, you remember? John!
Yes?
Where is the silver tray?
What, my love?
The silver tray which Grandfather Wheeler gave to us the day before he was so untimely.
Oh.
Well, where is it?
I gave it to Silversmith to ungreen it.
Oh, good, John. Thoughtful John. John.
Yes.
Alone we are. John.
It's a warm night, Anna, and I...
Oh, and I shiver. Hold close to me.
Well...
And remember the warm night of heather?
Yes.
And the game you taught me to play? The verse you made, and closer I would come?
Speak no more of it, I pray you.
Then what would you do tonight, John?
Well, don't vex me, woman. Suddenly I have bile inside, and it bitters me. Yeah, I'll sit till it's time for bed. You do what you want.
Yes, John, yes.
And Goody Cupper lighted a candle and walked upstairs and went to her bed. She kneeled beside it and pressed her cheek against the pillow. And later she dressed into her fresh linen nightgown and went to bed and let the warmth of the night drift over her. And she slept. Her husband, on the other hand, waited up for the hired help. He paced the living room, and when that produced no Judith, he went outside and paced the garden, which got better results.
Judith. Where you been?
Shropshire.
With those lads all about?
There's no sweet lads like you, John, and you know it.
You tipple.
And what did you think I'd do?
And where did you get the money to buy? Answer me that.
I'll tell you true. In Barbara Mercy's alehouse I was. And there I sat with folded hands and looking prim, and smoothed down my linen from time to time. And I would look up, and there would be a frothy pewter.
Some lad bought you ale.
There was 3.
3 lads?
One was golden, one was dark, and one was bigger.
Oh, yeah, you joke to me. Come to me.
They fighted for me and bloodied each other and walked off arm in arm.
Now listen, there's Heather tonight, Judy.
Well, you my husband.
What?
Goody Cupper owns a feather bed, and I sleep on rags and wood. And let me tell you, John, Barbara Mercy said to marry you, and she's the one who knows. Night, John.
You wait.
What for?
I have already a wife.
And you can't get another till you're rid of her.
True.
And then rid of her.
How?
I did not ask Barbara Mercy that. Perhaps you should.
Perhaps I should. And Judy girl, love...
Do not Judy girl love me. I go to my rags and wood. Night, Master Cupper.
And later, John went into the house, but he hardly slept a wink. Next day, he traveled down to Shropshire, where a lad pointed out Barbara Mercy's alehouse. He told her his trouble and asked her how to solve it. And Barbara Mercy said,
arsenic.
And John was amazed and said, what? And Barbara Mercy, who was a patient woman, laid it out to him.
Arsenic.
Poison my wife?
Arsenic.
And where can I get some?
Arsenic?
But where can I get some?
Why, right here.
It was noon when John got back to his house and opened the door wide to a domestic scene that would have warmed the cockles of a less disturbed man. Judith was churning, and his wife Hannah was crocheting a centerpiece to put on the silver tray after it had been ungreened and returned by the silversmith. Churning, crocheting, and sweet summer smells and sweet bliss.
Oh, Goody.
Oh, John.
Oh, wench.
Oh, Master Copper.
And what did you do in Shropshire Town, John?
Oh, to see a keggler. We've been eating kegs come graping time.
Aye. Wench.
Yes, Goody Copper.
Have you got butter yet? Master Cupper'll want butter on his loaf for luncheon.
Soon.
I first.
Well, there's milk in the larder there. Wench, fetch.
I'll fetch. And I'll bring you some, too.
Well,
Yes, Goody.
it's a good husband, I thought.
Yes, Goody.
My advice to you is to get a husband just as good. Ah, good provider and a thoughtful man. Hold on, I just said you were a thoughtful man.
Cadio, drink your milk.
Thoughtful man.
To drink. All of it for the coolness of it.
What is it, Goody? You just drained Goody, and your face whitened. You be poisoned, Goody, and there's no help for you.
Help me. Help me.
I had to do it to you, Hannah. I tired of you, and I love me Judy girl.
Hello. And well now, oh. What do you do, Goody Cupper, on kitchen floor lying so? Die. What? Die. They poisoned me. Poisoned you say? And you're dying? Yes. And I think you're dead, Goody Cupper. Gun Cupper?
Yes.
And what will you do with her fine things? Her pretty dough? Her jewels? What will you do with them?
The question hung there for a few seconds, and then John didn't do a thing but turn around and run upstairs and gather together all his wife's pretty-os and jewels and gave them to Goody Smith. She tucked them under her arm and went singing... right out of the door.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on John and Judith, their crime, and why they didn't get to enjoy it.
England in 1684. Charles II was on the throne, and when he wasn't on it, he was entertaining variously Nell Gwynn, Lucy Walter, the Duchess of Cleveland, and the Duchess of Portsmouth. It was a prosperous time in England. Spices and gold and tobacco and silver and precious jewels were pouring in from India, and the government was sending brightly colored and highly polished beads and discipline back in return. You'll remember that it was about this time when young Sir Broderick Danley put down an insurrection in Ceylon without a fatality, he and his men being armed only with bullwhips. The richness of empire was reflected everywhere on the British Isles. The rich got richer. And in the countryside, prosperity was evident, too. The lush fields, the busy churneries, the heavily laden honeycombs. In the town of Snitton, in the parish of Bitterley, there was a house. And on the floor of this house was a corpse. Well, it's done.
Oh, not quite done, John. I'm still a single woman.
After the burying, a month past that, and we'll wed.
Oh, and I will be good wife, Judith Cupper.
Goody Cupper.
Oh, I like the sound of it. But don't you close to me till I'm called that, John Cupper. Called that by the neighbors and all the townspeople all about.
Judy.
Aye.
She's coming again. I can see her on the path through the window. Goody Smith.
Oh, she's a greedy woman, John.
Yes.
To be feared.
Hello!
What want you now?
A question to ask.
Which is?
Who's to do the burying of her? Who's to do the building of the coffin and the digging of the grave?
In Shropshire Town, there's a lad who...
In Snitton here, close to you, there's a lad, too. Brother to me, a young lad starting up a trade. He'll build you a stout coffin and dig you a deep hole and cover it up again.
For how much will he do?
20 pounds?
Which is 4 times what the lad from...
We'll do it.
Then I'll send him to you. Give me the 20 pounds, please.
Now, it must be said that although Goody Smith's brother Fenton was a willing lad, he was not too bright. Plus the fact that he had never done this sort of work before. Mostly he had just roamed about and scared people. Well, he made the casket too small and of an inferior grade of lumber cut with crude craftsmanship, so that an alarming accident took place at the interment. A carpenter had to be summoned from Shropshire to repair the damage. But the grave had been dug so deep and so narrow that he wouldn't get in it. And so Goody Cupper got buried in a faulty coffin. And a month later, there was a new Goody Cupper.
Oh, John, I'm so happy.
So am I, Judy girl.
Hello! Make heap of your wedding pewter. I'll take it home with me.
This was in August. And in September...
I broke my churner, Goody Cupper.
But how will I...
Have your husband bring it to me if that's what you wanted to ask. Always did like that churner you used.
And in October, the early part.
My brother's outside with cart, John Cupper. The constable says I must keep him indoors. That rocker you're rocking on's always been a favorite of his.
And in October, the later part.
Seems to me that soon you'll have nothing left.
Which is true, Barbara Mercy.
Last night she took dining table and all the chairs around it.
Listen. When Barnabas howls, 'tis a bitter cold that spills from the moors. A bitter winter's coming in.
Aye. When coming here, we saw the ice had formed on the River Teme where it touched the Coyle.
I've answer for you.
Tell us.
Arsenic.
I thought you would give us counsel in such a way, Barbara Mercy.
Arsenic.
Aye, and here was money.
Arsenic.
You have said it, Barbara Mercy. There is no need to look thus. You have said it.
What?
Here's the money for the poison, Barbara Mercy.
Oh, Taddy-o. I've got it right here in me apron. Here. Arsenic.
Taddy-o.
Taddy-o, Barbara Mercy.
It's cold, Judy girl, love. In that dismal time.
Oh, soon it'll be warm, John-o.
But yet it grows colder by the minute.
Goes through the heather, light as a feather, and makes a gay song as she happens along, singing, nonny-o, nonno, nonny-o day, singing, sing with me, Goody Smith, singing, nonny-o, nonny-o day, nonny.
Oh, he cuts the cake for your husband, John does. The way he does! It's a dancer you are, John Cupper. Is that
why you invited me to your house. To see you at Caper.
To enjoy you, Goody Smith. To party with you, as neighborly does.
And you bear me no malice for my borrowing, do you?
Bear you malice? Now, why should I do that? Such a neighbor as yours. Now, there, one of the... my gullet's dry and it's a wet it needs. Let's drink our ale. And a mullet, Judy, with your poker.
Yes. This one is yours, Goody Smith. Drink you, and we'll all drink. In truth? In truth. Yes, this one is yours. What did you do?
Why did you spill the ale?
Goody Smith, why did you? Oh, it's festive, I feel.
I'll fetch more ale.
And we'll spill it.
What aches you, Goody Smith?
There's not a thing that aches, nor will there be. I have seen your first wife die, John Cupper, from a poison, and I want none of it for myself. No, you will not murder me. I will take the copper cups tonight. Fetch them. Fetch them now. For the festive is over, and I'm going home.
And an hour after that, the Team River froze over. That's how cold it got. Any dogs that had howled outside had stopped howling. They'd frozen to death. John and Judith moved the mattress downstairs near the fireplace and huddled together under their last feather quilt. And John and Judith shivered, and their teeth chattered, and they stuck their heads under the blanket and fought a subtle little battle about who would get most of the warmth.
Get up and stir the fire, John.
Well, there's hardly what to stir. This morning she made me deliver all the firewood.
Don't, stupid.
What would you have me do? Would you...
Inside, Brendan, quickly. And close the door. Hello. And well now, to sleep by the fire, I see.
Go away, Goody Smith. For the love of heaven, go away.
Oh, my brother Fenton is here. He tires of rocking. He wishes to lie down. And I have neither mattress nor feather quilt for him. Oh, viper, you snake of the world. Oh, greatest foul. Dear Goody Copper. How the cold has made you forget. I have forgot nothing. Go, get out. Oh, tell her, John, tell her.
Oh, get out. You get nothing more. Get out.
Very well. Come, Fenton.
Judy girl. No, Judy girl. Judy girl. Come in quickly, whoever you be. And who may you be, sir?
I am King's Constable.
On what mission, sir?
To read a warrant.
On what charge, sir?
Murder.
Well, then read it and get on with it.
On the complaint of good wife Sarah Smith of the town of Snitton in the parish of Bitterley, that John Copper did horribly contrive with his maidservant Judith, now his wife, in poisoning his then wife Hannah, that these two shall be taken to the assizes in Shrewsbury and there tried. Come along.
They were too cold to protest. It was warm in jail, and there was a hot broth. Facts which suffused them with such a sense of well-being that they confessed everything.
Oh, I put the white arsenic in the milk and chucked her beneath the chin as she drank it down.
But it was my idea. I said to him, kill your wife, John.
And so I did, and I felt no remorse for it since I loved Judith.
And I loved Jono, which is why we needed to destroy Goody Copper.
Whoa, we murdered my wife. There's no doubt of it at all. Poisoned her.
Oh, I'm getting warm, Jono.
She was burned at the stake and reduced to ashes. John was hung in chains, but on a warm spring day, and he seemed to be smiling. Goody Smith attended his execution, and for some reason or another, she claimed his body.
John and Judith, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed by Bernard Herrmann and conducted by Lud Gluskin, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Ben Wright was heard as John, Betty Harford as Judith, and Jeanette Nolan as Goody Smith. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Norma Barden, and Alec Harford. Bob Lamont speaking.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's a frigate cutting through the Caribbean. It's just before dawn and cloudless is the sky. The year is 1736, when the stars were younger than they are now and shone more brightly. And this particular sky of tropic brilliance was a navigator's dream. Land was close, and a trade wind bellied the mainsail and set the good frigate scudding. And daylight was just beyond the horizon. There, at the wheel, the helmsman, John Richardson. And holding his bottle for him was his small and drunken friend, Richard Coyle. The frigate sank in 6 minutes and drew sharks. The helmsman and his friend got away, only to commit other nuisances on the seven seas. So tonight, my report to you on Coyle and Richardson, why they hung in a spanking breeze.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Making rum in Havana in 1736. The place went good with rum. It was hot. There were a lot of mosquitoes, and in every nook and cranny there were dark-eyed beauties. It was necessary to fortify oneself. Beside which, Havana was under almost continual attack by pirates and buccaneers, some of whom stayed over because of the rum. So the town was peopled mostly, besides the dark-eyed beauties, that is, by trenchant cutthroats, deserting sailors, runaway slaves, uncaught murderers, and, generally speaking, black-hearted knaves. All in all, a populace dedicated to Saturday night. One of the fellows who just had Saturday night and was lying in an alley was a deserting seaman named John Richardson. That's John for you. And here comes Dick. Dick Coyle,
little man who robbed drunken sailors. Here he comes.
Such a big one you are, mate. So much of you unconscious. Now let's see what you got in your pockets to make a small one like me more comfortable. Now here's a...
Gotcha, little weasel.
Let me go! Let me go!
Little scurvy. Going through my pockets, were you? How you want it, mate? Knife or just twist your neck? Little sparrow. Think I will twist your head clean off.
No, mate. No, mate, listen to me.
At what?
It's an important thing I got to tell you, mate. I swear. And something to give you, too, mate. Hey, now. Hey.
What?
Ain't you...
I'm John Richardson.
John Richardson. John. Oh, John. Big John. How be you, John?
What weaseling you doing, mister, to keep me from killing you?
Now, why should you be killing me?
For stealing my pockets dry.
Oh, I was leaning close over you to see if you be Big John Richardson. Because I got this for you.
What?
This watch. This watch I'm holding up for you.
Oh.
See how it spins, John.
Oh.
See how pretty from a chain.
Pretty.
Gold.
Pretty.
And it's yours, Big John Richardson. Take it. Go on. What's the matter?
You weren't looking for me to give me a... What? What?
There comes a sailor, John. With a sea bag, John.
What of it?
Who can tell what's in the sea bag? Jewels, maybe. Or what can be sold for money. Could you take it from him, John?
Give me the watch, you said.
You take that sea bag from the sailor boy and I'll give it to you.
You swear?
I do, John. Oh, I do.
Now give me the watch.
Now, first, let's see what's in the sea bag. Why, here's a pretty, John. A knitted hat. Put it on, John. Do. I'll help you. There. How nice you look, John.
And a friendship was born. And all over the Caribbees, people ducked when John Richardson and Dick Coyle came into town. However, there were the unwarned, the unwary. For instance, on a night in Port-au-Prince, a lascar off a trader.
You can pluck the earring from his ear, John. Get him.
Oh, Lascar.
Good, John. That's the boy, John. Help yourself. It looked fine in your ear.
Or on a night in Roanoke, just when the colonists were finally going good in there with the Indians.
Indians has got nothing. Have to hit a dozen of them before it's worth the night.
And then, professionals that they were ready for New York. And they made out well. The big city folks hadn't heard about them, so no one was ducking. And just when Big John and Little Dick were raking it in, so to speak, you guessed it, a woman.
Put me down. Put me down. Put her down, John. He's a strong one, John is, ain't he, Bertha? Oh, yes. John.
Aye.
Would you like to kiss Miss Nolding?
Aye.
He'd like to kiss you. Go on, Johnny. He's my friend, Johnny is. He's my friend.
Dick. Dickie.
Kiss her again, John. Kiss her.
Now, you listen to me, Dickie. Dickie!
Don't you do it, John. Don't you do nothing to me.
I'll leave him be, John.
I just want to tell him
I'm listening at you, John.
I like this one, Dickie. I like to marry this one.
I'll be blowed.
I like you too, John.
Oh, ask her. Ask her. Miss Nolan, my friend would consider it indeed a great honor if you give him your hand in marrying.
Oh, I'd love to.
Which are the events immediately surrounding the marriage of Bertha Nolding and John Richardson. They moved into a small cottage and took in one boarder. You know who, Dick Coyle. John was so enamored with Bertha that Dick couldn't get him to go out nights and do their routine on the docks. So soon their money ran out.
Let's go to sea again, John boy.
Bertha,
Yes, John boy?
he wants me to go to sea again.
Why?
The money's run out.
Why don't you go to sea again, John boy?
And they got a berth on the good ship Malta Queen, shipping tar out of Boston, picking up sugar out of Havana and taking it to Florida. And one night, just before dawn, John was at the wheel, and Coyle was by his side.
Have another, John boy. Drink here.
Good rum.
Havana rum's the best. And look what you've done.
And what have I done?
Let go of the wheel and look at the zigzag you're making.
Come, wheel. Come to me, wheel. Wheel, spin.
I'll have you another, John boy.
After you, mate.
Oh, no, after you.
All righty. Havana rum's the best rum. Tell you what it does. Goodens the eye.
Do it now. Goodens the eye, aye?
Goodens it. Give you, for instance,
Give me one, Johnny boy.
off the bow there. Rocks.
The Kiss of Three Sisters rock, we call it. Know it well, for when I sail
And
with...
you're thinking we'll hit it with the boaty now, the way we're sailing.
Aye, that I do.
That we won't. Sharp eyes in me now that the Havana rum...
Shipwreck, don't you, in which the frigate sank in 6 minutes? It is interesting to note that the coral rock known as the Kiss of Three Sisters was later changed by seamen to Shark's Feast Rock, and so it remains today. Coyle and Richardson, however, clung to a spar and drifted to shore, the sole survivors of their grisly mistake. They were picked up from an atoll in Key West by a pirate band with whom they made fast friends, as their personal philosophies were very much akin. In 6 months, Richardson and Coyle were back in New York, sunburned and broke. They made their way immediately to the little cottage where resides John's wife, Bertha.
And what did you bring from me, John?
I had your name tattooed to me.
Now, what a thing to bring to a wife.
Dick here had your name tattooed to him, too.
Now, did you, Dick?
Aye, right across my chest. Mrs. Bertha Richardson.
Your love, the two of you. Now, I have a surprise for you.
What be it?
I've got 800 pounds.
Oh.
Have you now?
My daddy dear died of the jumping blinders.
Oh, poor man. And 800 pounds he left, did he?
He did, indeed.
And where's the pounds, me darling Mrs. Richardson?
In the loose brick there. Keeping it as a surprise for my wandering Johnny boy. Come to me, Johnny boy.
Aye.
John? Johnny boy, I missed you.
Do it, John. A pretty throat, John.
Bertha.
John?
Do it. We'll have that money, John.
Bertha. Bertha.
That's the lad.
Bertha.
You've done it, lad.
Bertha.
Lad, John boy. Let go, Johnny boy. You've done it. It's here, John. The money's here, just like Burke said. What a surprise for a homecoming. Good boy.
As luck would have it, there was a boat leaving that very night for Italy. The Sorrento Dove, Captain Lucian Faber, master. The boys signed on. 3 nights at sea, Dick Coyle got the first mate so drunk that all he had to do was lead him by the hand, and that's how Coyle's friend Richardson got to be first mate. Italy in 1737 is where Richardson and Coyle made their next appearance. They were in a gondola being pulled down the Grand Canal, enjoying the sights and the company of Carlotta Faber.
And was my husband kind to you?
A question asked because Captain Lucian Faber was her husband, and Captain Faber was the master of the vessel that had brought the lads to Venice.
I was kind to them. Ain't he a pretty one, Mr. Coyle?
Ow!
The captain asked, jabbing Dick Coyle with his elbow.
What's the elbow, Captain?
And my mate stumbled overboard. I made Richardson there take his place. And when I lost my second in the blow off the Azores, well, I promoted Mr. Coyle. Didn't I, Mr.
Oh, please, Captain.
And a fine mate, I'd say Mr. Richardson did make.
And you'd be saying through, Mrs. Captain Faber. Look at him there, sleeping like a babe. Big John Richardson.
Bambino. Molte bambino. Molte, molte.
Carlotta, you promised not to talk Italian when I come home. I've got no way of knowing what you said when...
I said simply that Mr. Richardson was a large baby. Large.
Captain.
Yes?
How come you come to settle here in Venice, Captain?
Carlotta, her home. She doesn't want to leave. I want to take her to Camden, New Jersey to live, my home. But the dear darling wanted to stay here in Venice.
Molte.
Huh? What did you say, dear darling?
Nothing.
Oh, bring yourself here, dear darling, and lean against me. Come.
No.
Now, you just come here.
No.
Now, you don't have to be bashful about my
If
friend.
I will move, I will awaken this great bambino who has fallen asleep in such a way that I...
Let's don't wake him, Captain. He'll just clutter up. Let's talk about what we started out to talk about.
Yes.
John and me always wanted to own a ship, Captain.
What are you humming for, Carlotta, dear darling?
I want to hum, that is all.
Captain.
Oh, yes. Go on, mister. What were you saying?
Well, John and me always wanted a boat. Ain't saying we got enough to buy a whole boat. Not a whole boat such as yours. But half a boat.
How much you holding, mister?
600 pounds?
Can't sell you no partnership for so little.
7, Captain.
I'm loading cargo tomorrow for Honduras, mister. Before I get clearing, I'm needing more than 7, mister.
8, and that's all we got.
And that's all I need.
We'll draw papers in the morning.
Good.
Full partner.
Full partner.
And one of us gets hurt or dead, the share goes to the other.
Agree.
Johnny boy, wake. We own half a boat, Johnny. Half a boat.
How'd I get here?
Molte. Now mind you, Johnny boy, keep it on course.
Aye.
Hold the wheel as tight as if it were your own lady.
Aye.
This ain't the Malta Queen to be run up on the rocks, John. This is our own ship. Johnny boy, that's thinking you're doing when you say it's a shame only half the ship belongs to us. And such a shame, too.
Aye.
You say, and why do you say that? What could be in that thinking brain of yours? You said 'twas a shame only half the ship was...
You said it, so it must be a shame.
Shall I tell you why, John boy?
Aye.
Because half a ship is half a cargo and half a profit.
Aye.
And the whole ship. Well, now listen, John boy. We contracted with a captain. One partner dies, his share goes to the other.
Aye.
He's in his cabin, John boy.
In his hammock.
Peaceful.
And...
Let's have him an accident, John boy.
Aye.
Now.
Aye.
Aye, Preble. Avast, Preble. Take the wheel for Mr. Richardson, mister. The captain's calling to us. Oh, it's a good day for us, John boy.
You know who is a nice lady?
Uh-huh.
The captain's wife.
She's a widow you can marry with.
Aye.
Here. Oh, Mr. Hartley.
What can I do for you, mister?
As steward, you be holding the blunderbuss under lock and key.
Aye. And so?
Well, let's have it, lad. Let's have it.
Only the captain asks for the blunderbuss and gets it, mister.
The first mate here wants it.
I want it. Only the captain wants it and gets it.
John boy.
Aye. Such a big gun, this blunderbuss.
Come along, John. It's a beautiful way to die, Johnny boy. Sleeping in a hammock with softy dreams. Put the muzzle to him, John, and send him on. Well, do it.
Dickie.
Do it.
I can't.
Chicken heart of a man, pull the trigger. Shoot his head off.
The trigger stuck. What is happening here?
Strangle him, John boy. Throw the gun aside and strangle him.
No, you don't. No.
Catch him, John.
Shoot him, strangle him. Run, put the gun aside, strangle him. Oh, which? What do you want me to do?
Catch him and kill him.
He's climbing the rigging, Dickie.
Well, let him climb. We'll shoot him down from there like a nesting bird. Hey there, Captain. You know what's going to happen to you, don't you? Mean man, you'll sail to the death of all of us. Get the trigger fixed, John boy.
Aye. Aye, aye.
me try to construct the picture for you. Picture first a frigate under full sail on the Honduras run. Sea, sky, ship. Now rigging of ship. Now on rigging captain of ship, fresh from a noonday snooze in a hammock, who, from force of habit, had time only to grab his plumed captain's hat. Scared. Below him on deck, Dickie Coyle and John Richardson. Dickie threatening the captain's life, and John fingering the trigger of a blunderbuss, which had a pretty good range. And now, gathering toward the scene of this nautical picture, the crew, muttering, pointing, and wide-eyed. Now the picture moves, as the captain holds on with one hand and gesticulates with the other.
Men, listen to me. I am your captain, and you who have sailed with me before know, oh, how well you know, that I have only your welfare at heart. Which of you has it in him to stand by and watch his captain perish? Which of you does not remember the storms I sailed you through, the still seas and the torrents? And which of you could not come to me in times of stress, needing advices or medicine, and I would give it to you? Men, I order you, seize those two men who wish to murder me and throw me into irons. I order it, and there will be rum in the forecastle when I get back on deck. You heard me, men. Direct!
The men, used to a ship where fair play had been practiced, only shifted their feet and listened just as attentively to what Dickie Coyle had to say. And Dickie Coyle said it.
Get below, men. I'll divide with all of you what monies there are in the captain's chest. Get below. How's the trigger, John boy?
Fixed.
Throw him overboard, John. Now turn the boat around, John boy, and let's go back to Venice.
It is you. Finally, it is the two of you.
After a year it's been.
Hello, ma'am.
I cannot allow myself to say it.
Oh, yes, you can. Your husband's dead, Mom.
You tell me this?
Foot caught in a halyard, Mom, and over he went. In a storm he was. Men begging him to stay below, they loved him so. But not him, brave fool that he was.
Police!
Ma'am, what are you saying?
There came here a steward to my husband, from whom you wrested the blunderbuss he would not give you. He has told me the story.
How you shot, John boy. We'd better run. We'd best leave here, John boy.
I'd like to read a translation from a Venetian chronicle of the time. Richardson and Coyle were apprehended by the local police on the Ponte Vecchio, where they were splitting a goatskin of wine. When taken in custody, they were dressed as gondoliers. In prison, Richard Coyle convinced his jailer that a terrible mistake had been made, that he and his friend were indeed servants to the King of Naples. They were released.
Don't feel too badly, good man. Mistakes will happen. Come on, John. The king must be worried. Come.
Only to be apprehended again when they paused over another skin of wine. And they were tried and found guilty of murder and mutiny. And one day, they were led in chains to a ship of the Navy which was about to sail. The order of execution had it that Richard Coyle was to die first. But there was a conference.
You want to go first, don't you, John boy?
Well,
Sure you do.
I want to go first.
So the order was reversed. And as the ship sailed to sea, they were hanged from a yardarm.
and past the breakwater, they were cut down. John Richardson hit the water first. Richardson, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed by Bernard Herrmann and conducted by Lud Gluskin. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Walter Tetley was heard as Coyle and Clayton Post as Richardson. Featured in the cast were Georgia Ellis, Herb Butterfield, Gladys Holland, and Charles Calvert. Gil Warren speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's the way Missouri sounded just after the Civil War. Wind through elm trees, wind through long grass, wind blowing up the dust and puffing it down the wagon road. And listen again. Another Missouri sound. A rope, a new rope, freshly purchased at a crossroads store and cut into 6 equal lengths to support 6 bodies of approximately equal size. By neck, 6 bodies, 6 Missouri boys in Union uniforms, newly come home from the war, waylaid by Coyle Younger and his brothers, who were on a perpetual rampage until they were stopped. So tonight, my report to you on the Younger brothers, why some of them grew no older.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Before the Civil War, there was a border war. The boys from Kansas took gun to hand and shot up the boys from Missouri. And the next Saturday night, vice versa. It got so they didn't wait till Saturday night. Every day was bloody day for everybody. The question now arises, why? The answer is simple. A difference of opinion about slavery. And they couldn't wait till war was declared. Raid and pillage and slaughter in bloody colors smeared on in bold brushstrokes. And one day, through this never-never land of pistol and knife and torch, there walked a young man. His name was Coyle Younger. He was leading a horse and buckboard, and when he came to a certain shack by the road, he was at the end of his journey. People around saw he wasn't armed, so they let him through. They saw his face and the look in his eye, and they let him through.
Ain't you learned to knock on a door, Sonny?
You're Mr. Quantrell, ain't you?
I admire politeness in young men. You try knocking...
My dad is dying on a buckboard outside. You come see.
I seen dying, Sonny.
You come see.
All right. He's dead, Sonny. I'm sorry.
Shot him while he's standing there just talking to him. Just saying why were they on his land. Shot him because he raised his voice to them.
Kansans?
Jayhawkers from Kansas. North boys.
What are you needing, Sonny? A burying for your daddy?
A burying's a private thing, and it's a thing I'll do myself, Mr. Quantrell. When are you riding into Kansas to kill you some Jayhawkers?
Tonight, maybe.
After I bury my daddy, maybe?
Soon after that.
I'm coming with you.
Of course you are.
Not right after he buried his daddy, but soon after. Cole Younger had to take an oath before he became a member of Quantrell's Raiders. It was called the Black Oath, black being the color Quantrell admired most, since it suggested death and danger. The candidate was placed between 4 men clothed in black, wearing hideous masks representing the devil. First, these men clattered long, keen swords together, then pointed one at the candidate's throat, one at his heart, one at his arms, one at his feet, while the oath was spoken.
The purpose of war is to kill. I will fight because I want no other occupation. I will tear down, waste, and despoil my enemies. By the powers of darkness, here under the black arch of heaven's avenging symbol, I pledge and consecrate my heart, my brain, my body, and my limbs to exterminate Federals, Jayhawkers, and their abettors. And if I fail in my oath, may an unmerciful devil tear out my heart and roast it over flames of sulfur.
Well, by the time war came, Cole Younger was 2 years older. He was Quantrell's first lieutenant. This rise from the ranks because he was a smart lad, a reader of books, a blower-up of ammunition trains, a burner-down of farm buildings, a pillager par excellence, a murderer meticulous, in that he only shot males, and mostly always from the neck up. An exception to this last was the time in Lawrence, Kansas, in a bar, on Christmas Eve.
And I offer you a drink, one and all, so step up to the bar. And you're my friends, one and all. Ain't that so, Billy? Billy? Drunken friend Billy, you sleep so sound, Billy. And don't you too, Johnny. You sleep 'cause you got no sleep at Shiloh. Tell them how it was at Shiloh, should I? Listen, all of you, all around.
Yank.
You step right up and have a drink, courtesy of me and Bill and Johnny and the Union Army.
Yank.
Huh?
What you doing round these parts?
Sent us out here to get us Quantrell.
What's your name?
Martin, Wallace Martin.
A sergeant from the stripes on your uniform.
And my drunken friend Billy's my corporal.
You've
and...
seen a lot of killing, ain't you?
Didn't you hear? We were at Shiloh.
Were you brave at Shiloh?
Huh?
Brave. Like you are now.
What are you talking about?
Talking a street just before you're gonna die?
You ain't too tall a fella to be told.
Billy. Corporal Billy, wake up. Now, you come on. Open your eyes, Bill. You see this, Bill? Johnny! Yankee Johnny! You're a bright one. Up and ready. Why you shivering, Johnny? Why you shivering so? Merry Christmas to one and all.
You're John Younger, aren't you?
Yeah, but what's the idea all you men busting in here?
Vigilantes.
What you won't hear?
Coyle Younger's your brother, isn't he?
Yeah.
Where is he?
He ain't here.
Where is he?
Fighting a war.
Shooting 3 men down, 2 of them sleeping, ain't fighting a war. Where is he?
I told you.
Pinkett! Throw that rope over that rafter. Where's your brother, John?
Look, I don't know where Coyle is. Texas, maybe. Louisiana, maybe.
All right, men.
You want me to holler. You want me to scream mercy. Well, hang me and see if I do it.
All right. All right, John. You're biting a lip when I put the noose around your neck, but that ain't hollering, is it, John? And drawing it tight. You ain't hollering either. Where you hiding Coyle? All right, Pinkett. Let him down. Loosen the rope a little, John, so you can holler. Or tell me where Coyle is.
You'll rot before I tell you. You'll rot before I tell you.
Regular brother to Coyle, ain't you?
Try me.
I just tried you. The end of a rope.
A dozen of you did that. One at a time.
Pinkett!
Wait.
All right. All right. We'll wait.
You're going to kill me. I got to say something. I got to tell you about Coyle. Why, if you were licking his boots, you'd be in the right relation to him. He's fighting for what he knows in himself is right.
Your brother isn't a bloodletter and... Kicker, are you? That's good. That's very fine. Because now you'll kick high ones and low ones in the air all around. Pinkett!
But they didn't hang him until he was dead. They hung him till just before he was dead and then let him down and beat him up and left him. But they didn't find out where Coyle was, and that spunky brother of his knew all the time where Coyle was. In the hills, not 2 miles away. Down the road and through a pass and up a hill and 2 miles away.
Hi, John. They came looking for you, Coyle.
They tried to kill you.
Did a thing with a rope. Here.
Thing like that, and you didn't say a word, did you?
I'm coming along with you, Coyle. From now on.
That's good.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Captain Kennelly of CBS Radio's 21st Precinct called to remind us that the station house will be shut down this Friday night while the program moves. Beginning next Wednesday, at a somewhat earlier hour on most of these same stations, 21st Precinct will join Crime Classics, Crime Photographer, and the rest of your Wednesday Stars Address dramatic thrillers. Listen for the 21st Precinct a week from tonight at its new time. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland in the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on the Younger Brothers, why some of them grew no older.
On April 9th, 1865, General Lee surrendered, and the war was over. A thing happens when a war is ended. A pall hangs over the land, and then suddenly there's a maelstrom of activity. Returnings, accountings of gains and of losses, dead battles fought again on saloon tables, lost legs bragged about, the blinded eye, the maimed arm, the victory ball and the brain shocked from its moorings and adrift. And finally, the bright young men funneling into the area of sorrows and devastation, to sell, to cheat, to build. Which was Missouri in 1866.
6 of them Yankees, Cole.
And one shot scared him.
All right, men, get him!
That don't look like none of them are armed, Cole.
Yeah. Who's speaking for these men?
I be.
Who are you? What the 6 of you doing riding here?
I ask you the same question. What's 50 of you doing stopping us? There must be 50 of you.
I'm Coyle Younger. That one over there is John Younger. That's my brother, Jim. And Bob is...
The Younger boys, huh?
That's right, mister.
I hear you believe the war ain't over.
Guess you believe like me. Else why you riding in uniform?
Well, you're not a simple man from what I heard, Younger. You know why we're uniformed. We're riding to Indians.
John?
Oh.
Hang 'em, John.
In the name of heaven, you wouldn't hang the 6 of us.
John.
Hell.
The wind and the rope. You remember. Coyle Younger and his brothers hanged 6 soldiers. You might ask how come Bob and Jim Younger were with Cole and John all of a sudden. Well, they were. After the war, there was a reunion, and the 4 of them decided to cast lots together, as the saying goes, to join forces, to butter their bread all on one side. Anyhow, for the next 10 years, the brothers Younger robbed and killed and burned. John Younger was shot down by a detective in St. Clair and was buried near there. Then, on the 7th of April, 1876, in a shack on the skirts of Northfield, Minnesota.
It's them, Cole.
All right, Bob, open the door for them.
Come on in, boys.
Hi, Jesse.
Hello, Cole. You met my brother Frank, haven't you?
Sure, everybody knows everybody. James boys, Jess and Frank.
Cole?
Uh-huh.
You told your boys how we're going to do that bank?
Don't you worry about it.
I ain't worried about nothing, Cole. I just asked you a question.
Don't worry, Jess. They'll do what they got to do.
They'd better. Everything ready?
Sure.
Town people having that political meeting like you said they would be?
Yes, I know.
Then we don't have to wait for nothing.
For nothing at all.
Cole.
Uh-huh.
A lot of money in that bank. That's good. Me and Frank talking about retiring for a little while. Going to Mexico.
Hey.
Huh?
Sniff.
What are you smelling, Cole?
Too empty.
Gosh.
Just said too empty, that's all. You and me, Jess, Bob, and Frank. Rest of you wait. Stick up, mister. Just slide everything you got through the window. Back of the window, Jess. See, he's not cheating.
All the money, ma'am. And don't scream. Just don't scream.
Not the silver, mister. Silver's too heavy to carry.
Come on, come on.
How you and Frank doing, Bob?
Good, good.
Let's get out of here. Come on, Bob, Frank.
Okay, boys.
Now, just don't gallop till we turn the corner. All of us galloping might disturb that meeting.
What's the matter, Cole?
Too empty. Like I said.
Nothing to shiver about, Cole. There's a meeting.
Plan kind of empty. That's what these streets are. Look there, boys. Run!
The bank robbery at Northfield was the turning point. The instant that the townspeople, instead of being at a meeting, had formed a posse and ambushed the outlaws, the bringers of terror became fugitives. The younger brothers had never turned tail and run before, nor had the James boys. But some loop in time, some coordinates of chance, conspired that they retreat at exactly the same moment. At darkness, they lost their pursuers, but they kept riding. It was not until almost midnight that they found a hiding place.
How's your arm, Bob?
Hurts. Lucky we got away, ain't we, Cole?
We haven't done it yet.
Jim hurt bad?
Can't ride no more.
Dying?
Maybe.
Cole.
Yeah.
Jess is fuming. I walked over in the clearing a minute ago. Him and his brother was teasing with Jim.
Take us a walk, huh? Hi, Jess.
Just looking at your brother here. Marveling.
Oh?
How's he staying alive?
That bothering you, son?
Well, I'll tell you, Cole. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Jesse?
You talking at me, Bob Younger?
Tell my brother Cole what you've been saying about Jim.
I've been saying, Cole, your brother Jim be better off dead. Better for a lot of people.
Like who?
All of us. So we can get on our horses and start riding. How long do you think it's going to take that posse to catch up with us?
The truth is, Jesse, I haven't thought about that.
Well, now, just you think about it.
Jim can't ride, Jess.
That's what I've been saying.
What do you think we ought to do with him?
Leave him.
Oh?
Or shoot him. I'd shoot him.
Jess?
Uh-huh.
You're a dog, Jesse.
Oh, you think so, huh?
I'll tell you what else I've been thinking.
Tell me, Cole. Tell me real fast so you can get it out.
Thinking how it would be we drew on each other.
Be pretty with me.
Want to try?
Be pretty with me.
Stop it! You two loco killing each other? That's what'd happen, you know it.
What do you think, Jesse?
I think maybe your brother Bob is right. But you want to try. Here I am.
You get going, Jesse.
You gonna stick around for a posse?
Maybe. Just you get going.
Not because you're saying it. Because I think it's a thing to do. Come on, Frank.
Jim. Can you hear me, brother? Your smiling makes me know you can. Now, don't you talk.
Coolness to your head.
Don't you worry. Nobody's going to leave you. We're going to take care of you, Jim. Get a doctor to you.
Somehow they eluded the posse from Northfield, and Jim got stronger, and they rode. There were 4 of them, Cole Younger and his brothers Jim and Bob, and a man named Charlie Pitts. Across Minnesota they rode and into Iowa, and now there were posses everywhere, some numbering 1,000 men. And they couldn't catch the Younger brothers. Rewards and promises by bankers and sheriffs and governors, and they couldn't catch the Youngers. The brothers, as far as anyone could tell, were headed into Missouri, but no one could catch them. And once...
Think I got one of them, Cole.
And me, too.
Think there was only 2?
You cover me. I'll go make sure.
Thought I'd got you before, Sonny.
Got my card.
Guess me and my brother both got him. You hurt bad? Crazy to try to ambush us. Only 2 of you, son.
Reward.
What are they offering for us?
Thousands. I don't know.
And you and your partner wanted to kill the younger brothers.
Everybody.
They all out after the younger brothers, huh?
Everybody.
Mm-hmm. You hurt?
Hurt.
You didn't deserve better, kid.
Two of them, Cole?
Like you said, kids. Kids. How old are you, Brother Bob? Yeah. It's a long way.
Bob, get out! Must be hundreds of them. Keep shooting, Bob. Charlie, I'll go look after Jim.
Out! You hit! Just keep shooting!
And at last they were surrounded. Charlie Pitts was killed almost at once, but the younger brothers held off 100 men for hours. Finally...
Shot to pieces!
And they truly were shot to pieces. Cole had been shot 11 times, with 1 rifle ball under his right eye. Jim had 8 buckshot and 1 rifle ball in the body, plus the shattered jawbone he'd received at Northfield. And Bob's arm was practically macerated. So they were captured. 7 years of plunder, hate, and murder. Done now. The younger brothers leashed. Finally. They were tried and sentenced to life imprisonment in the penitentiary at Stillwater, Minnesota. Several newspapers tried to get Cole Younger's story, and here is a copy of the letter which he wrote to one of them.
Dear sir, without intending the least disrespect, permit me to say, positively I will have nothing to do with writing a history of any kind. As for anything since the war, a true statement would fall flat. I look upon my life since the war as a blank and will never say anything to make it appear otherwise. The world may believe what it pleases. I have nothing to say unless it would be a request, using the language of a fellow. Speak of me as I am, nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. I was a soldier and fought to hurt, but I never molested a non-combatant. Truly yours, Coleman Younger.
Bob Younger died in prison in 1889. Jim and Cole were released after 25 years. In 1902, Jim committed suicide in a hotel room in St. Paul over an unrequited love. Cole lived until 1916. A quiet life. He sat on a front porch in Lee's Summit, Missouri, and whittled and rocked and talked to hardly anyone at all. But he thought a lot.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The Younger Brothers, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed by Bernard Herrmann and conducted by Lud Gluskin, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Jack Edwards was heard as Cole, Sam Edwards as Bob, and Jimmy Eagles as John Younger. Featured in the cast were Barney Phillips, Clayton Post, Bill Bissell, and Walter Tetley. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, South Konkan, India, in the spring of 1856. we will concern ourselves with two brothers. Their names were Kanak and Supan, and they despised each other. It's listed in my files as How Supan Got the Hook Outside Bombay. Thank you. Good night.
Two more familiar CBS radio headliners have moved. This Friday night on most of these stations, where you've been accustomed to hearing Stage Struck, the Stars Address now brings you the new Friday night full-hour Arthur Godfrey Digest show, bringing you Arthur and all the little Godfreys back to nighttime radio with a bang. As for Stage Struck, this fine full-hour visit with Broadway shows and Broadway folks will be presented Sundays at the Stars Address from now on. Thursday nights, Marlene Dietrich stars in Time for Love on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That was a beaten iron bailing hook. A native of India named Kanak just plunged it into a bale of cotton. It was his favorite tool. He used it to plunge into logs when he needed logs. He used it to tear up the hard, sun-packed earth when he wanted to plant, and, mighty hunter that he was, he used it to plunge into charging wild boars whenever he wanted to show the fellows how it was done. And when Kanak went to kill his brother Supan, oh, this beaten iron bailing hook was a veritable handy home workshop. So tonight, my report to you on how Supan got the hook outside Bombay.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
I would like to address a few pertinent remarks to those of you who may never have been in South Konkan province, India. It lies athwart the Western Ghats and the Arabian Sea. In 1856, the time that concerns us, the province claimed many more vultures than it does now. It was a place of contrasts, of beggars and marble temples, of havildars and pakasabs, of monsoon and searing sun, barren fields, jackals, pomegranates, cobra, Englishmen, fakirs, and veiled maidens, and life and death. Now, there lived in this section of the country two brothers, whose names were Kanak and Supan. And on an early April evening, they were consoling each other.
Weep not for our dead father.
That was Kanak, tall and well-formed, of sinew, and who could not bring himself to cry over his dead father.
No, I shall not. For he was a good man and gentle, and he goes to his peace.
That was Supan, brother to Kanak and younger. He couldn't cry either.
See how he burns there on the Ghat. The end of a man. The just end of a man. Ashes.
The last of the wood, brother. Let us together throw it upon the pyre.
Together. Noble thought. Ready?
Together.
No.
He taught us well, our father.
How to be brothers.
To love each other.
I must tell you something.
Then I to you.
Often our father would lead me to the clearing below the tent of the unveiled women, and there he would say to me, whatever betide, love thee
your brother, which is what I wish to tell you.
Then he would pour the oil of blessing on my head and on my shoulders.
And to me.
Brother.
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 Yes, brother.
Our father left no will.
Fret not, brother.
Nor should you fret.
How should I fret when our father left to me all his worldly goods and also the fertile acres near the waterfall?
Poor brother, you are mad with grief.
How can I be mad when I remember so well our father's very words? Supan, he said, to you all my worldly goods, and also the
fertile acres near the waterfall, which is what our father said to me. Supan.
Yes?
I am the older.
I was the favorite.
But you're a liar.
You are poison-hearted.
You are a thief.
You are an usurper of your father's will.
Supan.
Yes, brother?
Our father's wealth is mine.
No.
Well, we shall see.
Yes.
Oh, infamous one.
Oh, vulture.
The wealth is mine.
Mine.
And your wife is just like you.
And your wife...
People who were cremating dear ones this evening were diverted by two fighting brothers. It was a macabre scene. Violence in a field of burning bodies. Hate being shouted. Names bandied about concerning each other and their wives. And so on for another hour. Then, bloodied and singed, they were separated. Not by onlookers and not by mourners, but by their wives who had been told of what was going on.
Come, Kanak. Do not fight with your brother.
Not with your brother, Supan. Come, let us go home.
And they went. And in the tent of Supan, while washing wounds...
I watched. For some time before I came to you, I watched how you fought. And the dancing shadows the flames made on your body were lovely to see.
Oh, no. Wife?
But close to you now. The bruises on you. Which should heal them quickly.
Lono.
What of him, husband?
My brother?
Yes.
He says my father's wealth is his.
And did he tell you the other thing?
What?
How he covets me?
Foolish.
I am not one to attract? No? No.
But the names he called you this night.
He has guile.
You tell me the truth?
As long as he lives, he will covet me. He has said things to me of my hair and my ankles in such a way.
He should be dead.
Then we would have wealth, and no one to argue it. And the other thing, what you wanted for so long.
A handmaiden.
A handmaiden. A silently moving handmaiden who would clean our tent and wait upon us. Who would walk in bare feet, and who would wear a jewel at her throat and hear bells to make joyous the times of her waiting upon you.
Lono.
Yes?
This is terrible that my brother should covet you.
He should be dead.
Yes.
It is very logical, Kanak.
Careful how you bathe my shoulder.
The pain will pass. But what has happened tonight cannot. It is very logical...
Always you say it is logical. What now is logical?
That in some way you should arrange the passing of your brother.
Huh? What do you speak of?
It is written.
A thing is either logical or it is written. Now what?
It is written. Sons are brothers only when a father can keep them away from each other.
What fool wrote that? What... Gentle woman.
Then listen to me. It is logical that since there is no will, your brother, your younger brother, can legally claim half of what should be yours.
Well, he's done that already. That's why we've fought.
And will you keep fighting and screaming at each other while the fertile acres near the waterfalls turns to weed? Or will you be rich?
Huh? And if I be rich?
It is logical you will be able to afford what you dearly want.
Truly?
A handmaiden.
A handmaiden.
It is written, a man's tent needs 2 women, a wife to heal the hurt and love, a handmaiden to carry goat's milk.
Yes. Yes.
Well?
It will be pleasant to be rich.
I know.
You must admit both brothers had a pretty busy day. Father dead, taking him out to the Ghats, burning him, fighting over his possessions, then home to wives who whisper murder in their respective ears. No wonder they didn't sleep. They tossed all night on their pads, and it wasn't until almost dawn...
Hush, Kanak. Hush.
And down the street.
Sleep, Supan. Now sleep.
And morning came, hot and bright, and over it hung the vultures and the smoke from funeral fires. And in the fields, Kanak was piling bales of cotton with... That's right, the beaten iron baling hook. Piling high the cotton and thinking about what happened yesterday. Thinking about it so hard that...
Snake.
That one would say it had gotten the better of him.
Vulture. Crawling.
Who, brother?
What?
With such vigor you attacked the cotton, you did not hear me approaching.
Well, what do you do here in the fields?
I came from my spinning to ask you to walk with me.
Walk?
I've been thinking about yesterday, and I want to talk with you.
All right. Let's walk.
Need you take along your hook?
What, in case a wild boar attacks?
6 months have passed, and there have been no boars. Leave your hook, brother.
Oh, very well, brother. Let us walk.
Toward the waterfall.
Good.
Brother.
Yes.
We should not quarrel.
No.
We are brothers.
Yes.
And these fertile acres should belong to both of us.
Indeed.
It would be wisdom.
Hey, do you speak in truth?
We are brothers.
Yes.
Could I have a serpent's tongue when I speak of brotherly things? I would not be worthy then of the name brother.
Nor I.
Let us walk then with arms about the shoulders as brothers do.
Yes. Young brother.
Old brother and dear to me.
Our father must be proud seeing us now.
Yes. Brother?
Yes.
Look at the waterfall.
Our esteemed waterfall. See how its spray makes a rainbow and...
Kanak. Brother.
Yes.
Let us contemplate the rainbow-making waterfall.
I want to.
You stand here.
Oh, where will you stand?
Here.
Near...
The edge where I can watch you be washed by the river and be carried to the sea. And so, to me, you are now a widow. My brother Kanak, your husband, fell from the heights into the torrent of the waterfall.
Oh.
Nor should you weep, for as he fell, he cried your name.
Oh.
And though he could not hear it, I yelled to him that I would always take care of you, my brother's wife.
What will you do with me?
I have discussed it with my wife, and we have concluded...
What will you do with me?
I am rich now.
Oh.
A handmaiden is wanted in my tent.
Oh. Kanak.
Why do you look beyond my shoulder and call to him? He is dead. I saw him myself fall into the...
It was Connacht, all right. Beaten iron bailing hook in hand. A rather wet Connacht, but certainly not a drowned one. Not a dead one. But his brother was dead. This is known as turning the tables.
You are listening to Crime Classics, and your host, Thomas Hyland. Your contribution of $10 or $6.95 for the budget relief package will send more relief overseas than the same money spent any other way. To help people in foreign countries with food or clothing, send your check to Non-Profit Care, New York. That's Care, New York. Send your check, your name and address, and full particulars about who's to get the package. Care will do the rest. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on how Supan got the hook outside Bombay.
The spring of 1856 in South Konkan province, India, was a good one. The season was fair for the cotton and the butternut. The grain was gold almost to the sea, and the hives were overflowing. And it was this spring, you'll remember, when Lady May Smallwood appeared briefly on the pages of history to make her mark in Indian affairs, only to disappear with her secrets up the Khyber Pass, with a wave and a smile never to be heard of again. And it was this spring when Connacht bludgeoned his brother to death with a hook. Now, Connacht was no fool, for, as he told his wife,
"If the authorities find out, they'll hang me."
Then see to it that they don't.
Good advice. And Connacht was a man who heeded good advice. So, within an hour after he'd committed murder, he presented himself to the mayor.
"Have you paid your taxes, Connacht?"
Which was always the mayor's opening gambit. For collecting taxes was the mayor's chief duty, and to this particular mayor, duty was an obsession.
"Good. What brings you to me?"
"Yesterday, my father died."
"I know."
"I will inherit."
"You will inherit. And your brother?"
"Today, my brother died."
"Oh?"
"He knelt in the field, and a tiger sprang upon him."
"A tiger?"
"A tiger."
"I have heard that tigers do spring upon those who kneel in fields when tigers are about, and who are hungry or who have become frightened."
"A huge tiger with great talons and foam-flecked muzzle, an angry tiger."
"What angered him?"
"Who knows the way of tigers?"
"Who indeed?"
"We were speaking, my brother and I, and my brother knelt to pick a pebble that had lodged in his sandal."
"Which frightened the near-passing tiger."
"The huge near-passing tiger."
"And made the beast angry."
"Caused him to make terrible roar."
"And spring."
"And with one blow nearly sever my brother's head."
"And so killed him." "Bow not down your head, Connacht. Lift it up, and tell to me of the fertile acres by the waterfall."
"They are mine."
"So many acres."
"Some people may doubt my story of how my brother died."
"I have heard so fertile are your acres that one need but throw the seed upon the earth, and it flourishes and brings riches."
"Some may say like this, we saw no tiger, we heard no tiger."
"Then they would be wrong, for I heard a tiger."
How perceptive you are.
"And saw him, carrying your brother between his jaws."
"A huge tiger."
"Oh, do not recall the hugeness of him. I tremble."
For the fright I caused you, a gift."
"The quarter section south from the stream. Did I pluck the words from you?"
"Wise mayor. My brother, my poor dead brother, is for some reason at my house now."
"I will see he is not there for long."
"Then I go." with my grief.
Go then.
For the good of the village, according to the mayor in later testimony, that's the only reason why he'd made such an arrangement. For, should word drip down to the authorities that foul play was suspected, the whole village would have been packed up and moved to Bombay and held for questioning, which is the way things worked in those days. The animals would have been untended, the fields unwatered and seared by the sun, and who would look after the shops? In effect, the questioning over, the village would hardly be worth coming back to.
With this in mind, I made the foregoing arrangement with Connacht.
But why did you accept a bribe of the quarter section south of the stream?
For the good of Connacht, so that he would have a quarter less to worry about.
Didn't you suspect that he might have murdered his brother?
Let he who suspects others suspect himself. For so it is written.
Connacht, having made an arrangement with the mayor, Connacht, had another arrangement to make. He went to the home of his brother to seek out Lono, his brother's wife. She wasn't there. So he followed the smallest footprints in the warm dust. And, eventually...
I did not mean to startle you, sister-in-law.
The way you swooped upon me.
I didn't swoop.
As I washed my hair in the stream.
Do it.
What?
Your hair in the small current of the stream.
Why?
Beautiful.
If your brother Supan heard you speak so to me...
He cannot.
To speak to me so, to say I'm beautiful? Do you think me beautiful?
I can say so now, and your husband will not hear.
How can you be sure?
He is dead.
Oh.
A huge and hungry tiger sprang upon him.
A tiger?
Ask the mayor.
And if I did, what would he say?
That a huge and hungry tiger sprang upon your husband and killed him?
Connacht?
Yes.
What will become of me?
Oh, poor widow.
What will become of me?
Now that I am rich, my tent needs a handmaiden.
Oh.
I have discussed it with Tumi, and she has said a handmaiden is needed.
It is written, a man's tent needs two.
I know. Handmaiden.
Yes.
Connacht! Connacht!
What?
Connacht!
Someone calls.
Connacht! Oh, Connacht. It is well I have found you before it is too late.
Too late? Too late for what?
The policeman has come.
Policeman?
Britisher from Bombay. On his inspection tour.
Inspection tour?
Lono, tell him what I have said. To me, he but repeats and does not react.
The British policeman has come from Bombay on an inspection tour.
And?
Already he has heard that your brother is dead.
Of course my brother is dead, clawed by a huge...
Connacht?
Yes.
The quarter section is not enough.
A half section, then.
All of it.
All the fertile acres?
All. Else. Well, it's tigers.
Very well.
What you say is quite true, Mayor.
As you will see, it was a tiger. Clawed.
Pity. Pity. A chap who doesn't know any better but to turn his back on a tiger. How big did you say? Oh, my.
The broken grass here is the path of the tiger as he carried the poor man to the clearing.
Quite.
Who knows about tigers?
Oh, I do.
Who knows about tigers indeed?
I said, I did, old chap.
Oh?
Oh, yes, quite a studier of tigers. I am. Habitat, manners, etc. Oh, yes.
What brings you to our village, Major?
Passing through, old boy, just passing through. Now, what is it you wanted to know about tigers, old chap?
Will you be coming back next month?
Steady beggars, tigers.
Major?
Desert their mates when the cubs come. They're good swimmers, though.
Major?
It hardly ever attacks a human unless it's an old fellow. This tiger you saw must have been an old beggar.
But huge. Oh, and here he is, Major. Supan, the man who was struck down by...
Pity. Pity.
You see here the force of the tiger's blow, the depth...
Pity. Well...
Yes?
You make your arrangements, old boy. I've seen enough.
We will mourn Supan as he burns on the ghats tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Let us go back to the village, then, and we will have some tea.
I'll have some. Most remarkable time of an Indian day, don't you think so, old chap?
Yes, I do.
Paddling into it like this. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
The population of your village, please.
312.
Mayor.
Yes?
A very huge tiger.
Do not recall it.
And old.
Oh.
Mayor.
Oh.
There hasn't been a tiger in these parts for 5 years.
Sir,
not one of those striped beggars in 5 years. I know. This area against the Arabian Sea has been shot clean of tigers, driven them inland. I know. A student of the chaps, you know. Well, here we are.
Sir,
that chap there throwing more wood on the gat, he would be...
Cannot.
I'll wait here.
Sir, I was only...
Of course. Of course you were.
Wait here. Karak.
Mayor. Oh, grieve with me, Mayor. Grieve with me.
Murderer.
What?
Murderer.
Well, what of our arrangement?
You struck your brother down with a bailing hook.
But our arrangement?
Murderer. You are under arrest. Come. Get in. Here he is, Sab.
That tiger thing, ridiculous, you know. There hasn't been one in these parts for 5 years. Went inland. Sorry, old boy.
Kanak was taken to Bombay, and the rest of the village, too. So eager were the townsfolk to get back to their town that each one pointed an accusing finger at Kanak. He was found guilty. He was hanged. He was sent back to the village. He was burned on the ghats. It is interesting to note that 3 weeks later, Kanak's wife, as she bent over to pick a pebble out of her sandal, was carried off by a tiger and eaten.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. Supan, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed by Bernard Herrmann and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as Kanak, Byron Kane as Supan, Lillian Baeff as Lono, Jack Crucian as the mayor, Julie Bennett as Toomey, and Alistair Duncan as Major Ellison. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
We would like to thank the editors of TV Radio Life, for judging Crime Classics, the finest radio crime series of 1953. Next week, Edinburgh in the year 1857. My report to you will be about a young lady who purchased enormous amounts of arsenic and an attractive gentleman who died of stomach cramps. It's listed in my files as Madeline Smith, Maid or Murderess. Which? Thank you. Good night.
This Friday marks Arthur Godfrey's 20th anniversary on CBS Radio. And just as sure as you're born, you've got two chances to celebrate the big birthday with Arthur and all the little G's. During the day on their 90-minute Mirthathon, and at night on Arthur Godfrey's Digest. Yes, this Friday, it's the 20th anniversary of a great entertainer at the Star's address, Arthur Godfrey. For integrity and accuracy, hear Edward R. Murrow reporting weekday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's the way the doorbell sounded at number 14 Pembroke Street in Glasgow, Scotland. That's the way it sounded if a fellow was impatient. If he had just come home from Madeline Smith's house on a March day in 1857 and really wanted in. His name was Pierre-Émile Langelier, and the door was in his way. Why didn't someone answer anyway? Here comes his landlady. She gasped because Pierre was her favorite lodger, and he looked terrible. Awful, standing there in the doorway, swaying, before he fell on his face. Dead. Tonight, my report to you on Madeline Smith, Maid or Murderess. Which?
Crime Classics. A series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Even in the middle 1800s, Kelvin Grove Park was a place to be reckoned with in Glasgow, in the springtime particularly. A bonny place, a place of greens and merry shouts, where gambled the bekilted young people, or the more serious ones where they strolled hand in hand toward some magical and shady and secret glen. In a street which paralleled the park, Pembroke Street, there was a red brick house. It was owned by Mary Perry, a woman of 50, who liked imaginative men, young men of elegance and foreign flavor, like her lodger, Pierre-Émile Langelier.
In all my travels the world over, my dear Mademoiselle Perry, I have never seen such a girl. Once in Algiers, perhaps. But that is another story. Temps perdu, temps perdu.
For the last week, you've done nothing but talk about this young lady, Pierre. Where did you see her today?
Auprès de la docks, where the pond for them is, throwing to them little pieces of bread, and some, more brave than the rest, would swim close to her, and she would make small noises to them, and feed them from her hand. And what else, mademoiselle? You will never guess.
Oh, tell me.
Her name is Madeline. Madeline Smith.
Oh, how do you know?
This morning, there was a maidservant with her, and they became separated for a moment, and I approached the maidservant.
With that way you have, I'll wager. That thing you do with your moustache.
Well, yes.
Yeah, do it for me.
No, mademoiselle.
Ah, please.
No, mademoiselle.
Oh, s'il vous plaît.
Very well. Enough.
And from the maidservant you learned the lady's name?
Yes, and what her father's name is and where she lives.
Oh.
Her father is Monsieur Smith, the architect, a man of wealth and position. I spent the rest of the morning trying to locate his bank.
And did you?
Certainement. He is very wealthy, which makes Madeleine a beautiful young woman with a wealthy father.
Ah, I'm happy for you, Pierre.
Oh, but alas, Madeleine is still to me a stranger.
But you know so well how to...
No, this is a young lady of refinement. I love her very much. If I should do this thing you like me to do and she would laugh at me, I would jump into the duck pond and drown myself forever.
Then how would you meet her?
Will you help me? Oh, chère mademoiselle, will you help me?
Oh, greedy. Oh, very well. Here's one for you. Here now. Here's some bread. Here you are, you lovelies. Bread for you, and you, and you. Isn't it a lovely day?
I beg your pardon?
I said, isn't it a lovely day?
Oh, yes, it is.
The ducks seem so, frisky today, don't they?
Except Abby. See how she sulks there.
Here, Abby. Here. Oh, sulky duck. Young miss.
Yes?
You come here every day, don't you?
Why, yes.
I watch you from my window from across the street.
Why, whatever for?
Oh, such a young thing and beautiful you are, which is such a joy to an old lady such as I. To an...
what's the matter?
I have a pain. Oh, dear.
Where?
The nasties. They come on me. I think I'll faint.
Oh, my. I'll help you over to the bench. And here, put your arm about my waist and... Careful now.
Dear ladies, may I be of some assistance?
I have here a home medical advisor of the era. The nasties, also known as the vapors, a sudden attack of malaise, predominantly in the female sex, usually preceding a faint. Symptoms: loud noises in the ears, quickening of the heartbeat, and dizziness. Make patient comfortable and apply smelling salts.
Now, lie down here on the bench, madame, and we will try to make you comfortable. Now, if there were smelling salts...
I have smelling salts.
Oh, how beautiful of you.
What?
Quickly, the smelling salts.
And that's the way they met. Mary Perry inhaling the smelling salts, and the two young folk looking at her, concerned. Then the two young folk looked at each other and became more concerned and trembled a bit. And the symptoms they felt were quickening of the heartbeat, dizziness, and loud noises in the ears. And they did what young folks most always did when they are met in Kelvin Grove Park. Somehow their fingertips met and their hands, and they strolled and they found a shady glen. Miss Perry watched them disappear with a happy tear in her eye. She had done her bit for Pierre. Things went so well between the two young people that a couple of weeks later, this was the state of affairs.
Your mama and papa?
Asleep. Oh. Quickly. Come on in. Careful. Careful. Every time you come through this window...
Then why do you not put the lamp in another place? Oh, Mimi.
Oh, my darling. Love.
Mimi.
Oh, we will marry.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, Mimi.
Right away.
Then you've talked to your mama and your papa.
Yes.
And they are happy. They are overjoyed.
No.
But you said...
We can still get married. You have a job and I'll work and...
You? Work? Oh.
What's the matter?
The thought of you at work, stitching and sewing, or at the laundry, with these fingers, these precious little fingers.
Oh, Pierre.
In other words, your mama and your papa
will disinherit me if I marry you.
I refuse to have you disinherited.
Then we won't get married?
No, somehow...
What?
It is more romantic this way. Letters to each other each day, and the clandestine meeting, and the kisses, and the...
I know. The hot chocolate.
Oh, yes.
It should be boiling now. I bring it to you.
And that was the romance.
My own beloved, you have just left me. Oh, sweet darling, at this moment my heart and soul burns with love for thee, my own sweet one. Oh, what would I not give at this moment to be your fond wife? I love you with all my heart and soul, sweet love.
To which her lover answered,
My dearest, beloved Mimi, since I saw you, I have been wretchedly sad. Think of the consequences if I were never to marry you. What reproaches I should have, Mimi. However, as soon as your papa pledges not to disinherit you, there will be a wedding the likes of which...
And the meetings. And the nourishment.
Oh, Mimi, the hot chocolate of my Mimi is...
Oh, Pierre.
Oh, my darling.
No, listen.
Yes?
We have been meeting like this for 6 months now.
6 months of paradise and bliss and...
When will we marry?
Has your father changed his mind?
Today my father introduced me to a young man.
Who will quickly fall in love with you and die in despair for your love. Oh, Mimi.
Wait.
Why?
His name is William Minnock, and he is handsome and he is rich.
And?
Oh, Pierre, I do wish we could get married.
And that's the way it's done, Miss Smith. Manipulation. Borrow from one stock to buy the other, and when the other has gone up, then we pay back. You see?
And that is how one becomes rich, Mr. Minnock? Well, is it?
I suppose so. Oh, Miss Smith.
Careful, you'll fall. Perhaps you'd just better row, Mr. Minnock.
All right. Miss Smith.
Yes? William?
You said William.
Yes, I did.
And may I call you...
Madeline.
Madeline. Madeline.
Yes?
It's 2 months since I've known you.
Yes.
Last night I spoke to your father.
About me?
How dear you are to me. How much I love you.
And what did my father say to you?
That if you'll have me, he would be very happy. Oh, Madeline.
What? I don't know. I just don't know.
But you must. These wonderful days together, you've given me hope.
Oh, William.
Aye.
Put the oars down. Now, come here. Kiss me, William. Why, William, that was very nice, William. Very nice indeed.
Madeline. Oh, Madeline.
Better and better gets your hot chocolate, chérie. My sweetheart, my love.
There is something I must ask you, Pierre.
Yes.
My letters.
I have saved every one.
I want them back.
But why, my pigeon?
Well, I think sometimes of what I've written to you, and such outpourings.
But your outpourings are from my eyes alone.
Oh, give them back to me.
No.
But why not?
I will tell you why not, little dove. If you look with love at another man, I will take the letters to your father and prove to him that your love for this another man is a passing thing, and that your love is only for me, your true love, who you will marry as soon as your father puts aside a suitable dowry for you.
I see.
Of course you do.
You are blackmailing me, Pierre.
Oh, love, come to me. Kiss me, kiss me. How cool your lips are, love.
Apothecary. I would like 5 ounces of arsenic.
And you know how Pierre liked his hot chocolate.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. This Friday night, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, will be looking for a killer with purple hands. When a wealthy widow is killed, Mr. Keene uncovers the fact, fatal to her killer, that purple hands will reveal who was guilty. Don't miss CBS Radio's Mr. Keene in action this Friday evening over most of these same stations, taking on the case of murder and the killer with purple hands. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on Madeline Smith, Maid or Murderess, which?
A few words about arsenic. Its number on the Mendeleev table is 33. Its atomic weight is 74.93, and it has a valence of 3 and 5. It is of a silvery luster, but be careful about exposing it to the air, since it will tarnish readily. It is used widely in glass works, in making pigments, in calico and indigo printing, and for poisoning animals. Some people eat it. In the Balkans in particular, it is possible to brush shoulders with arsenic eaters. Other people, however, less innocent, use arsenic to poison people. Still other people use arsenic to poison themselves. I would like to remind you that Madeline Smith, a beauty of Glasgow, Scotland, purchased 5 ounces of the stuff from McCunnert, the apothecary. But then arsenic was also used for the skin, as a clarifying agent, it is said. Madeline purchased it, went home, had dinner, chatted with her folks, waited for them to sleep, put some hot chocolate to a boil, returned to her room, waited a bit. and opened the window.
Oh, chérie.
My darling.
Vraiment?
What?
Truly?
Why, of course you are my darling.
Then what about Monsieur Minoc? What endearment did you name him? Guppy? Sweet bun? What? Lovey? Honey pie? Ginger snap? What? I have seen you.
Spy.
Because only I am a man in love. Therefore, I am capable of every ruse. What is spying to a man in love?
If you loved me, you'd give me back my letters.
Oh, letters.
Oh, my darling, give them back to me.
If I did, how would I keep my heart warm when you are not near to it? How would I...
Stop it.
Of course. Now, come to me.
No. Pierre.
Yes?
You are cruel.
Cruel and gentle, sane and mad, the prerogatives of a man in love.
Yet you would show those letters to my father.
To your father, to your mother, to the man on the street, anything to keep you from another.
Pierre.
Yes, little pigeon.
You say that you've seen me with Mr. Minoc. How?
I was behind a bush in the park, near the glen that we used to know.
And?
I heard Monsieur Minoc ask over and over that you set a marriage date. I heard also your laughing, but I did not hear your saying no.
Father said I might marry him, Pierre.
Then tell your papa you do not wish it. Oh, Madeleine.
Yes.
This morning I read again your letters. Such warmth, such eagerness, such ardor, such... Is there chocolate, Mimi?
Oh, always. I'll fetch it.
Oh, little pigeon.
Come in, Pierre. Entree. You're happy.
Oh.
Your Madeline was,
And you?
Me?
The most perfect landlady in the whole world.
Pierre!
Help me.
Oh, what's the matter? You have the nasties. You have...
Miss Perry knelt over Pierre, and she knew right away it wasn't the nasties. His eyes were rolling around, and his mouth was grimacing in wordless pain. She went for the cologne, dabbed a little on herself, came back, dabbed a little bit on her lodger. A little later, she helped him up the stairs.
Lean on me, Pierre. Lean on me.
And helped him to his bed. Miss Perry was never so efficient as when there was a helpless man about. The next morning, Pierre was completely recovered. The next night, he went to visit Madeline in her chambers again, refused to give up the letters again, and had some of that good hot chocolate again, came home to Miss Perry and fell flat on his face again. This time he was in bed for 3 days, which brings us to the evening of March 23rd. As he was walking toward his sweetheart's house, Madeline Smith was attending Mr. Minoc.
Oh, come sit by me, William. Sit here by me. I wish to talk with you.
Okay.
Oh, dear William, do you love me very much, William?
Oh, aye.
How much?
From here to a star, Father.
Suppose, William...
Hush.
Oh, but you must listen.
No. You listen to me. If you're about to tell me about that Monsieur, about Pierre Langelier, don't. I have heard whispers, but I deny them with a laugh and a shrug and a... What's that?
The shutter, perhaps. Nothing. I'll see what it is. Oh, and, William...
Aye, love.
There's some chocolate on the kitchen table. Put it on the stove over the fire.
Of course, love.
And wait for me down there.
Chérie!
Quickly, come in.
Oh, I have missed you, I have missed you, I have missed you.
Oh, my darling.
3 days I was in bed, and my thoughts of you always, dearest Mimi.
I know your thoughts fled to me and caressed me and warmed me.
Vraiment?
Truly.
Oh, was there ever a love such as ours?
Never, never. Oh, never.
And eventually...
What?
We will marry. Did you know that?
Do you truly think so?
Whoa, what manner of man would I be? This is tapping upon the window, this stepping over the casement to your arms. Of course we will marry someday.
Oh?
Of course. For each day, each night that I come here to you and hold you close, I bind you closer to me, and there is no escape.
No escape.
None.
Pierre.
Yes.
Haven't you been feeling well?
I said to you I was in bed for 3 days.
Why? From what illness?
All over. Twice.
Oh?
Each time I have left you, the last 2 times, I have gone to my lodging house and I have sickened.
Oh.
Madeline, I know just the thing.
Oh?
Hot chocolate.
I'll fetch you some.
Oh, guppy.
Pierre Emile Langelier, dead. He was buried Thursday, March 26th. And on Monday, the 30th...
Look at those letters, sir. I told you she poisoned him. These letters, sir. They were in his room. I was the dear man's landlady, and I demand the police read these letters.
The police read them. On Tuesday, they dug Pierre up again, shipped him to the laboratories, and the skillful men there found 86 grains of arsenic in his body. That same day, Madeline was arrested, charged with 2 counts of attempted murder and 1 count of murder, and brought to trial on the 30th of June. Madeline herself did not testify, but Mr. Minoch did.
I am a merchant in Glasgow. In the course of the last months, I paid my addresses to Miss Smith, and I have made proposals of marriage to her. She accepted. I knew, of course, that she knew a man named Pierre-Emile Langelier, but I was unaware of an attachment or peculiar intimacy between she and this man. And of the letters this court has read,
What of the letters, Mr. Minoch?
I don't know what to say. Yes, I do. I'm shocked. I'm deeply shocked.
The trial lasted 9 days. To 1 charge of attempted murder, Madeline Smith was found not guilty. To the other charge of attempted murder, the verdict brought in was not proven. To the charge of murder, the verdict, not proven.
I want to congratulate you, Madeline, on your acquittal.
Oh, now we can be wed.
Oh, no. I'm off to India.
However, she did get married, twice, and she came to America. She lived till she was 90 years old. An amazing thing, her complexion, always clear and youthful. She was a frequent sight at the drug counters, a big buyer of arsenic, wherever she was.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. Madeline Smith, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed by Bernard Herrmann and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Betty Harford was heard as Madeline, Florence Walcott as Mary, John Daner as Pierre, and William Johnstone as Minnoch. Gil Warren speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, the state of Vermont. In those years from 1812 to 1820, the hills were green and filled with the little people, and it was worth your life to be caught with them. My report to you will be on the Boorn brothers and the Hangman, a study in nip and tuck. Thank you. Good night.
About 58 million of us will have to file our income tax returns to Uncle Sam's Collectors of Internal Revenue by March 15th. Taxpayers entitled to refunds will get them sooner by filing early. Every citizen, regardless of age, with 1953 income of $600 or more, must file a return. Returns should be complete and accurate, signed by taxpayers. Joint returns, signed by both husband and wife. File your federal income tax return early. Assistance is free at any collector's office. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That was Jacko. Jacko, the three-quarter Irish setter. A good dog, usually a well-behaved dog, friend to the children of Manchester Village, Vermont. An inquisitive dog. Whatever disturbs him isn't buried very deep. Listen to him digging. Smart dog. He's found what he was after. He's tugging at it. Gets it. Good dog. What have you got there, Jacko? A bone. Looks like a leg bone, doesn't it? A human leg bone. Tonight, my report to you on the Boorn brothers and the Hangman, a study in nip and tuck.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
They were fighting battles on Lake Champlain in 1812, but across the state, forests away and mountains apart, the village of Manchester sent peaceful fans of chimney smoke into the February air. It was ebb of winter and edge of spring. It was snow flurry and thaw and chill sunlight. Here, the Battenkill River flowed swift and dark down from the Green Mountains and crusted icily near its banks and past the village, then flowed swift and dark away. And where the snow had melted, the soil glistened and was rich and black. Farmhouses gleamed white. And where the furrow began, the shallow furrow that deepened and roughened and slowly rose up the mountainside and became the gorge that cut across the face of Mount Equinox. Where it gently began was the backyard of the house of Russell and Sally Colvin. And inside it...
He's sleeping.
Asleep? Why? Why asleep? What did you put him to sleep for?
Please.
There's moonlight on the snow, and there's moonlight on the mountain, and I promised my son he'd see.
Why do you do that?
Why do you fill his mind with lies and fancies?
There's little men on the mountain tonight, and I told my son he'd see them. Lewis!
Don't wake him, Russell. Don't wake him.
Stop hanging on my arm, woman.
Russell!
Stop hanging on my arm.
Crazy! Crazy man!
Wake! Wake, son. I'll bundle you, and it's up the mountain we'll go tonight with you riding my shoulders. And little men we'll find. Them at their bowls and singing and dancing. And we'll join them. Come with me, son. Up the path the moonlight makes on the mountain snow. Up the path the moonlight makes.
As any mother knows, this is an upsetting experience. And as Sally Colvin knew, this was not the first experience of its kind. Sometimes her husband would hoist her son on his back and walk away from the house and not come back for days at a time. And when they did, they would smile at each other, secret smiles, and say nothing of where they had been. And there were secret words between them that Sally could not understand, and signs and small patterns of dance, and then great bursts of laughter. And this time, the time when Russell took his son up the path the moonlight made, and they returned 2 days later.
Where have you been? In heaven's name, where have you been?
Shh. Sleeping. Now you'll sleep the day away and the night. The sun. And dream of the fancies we've seen in the little men. Sleep. Sleep.
Tell me what you... No.
Oh, sister. Oh, come in. What can I do for you in the morning?
Hold me. Hold me.
What? Oh, sister. Sister to me, what troubles you? Him again? Your husband?
Yes, oh, yes.
And what?
What he's doing to my son. Soon.
What?
My son will become as mad as my husband. They speak of creatures in the mist and the gorge. And starbursts and moon. Brother Stephen Boorn.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know.
He's a stronger man than I. There's not much I can do.
But you and our brother Jesse Boorn, together you could do it.
Don't speak to me of Jesse, him that I hate.
But me, what of me?
Speak no more of it.
Save me. Save me, Stephen Boorn. That's what I ask of you.
Sister.
Save me.
How?
Very well you know how. You and Jesse. You know it and you have said it. Come with me to our brother's forge and make peace and save me, your sister. Stands here before you and wishes to friend with you because... Jesse!
Out of my way, there's work to be done.
I'm no blacksmith, Jesse, and I've not got the sinews of you, but listen to your sister and what her trouble is, or I'll try you.
Will you now? Will you?
Oh.
Me who can split your head to your heart in a stroke. Try me, will you? Then do it.
Stop it! Stop it! Listen to me. I'm being killed, and my death is the madness around me.
What are you saying?
Of our husband.
Let her say it.
And what he does to my child.
I've heard strangenesses in the village of your husband, sister. And when I've heard them, I've smiled to myself in remembering. This is the man you needed to marry, sister. Would die without, sister. And now he's a daft and a loon. Now he's Hare out. Say on, sister.
He takes Louis with him on walkings. For days. And they return. And there are secrets and madnesses.
And loneliness for you.
I care nothing of it. I care only for my son.
Jessie.
Take his hand, Jessie Boorn, and be brothers again. For there is a bond now. The need to help me.
Yes.
And now listen to me. There where the ravine starts, by the field where it is rocky, I will send my husband there.
A plotter hour, sister.
I will send my husband there tomorrow in the morning. Will you be there? Will the both of you be there?
We'll be there.
Now, hear to me, son. The way I do it. Come a goblin, come a teeny. Come an elfin, come a greenie. Come about all. And you shall...
Russell.
I'll finish it for you later, son.
Russell. There you are. With your son mute and agape at you again.
What do you want?
It's a new morning and the new season of spring's coming in with it.
And so?
And so there's work.
And you need not tell me of it. There's no work I do not do on this farm. I need no telling of it.
In the upper field and where the rocks are easy to pull from the ground now that the thaw has softened it.
I know of it. You need not remind me.
Tonight the night frost may harden the ground again.
I know it.
Then go.
I'll be back, son. Think hard of the versi I taught you.
And away he went, did Russell Colvin, on this new morning toward the upper field. He'd not gone 20 yards when he stopped.
Gold.
Sparkle of sun on Vermont granite. Small pool of sparkle.
Gold.
And he picked it up and put it in his pocket. Then on again, the long way around, through the grove of naked spruce, to give throat to the new season.
Oh!
And on, to the brook now. And stop beside it. And kneel beside it and listen.
Yes.
Then through a thicket and into the upper field and the surprise in store for him.
Oh, Russell.
Hello, Jessie Bourne. Stephen.
Oh, brother-in-law.
What do you here?
To help you, Russell.
To do what?
To help you clear the rocks now that the ground is soft with thaw.
And how do you know I'm here to do that?
How indeed.
I need not your help.
I'm hearing you do, brother-in-law.
I'm hearing that way, too.
We're hearing you don't do well by our sister, Russell. That's what we hear most of.
And who's saying that?
Our sister, your wife's saying it, Russell.
More wife than sister, so it's not of your business. So it's off the land with you, the two of you.
Oh, now, indeed.
What you heft in that branch for, Stephen?
I'm aiming to brain you with it.
You are aiming the same, Jesse?
Going to help.
Then let's get to it, and we'll see.
Let's get to it indeed.
Stephen Bourne used the branch as a club, and with excellent teamwork, he and his brother Jesse won the fight.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Tomorrow evening, CBS Radio invites you again to Mystery and Intrigue, enhanced by the presence of Miss Marlena Dietrich. This Thursday, Miss Dietrich's adventure leads her to a little town in southern France, where stories of buried treasure have been bruited loudly enough to gather rapscallions of reprehensible inclination from all corners of Europe. Time for Love is heard tomorrow evening on most of these same stations. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland in the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on the Boorn brothers and the Hangman, a study in nip and tuck.
It was a good spring. April of 1812 was the gentlest in the memory of those who lived on the soft shoulder of Mount Equinox in Vermont. There were rumors of marchings and torch and war outside, but no one paid much attention. There were more important things: church, crops, and children. Living to be done in the Green Mountains, the crackling air to be breathed, roam away through the soft fall of twilight and press a cheek against the warmth of an animal. Wondrous sunsets, and tomorrow a wondrous dawn. Good place and good time, this valley. And one morning, as a matter of fact, on the morning after the Boorn brothers had done an errand for their sister.
Come in. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Wyman.
And to you, Mrs. Colvin.
A sweet morning.
'Tis.
And what may I do for you?
It's Wednesday.
And so it is.
So I've come again so your mister can drive me to the village again. He to shop for you and me for mine.
He's not here.
Oh, no. In the field, then?
Not in the field.
Oh, of course he is not, for I saw your son Louis at play just outside the door, and he would be in the fields with his daddy dear. Where his daddy dear in the fields.
You'll be late to market, Mrs. Wyman.
Where's the dear man, your husband, Mrs. Colvin?
Gone.
Where gone?
To the mountain.
Oh?
I think.
And when will he return?
I don't know.
Oh, such a dear man. And the dear fancies he sees and tells you of. Ah, what a fortunate woman you are, Mrs. Colvin.
I've cleaning to do, Mrs. Wyman.
And busy you are, I know, Mrs. Colvin, preparing supper for you and your beautiful child. But it's a month since the village has seen your husband last. And for the last week it's been raining. And if the dear Mr. Colvin is in the mountains, as you say, what then, Mrs. Colvin? What then?
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe he has gone to war.
It's a year now, Mrs. Colvin. Have you heard from the dear man? Ah, it's a cruel war. I came to wish the all of you, Mrs. Colvin, and you, Stephen Boorn, and Jessie Boorn, a happy new year to you. May 1817 be a blessing to all of you.
And to you, Mrs. Wyman.
Happy New Year, Mrs. Wyman.
Happy New Year.
And a pity Mr. Colvin's not here. I suppose he'll never return now, will he? Well, Happy New Year.
Now stop your crying, Sally.
A boy's a boy.
Only 14. My son, Louis.
I run off to join the militia. What's that? It's most what all boys doing now.
Maybe I've failed.
What are you saying, sister?
Maybe the whole thing was done wrong.
What wrong?
7 years since he's had no father. Maybe his father should have been close to him.
The loneliness again, sister.
Poor my son.
Hey, what's the outcry? See what, Stephen?
Hold Stephen Boorn.
What is it, Sheriff Skinner?
See there. A fire to Dr. Glazier's barn. Fetch a bucket in quick.
Yes. Jesse, there's a fire to Dr. Glazier's barn. You surely know the barn, Jesse.
Fire!
And in 1819, fires were not very easy to control. It was a matter of having enough men and enough buckets to reach from the fire to the stream. And Dr. Glazier's barn was not notably close to the stream, nor were there enough men nor buckets. So the fire had its own way. It burned the barn to the ground. And later, when the ashes had cooled and while Sheriff Skinner was consoling Dr. Glazier on his loss, the sheriff's dog...
What you digging there, Jacko? Find something, Jacko? Bring it here, Jacko. Let's see what you got there. A bone. Funny-looking bone, big bone. What kind of bone would you say this was, Dr. Glazier?
Leg bone. Human.
Don't say.
Not positive. Could be, though.
Let's take a look, Jacko, where you found this bone. Hand me that stick of wood, will you, Doctor, so I can make this hole a little bigger.
Where I used to store my potatoes to keep them from freezing.
A button now. And look here, a knife. Funny-looking knife.
Let me see it. I know the knife.
Truth now, whose?
Russell Colvin's knife.
Russell Colvin now.
He's not been around.
6 years, 7.
It's his knife, all right. And that's a button off his coat, too.
And this is a human leg bone, you're saying, Doctor?
I'm not saying it's not a human leg bone.
Let's get along, Jacko. Come on, boy.
A few words about Sheriff Silas Skinner. A good man, had been sheriff of the county for nearly 20 years, and there wasn't a man who could say he hadn't got a fair shake from old Silas, or woman either. An honest man with no bias nor prejudice. A direct man.
Where's your husband, Sally?
Why, I don't know.
A man of few words.
You kill him?
No.
Who killed him, Sally?
My brother Jesse killed him, Sheriff.
A cautious man.
Maybe he did, and maybe he didn't. But I'm arresting you till I find out which.
A man of his word.
Jesse?
Yes, Sheriff?
You kill your brother-in-law, Russell Colvin?
No, Sheriff, I did not.
Who did?
My brother Stephen did.
Maybe he did, and maybe he didn't. But I'm arresting you till I find out which.
Sheriff Silas Skinner sees it through.
Stephen?
Yes, Sheriff.
I locked up your sister, and I locked up your brother. And I'm putting you behind bars, too.
On what charge, Sheriff?
For murdering.
Murdering who?
Russell Colvin.
I didn't murder him, Sheriff.
Well, Jesse said you did.
Jesse's lying.
I known Jesse for long. He don't lie.
He's starting to now when he says I murdered.
You didn't murder him by yourself. That's what you're saying, isn't it, Steve?
I'm saying that right enough.
Your sister have anything to do with the murdering?
Well, not that I know of.
I'm going to tell you something, boy.
What?
I'm going to tell you something, son.
What?
You say to me what happened, it'll be easier for you.
What do you mean?
A little jail, that's all. No hanging.
There's a handshake that goes with it?
There is indeed.
Here's my hand, Sheriff.
And mine. Now, how was it done, son? How was it done, boy?
Russell Colvin was on his rocky upper field.
And that's where you done it, son?
And my brother got on one side of him. I got to the other.
And that's how you done it, boy?
I hit him with a tree branch.
And Jesse with his fist?
That's right.
That's right. And that's the way you killed him?
Yes, sir.
Then you took him to another farm?
Doc Glazier's.
And to that barn?
Doc Glazier's.
And buried him?
Yes, sir.
We'll write this out, son, and you'll sign it, won't you, boy?
Just a little jail?
Boy, son.
Just a little jail?
I shook your hand.
Then I'll sign it.
Good boy. No! Stop taking on so, Stephen Boorn. Your brother Jesse's not acting up the way you are.
They found us guilty.
Well, you confess.
They're gonna hang us. You said just a little jail. You said no hanging.
I did what I could.
You said no hanging.
Now you listen to me. You killed your brother-in-law and you confessed to it and you had a trial by jury and they found you guilty. And the judge said hanging. Now that's the laws applied to you and your brother. So don't carry on.
Let's do a thing, Sheriff.
What thing?
Put an advertisement in the newspapers.
An advertisement for what?
For Russell Colvin. Put a description in. And say, life depends on him turning up.
You crazy? You killed him. You confessed you killed him.
Who knows of Russell Colvin? Whether killed, he stayed killed. He and his moonlight little people. Do it.
No, don't order me, son.
Please.
Huh?
Please do it.
Well, all right, son.
I have a copy here of the Rutland Herald, a newspaper of the time which was circulated throughout this area of Vermont. I would like to read to you a classified ad which appeared in the issue of November 26, 1819. Printers of newspapers throughout the United States are desired to publish that Stephen Boorn of Manchester in Vermont is sentenced to be executed for the murder of Russell Colvin, who has been absent about 7 years. Any person who can give information of said Colvin may save the life of the innocent by making
immediate communication. Colvin is about 5 feet 5 inches, light complexion, light-colored hair, blue eyes, and about 40 years of age. Why, that sounds like our hand, Russell, except it doesn't say about a boy being with him. I'll see if it is. Russell! Russell, now! What was you doing, Russell?
Talking to my boy, Lewis.
Your son, ain't he?
My son.
They're looking for a man named Russell in Manchester.
Oh?
It's going to be a hanging unless they find a man named Russell. Russell Colvin. You once said you was from Manchester.
I am.
They looking for you?
I'm Russell Colvin.
It's my duty to see you get back to Manchester, Russell.
Yes, it is.
And so, 2 days before the scheduled hanging, Russell Colvin again appeared in Manchester. And the Boorn boys were not hanged. They were set free. What about the bone? Well, it was never proven to be a human bone. And the knife and button, Russell's, how had they gotten there? Russell always smiled when he was asked that. And what did his wife say to all this?
You can come home if you want.
I don't want you no more.
I hear our son's with you.
Yes, ma'am, he is.
How did he find you 100 miles away?
Oh, the little people told him where I was. Them that lives on the path the moonlight makes. They told him.
According to the report I have right here.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. The Boorn Brothers, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Virginia Gregg was heard as Sally, Lamont Johnson as Russell, William Conrad as Stephen, and Jack Crucian as Jesse. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Joseph Kearns, and Herb Butterfield. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, London, England, in the year 1722. We will concern ourselves with the strange behavior of an escape artist. He robbed women and escaped from their men. It's listed in my files as The Incredible History of John Shephard. Thank you. Good night.
Stay with CBS Radio right now, and you're guaranteed a ringside seat for the Archie Moore-Joey Maxim Championship fight in Miami. Yes, right after station identification, most of these same stations will bring you Joey Maxim's bid to KO Archie Moore and regain the world's light heavyweight crown. The exclusive radio broadcast in just a moment. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is heard Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The lady's name is Maria, and she's just come home from a party, dressed to kill. She's come home to discover a robber, the famous John Shephard, who removes Maria's lavalier gently, her earrings, slowly, and her rings. She was face to face with John Shephard, and for the rest of her life, she'd have something to talk about. Tonight, my report to you on The Incredible History of John Shephard.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The English king who was on the throne in 1722 was remarkable in that he could speak no English. Not that he was an idiot. He was a German, and he could speak German very well. As a matter of fact, he'd brought 2 young and ravishing ladies from Germany with him, so that he could have someone to talk with, lonely monarch that he was. His name was George Louis, and his reign was stormy, with that trouble with the Jacobites. This unpleasantness, you will recall, was settled by the Duke of Argyll, a soldier and dandy, husband to Anne the Knitter. And into these times strode John Shephard. Well, he didn't stride exactly. He usually sneaked in through the back window so as to rob. And one night in April, he got caught.
Light the taper in the candlestick, Maria, and we'll see who we have here. And you, sir, don't move, or surely this blunderbuss I'm holding
I shall
will...
not move.
Husband?
Hold the candlestick up to him and we'll see.
Oh,
Who you have here, madam, is John Shephard.
John Shephard be you? Well, now, sir, you're caught. No more sneaking in and robbing for you, sir. And no more wives of respectable husbands will you make play with.
John Shephard.
Come away from him, Marie.
He's only a boy.
Marie.
Downy-cheeked youth.
Come to rob.
No.
Ha!
I shall tell you why I've come here.
Do.
I had heard it spoken about, madam, of you.
Of me?
Maria, come away. Stand aside.
Gently, gently, husband. And you were saying what, John?
And I sought you out. Unbeknownst to you, I have sought you out and have followed you. Once, in a crowded place, I touched, gently, like this.
And this thrilled you, so you've come here to rob us out of house and home?
No, to find milady's boudoir.
Now you can talk as much as you wish, youth. For as soon as you are done with the talk, this trigger gets pulled. And from Cheapside to the Thames, London husbands all about will raise a hurrah in my name.
Boudoir, John.
To drown myself in the scent of yourself you have left behind.
Husband?
Yes?
Come over here a moment. Look at the candlestick, husband.
What of it?
Now, you were saying, John?
Beautiful. Gossamer hair. And lips of coral buds.
Lips.
But soft as soft can ever be.
If you're to go quickly.
And the jewels sparkle at your throat. And when you move your hand, it makes a pattern of glitter on the gentle air.
Take them.
Yes. What?
Lady Wedline says, about you, she says.
Did she? Now, hush.
Yes.
On this night, he was barely 20. His father died from drink when he was 3, and he was left orphaned when his mother died a year later. When he was 10, his aunt hired him out to a cane chair maker, but the trade bored him and he ran away. Alone in London, he began to pursue the libertine life, and was soon adept at picking pockets, mugging, breaking into houses, bribing policemen, and joshing the ladies. He was a handsome boy, and even at 16 was caught up in a scandal involving Madam Scott's school, causing it to lose its charter for 3 decades. And once, at 19, according to a footnote, his activities all but caused Admiral Brisbane to bring the fleet in from Skagerrak to scotch a rumor. Romantic, dashing, and bold. But he had his home life, too.
Scallionate villaging.
Now, Beth.
Pretty boy, where have you been, pretty boy?
You know well.
Would I mouth the question if I knew it well? Where have you been?
About?
Stealing?
Well, of course stealing.
Then show me. Show me why I've been waiting to the wee hours.
Nothing to show you, Beth.
Oh?
On coming home to you, I met a man.
And he said, what you got to sell, John boy? What you got to sell?
Just some baubles.
And he cheated you for what they were worth and you gambled and now you got nothing.
I saved you something, dear Beth.
What?
Here's a bauble for you.
A piece of glass you bought at a store for half a mite.
Here, let me put it to your lily throat.
No.
Beth, pretty kin.
A thing to tell you, John, 'cause I've sworn it to me. Beth Lyon, I swore to me. Any more talking amongst the maids in the market I hear, any more soft laughing I hear in John Shepherd's name with it to the police I'll go to. I swore it. I swore it. 'Cause I'm tired of waiting into the wee hours for you and you coming home and tired and cheated, gambled out. And now I want none of you no more, John.
You come to me and you'll change your mind, Beth Lyon.
All right. We'll see. Now what, John Shepherd?
Soft touches your hair against my cheek, and a sparkle go.
Get out of there.
Beth.
What?
You said a thing about the police.
Get out of there.
The cell's not especially clean, John laddie, but it's never been broke out of. A bite of you.
Wife. Woman. There's a new one in the little cell. Spoon a pot of gruel and take it into him. I'm not so generous neither. There's only a mite to feed them each day, and most of them will hang anyhow. So why fat the likes of them? That's enough, now that's enough. You take it to him.
Hello? Oh. Hello. Oh, what dream is this? What angel is this that brings me sustenance? Here, I'll take it from your softling hands. Why stare at me with soft doe eyes? I'm but John Shephard. And why widen go your eyes? You cannot know me, for I am nothing. And this is a dream anyhow, and does not happen in reality. And how am I sure of it? For no cheek was so rosy and warm beneath my lips. And if those dainty hands were to hold a key now... Yes, just so. Oh, dream, wake me not. But let the loving fingers turn key in lock, while lip presses lip. Madam, no, speak not, but walk with me, and show which way. How do I get to the street, madam?
Without even paying a fine. As a matter of fact, there is on permanent exhibition at Scotland Yard a locket which the warden's wife gave to John Shephard as a memento of their walk from cell to street. A simple, small locket with a simple, small diamond in the center of it. It is said that John Shephard cherished the locket for a week before he sold it to a pawnbroker. And so he was on the loose again, stealing, robbing, chucking chins, steering clear of Beth Lyon and the police, gambling, and doing all the things which made him a legend. And one day, it was a summer's day, and he was strolling in the fabulous Chesney Lane and eyeing the nice things behind the shop windows. And he stopped for a moment and considered a diamond brooch and wondered where the closest rock was when...
Don't do it, John. Don't do it, lad.
Huh?
I know what you're thinking, John. How to get a rock? To smash a window, to steal what you see there.
Why you got your hand on my shoulder?
Because I'm of the law, John, lad.
And I'm arrested then?
You be John Shephard, bain't you?
Am I arrested then?
We was told to look out for you, especially here in Chesney Lane. Don't you run, John, lad.
Then what you want from me?
I've heard you're a sly one, and a nervy one, too.
Yeah, there's a thing on your mind you're not saying.
Aye.
Which is what?
It's my duty to walk up and down Chesney Lane and to keep the law and to take note of things.
And you've noted...
Down
what?
there, across the street, 2 blocks down, at the corner...
The Greystone House?
Aye.
The house of Lord Courtliff and his lady?
Aye.
What of it?
'Tis empty. Of the lord and the lady, that is.
The servants?
Gone. All of them gone to watering. In Brighton.
Dee now.
Dee. As I am the Lord, Dee. As my name is Cooper, Dee.
Let us walk.
Dee.
Later that day, an advertisement was inserted in the London Times that the furniture and belongings of Lord and Lady Courtliff were on sale on the premises, in their natural surroundings. The house was thrown open to the public, and it was a marvelous sale. The floorwalker's name was John Shephard. He also took the money.
You are listening to Crime Classics, and your host, Thomas Hyland. You don't have to tell the average or above-average housewife that radios work before dark, too. Chances are she's already familiar with the daytime dramatic serials on CBS Radio, a succession of fine day-to-day stories about people it's easy to like and be interested in. Every weekday on most of these same stations, listen where America listens most, for Aunt Jenny, Ma Perkins, Rosemary, Our Gal Sunday, and all our Stars Address daytime serials. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on the incredible history of John Shephard.
I would like to speak to you briefly about Newgate Prison. And Newgate Prison because, as you must know, John Shephard must eventually come here, since, as all of us know too, lex omnia vincit. Well, Newgate Prison was built in the 12th century and was originally the gatehouse to the west side of London. As the gatehouse, many gay times were had here, travelers being what they are. But in the 15th century, iron bars were imported from Sheffield, and as a prison, Newgate came into its own. The Great Fire of 1666 destroyed it, but from the ashes rose a dungeon even more formidable than its predecessor. In 1723, the year which concerns us here, Newgate was a place of dampness and stone and iron, with a special section for shackle and rack. You might be interested in knowing that the most popular method of execution in this era was pressing a fellow to death, more later. In the meanwhile, back to Chesney Lane and the house of Lord and Lady Courtliff, toward the end of a highly successful sale in which the Greystone house was being stripped to its stone.
I beg your pardon.
Yes?
Are the tapestries for sale, too?
Oh, yes.
And at what price?
Which tapestry did you have in mind?
Well, let me see. This one.
Excellent choice.
I like unicorns.
£10.
You'll give me a bill of sale?
Why should I?
To prove that I have come by this honesty. After all...
After all what?
This is a famous tapestry.
Dee-dee.
The farandole of the unicorns.
Oh, Dee-dee.
Lord Courtliff's favourite.
I know, he told me.
As he told me.
A good friend of his?
He has many friends. In the police.
And you're...
Captain Cleaver.
I'm...
John Shephard. Only John Shephard would have the imagination, the audacity to open up a stranger's house and sell all the stranger's belongings.
Captain.
Yes, lad.
There's an arrangement I have with an Officer Cooper of the police.
Pity.
Why pity?
Now, Officer Cooper will be hung, too.
Oh. Then...
Of it, there's no doubt. You're un...
Wait.
What?
The proceeds from the sale of the furnishings on the second floor.
What of them, lad?
Yours.
My name is not Cooper. Come along, lad, John, lad. You're under arrest. I'll test that, stonemason. Tight. Good. You're stapled to the stone floor right enough, John, lad. You'll not get out of here. Now, stonemason, for an extra safety, a U-spike about his neck onto the floor. Now, let me see. A couple more hits, stonemason. A couple more, my man. The only time you'll be leaving Newgate, lad, John, lad, is when they trundle your body out. And we'll take another extra safety. Hand me those chains, stonemason. Wrap them round you, lad, John, lad. Goodbye, lad. Come, stonemason.
I have here a newspaper of the time from which I'd like to read a paragraph or two. John Shephard, alone in the stone room of Newgate Prison, espied a crooked nail. With this device, he unburdened himself of his chains. Some have said that John Shephard enlisted outside aid in loosening himself from the stapling. But John Shephard has claimed that this is not so. But it remains true that unstapled he became. Whereupon he removed 2 stones from the wall of the room, which gave him access to a passageway between the walls. Thus, he climbed to the Red Room, so called for obvious and horrible reasons. He threw down the door of this unspeakable closet, and thence came to the chapel. Removing a spike from the door of the chapel, he experienced small difficulty in opening 4 other doors, which led him to the roof. It was a rainy night, and he almost, in traversing this place, slipped to his doom. However, he jumped across a narrow alleyway onto the roof of a Mr. Finchley who lived next door, and opened a window casement of this house.
Don't be frightened.
Where did you come from?
From out there. From the rain.
Oh.
You have no need to be frightened.
Who are you?
John Shephard.
In truth?
Such is my misfortune.
Misfortune?
Yes.
But how?
I say my name and I am shunned by all.
My father...
Don't scream for him. Just let me walk through that door and out of here.
My father...
I know, a wrathful man.
My father is in the country.
I know, in the next room.
In the country.
What?
In the country. I've been trying to tell you.
Oh. What wicked man is he to leave you here all alone? To leave you at the mercy of whoever comes across your roof and into your window.
He needed to go. A matter of his health.
What is your name?
Angela.
I knew it, and I dared not speak it. Angela of Angels.
Oh, John.
Yes?
Your clothes, they're wet and you...
Oh, cold. Shivery.
In the next room, there's a fire.
Take me to it.
Oh, take my hand, John.
Of Angels. Take me to it.
And in no time at all, John Shephard had the run of the house. He particularly liked the library and would spend hours here. He liked to read to Angela, and as your almanac will show you, this was a very rainy summer, so he read to her a lot. And in spite of the inclement weather, it was truly an idyllic summer for these 2 young people.
I love you, Angela.
Oh, and I love you, John. John, oh, John, John.
And small lovers spat.
I hate you.
Hate me, do you? Well, I despise you.
Partings. Greetings.
Oh, John, oh, John, John, you've come back.
And John would read to her again. And sometimes next door there would be an execution. And they would watch. And every week, Angela wrote to her daddy.
Dear Papa, it rains here. Most every day it rains. And there is chill in the air. I thank the stars each night that you're in the country and getting your strength back again. Stay as long as you want, and I will come down and visit you at Christmas time. As you have told me to, I improve myself in the library, reading and doing sums and musing. Tonight there is a thunder shower. How fortunate are you that you are not here. John, I'm writing to my father.
Hurry, then.
Your loving daughter, Angela.
In the autumn, the weather got better, and one morning in early October, right outside Angela's house, when John was returning from the greengrocer's, a voice from out of the past all but dropped John like a pulled steer.
John, well... John Shephard. Hello, John.
Hello, Beth.
Ain't they hanged you yet, John? Oh, presto.
I'm a hurry, Beth.
Be you now. Please!
Hush.
Now, why should I, John?
Because, we're old friends, Beth.
Be we now? John?
Yes?
Were the police to find you, my lad, what would happen to you?
Well,
They'd hang you, wouldn't they? A pressure thinner than a comedy cake.
But you won't call them, now, would you?
I might.
Unless what?
Like it was in the old times. Like it was before...
John!
Well, now. Well, now.
Do you have the parsnips from the greengrocer's?
Do you have the parsnips from the greengrocer's? Well, now.
Who's this woman, John?
It's my
Forgot my name, John. I'm Beth Lyon, and who be you, little duck?
Come into the house, John.
Come into the house, John, pretty as you please. Well, John ain't coming into your house no more. Are you, John?
Angela.
Yes, John?
Angela.
Now you listen to me. You listen to me, John. I know where you came from that night. That first night when you came in from the roof, out of the rain. You came from next door, from Newgate Prison.
Angela.
And if you don't come into the house this moment, I'll yell for the police.
And he comes with me, a royal...
John? Police!
And when John moved toward Angela, you guessed it.
Police!
Well, as you can imagine, that brought the police. And John was arrested again and got his old room back again. He was stapled again and chained again. And the guard was placed on 24-hour vigil.
Hey, guard. Guard. Yeah. How would you like to... Oh.
And so he was brought to trial and found guilty of robbery and footpadism, and, as was the law of the time, sentenced to execution. Since this was the very autumn when pressing to death went out of fashion, John Shephard was hanged. This last event took place on the 16th of November, 1724, in front of a mob made up chiefly of protesting but fascinated women. An estimated 200,000 in the audience. There were on record certain excerpts, statements from certain women who had known him.
He's so young and gentle. They need not hang him. Oh, poor lad, it'll be a terrible loss.
London will seem different without the likes of John Shephard. There'll be no one to love for no more.
Each time it rains, I'll keep looking at the window and remembering. Oh, sweet apparition, and he'll no longer appear. Sweet John Shephard, cruel John Shephard. I scarce know whether I love you or hate you the more.
Scarce knew whether she loved or hated him the more, which was about the consensus, from a goodly sampling. And just think, only 23 years old.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. John Shephard, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was adapted from themes of the period and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Alastair Duncan was heard as John Shephard. Featured in the cast were Betty Harford, Ellen Morgan, D.J. Thompson, Ben Wright, Richard Peel, and Jerry Desmond. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Rome, Italy, just a little bit before March 15th in 44 B.C. We will concern ourselves with a man and his friends and what happened when they all got together in the same room. It's listed in my files as 23 Knives Against Caesar. Thank you. Good night.
Your Heart Association presents Bing Crosby.
Folks, you know, there's never been a job too big for America to handle. Right now, your Heart Association is asking you to join medical science in the fight against heart diseases, which take more lives than all other diseases combined. The goal of the Heart Fund is to help bring new hope to all hearts through new advances in surgery, through new methods of prevention and care and treatment. The American Heart Association and its affiliates comprise the only voluntary health agency devoted exclusively to heart programs. Mail your contribution to Heart, H-E-A-R-T, care of your local post office. Help your Heart Fund, help your heart.
Lionel Barrymore's Radio Hall of Fame is great Sunday night drama on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The drone of lawmakers before the President of the Senate raps the gavel for silence. The year 44 B.C. The city, Rome. A conclave of the togaed and jeweled men waiting the arrival of Caesar. And there stands Brutus, silken-clad and heavy-jawed. And there Cassius, slight of figure and hawk-like features. And there, Casca later called Vile. Probably he didn't deserve such a name at all, for he was only one of several who held sharp daggers beneath their vestment this day, the Ides of March. Here he comes. Tonight, my report to you on 23 Knives Against Caesar.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Julius Caesar was born in the year 102 B.C., and by the time he was 16, the year he received the toga virilis, the symbol of manhood, he was already an opinionated young fellow.
I'm a direct descendant of the goddess Venus.
When anybody asked him of his ancestry. And a few years later, having been house guest at many homes on both sides of the Appian Way...
To all women, I am all men.
Prompted to give an opinion about his prowess as a soldier.
The world will taste my sword.
About his intellect?
A genius. Bold strategist. Of unsurpassed valor. Godlike.
Which is a good time to tell you what he looked like. Suetonius has him as a man of tall stature, fair complexion, shapely limbs, somewhat full-faced and keen black eyes. He was somewhat overnice in the care of his person, smoothly shaven with superfluous hair above his eyes, plucked out. He combed his hair forward to hide the fact of his growing baldness, a fact which disturbed him greatly.
Cleopatra,
Oh, noble Caesar.
twine not your fingers in my hair.
Oh, but it is the remembered touching of you that... Oh, do you have to go back to Rome?
Because it is the time to.
Oh, what would be better? To float on this barge till where the Nile begins, to the heaven that lies over the edge of the world.
Pretty thought.
Of a woman in love.
Woman. Girl.
In truth.
Woman.
Oh, Caesar.
What?
There is about you.
What?
A divine thing.
Now, girl, again.
Something godlike. Long ago, oh, long ago, when I first heard the name Caesar, master of men that mastered Gaul and the unknown places beyond the seas, and my teacher said your name and what you had done, the word came to mind. Godlike.
Truly?
And when you came to Egypt in pursuit of Pompey, and finding him already murdered, and the weariness, and at the same time elation on your face, when I saw you for the first time. Oh, that word again. Godlike.
Cleopatra.
Oh, Caesar, conqueror. Caesar, king. Divine Caesar.
Perhaps.
Yes.
When I return to Rome...
A hero of the world.
There will be talk, as you have talked.
That you are of the gods.
Yes.
But now soft flows the Nile, and quiet curves the moon in Egypt's sky. And I am at the feet of my conqueror.
Child. Queen.
A parade in the 1st century B.C. Triumphant parade. Entrance of hero. People on Roman holiday. Julius Caesar has returned to the city. Past the Temple of Concordia. Past the House of the Vestals. Turn left under the Arch of Septimus Severus and into the Forum. Caesar has come home from Egypt. The conqueror is home again, and laurel wreath sets well upon his brow. Everything will be all right again. Caesar will see to it, and he mounts the rostrum, and the crowd hushes. And Caesar speaks.
I came! I saw! I conquered! Since last I left your bosoms, Gaul, once torn asunder by marauding and barbaric tribes, is now united and pays homage and tribute to all of us here. And the civil war with Pompey is at an end. Pompey is dead in Alexandria, and his legions I pursued into the desert, and I am home. And these things I must tell you. Those veterans of my legions who wish it will receive land and booty in the transmarine colonies. Those among you who are without slaves may choose among the barbarians, the prisoners. The constitution of our state will be re-explored so that you, my people, will reap its blessings and rewards, no longer at the mercy of corruption. These things by divine word. These things by the divinity which lies close to me.
And this is the first time on record that Julius Caesar hinted openly of his divine potential. He didn't shout it. He just let it fall nice and easy against the ears of the Roman citizen. And, speaking of Roman citizens, I'd like you to meet a couple. The one's name is Flavius, a shopkeeper, 43 years old.
Wife, 3 children. Hobbies, the spring rituals, Greek picture stories. Ambition to visit Greece.
And the second citizen is named Luca.
Son of Timbor. Another worker, 40 years old. Wife, 2 children. Hobbies, the arena, watching all sports.
Just average gentlemen. Family men, decent, home-loving, owning a toga for dress and one for work and sandals to match. And friends. And now and then they were apt to meet on the street, somewhere near their respective shops.
Hail, Luca. Hail, Flavius. Where do you go?
Returning from the parade.
As am I. A spectacle.
Yes.
What ails thee?
Here, where I have lifted my son Cassio on my shoulder so he could see.
I have seen your Cassio. He waxes with each day.
Did you get close enough to hear Caesar?
Yes.
What did you think?
Well,
I'm not sure either.
What about the slaves? Are you going to take a slave?
I've got 4 to feed now.
He's giving too much to the veterans.
Well, if it wasn't for the veterans, where would we be now?
I guess so.
He said he was going
You mean about the Constitution?
Uh-huh.
You remember he came back from Britain? He said the same thing. He came back from Gaul, the same thing. Spain, the same thing. Now Egypt, the same thing. Only a little dustier.
Talking about Egypt.
Cleopatra?
A friend of mine in the Legion saw her.
Oh, well.
He says in Egypt it was good to be Caesar. Listen, you want to stop over the shop? He brought back some picture stories.
Maybe. Let me ask you something, Flavius.
What?
Did you hear what I heard?
What do you mean?
What Caesar said about divinity?
I remember he said something.
Divinity. You think he's trying to get us to raise temples to him?
Oh, he wouldn't.
I don't know. Caesar now?
Maybe so.
Well,
I have got to get back, too.
Give my love at home.
Thumbs.
Friends gesturing each other farewell. And down this street and up a hill named Capitoline Hill, and halfway down its farther side there was a building of marble in a grove of cypress. A building dedicated to leisure and sweating off the fat. Roman baths for the Roman nobles, highest stratum. Slaves to bring apples and towels and pills and unguents. The tier of rocks steaming and the waters of the pool warm and scented. And sitting on edge, feet a dangle, 2 highest stratum nobles, Brutus and Cassius, waiting for their Caesar.
And that's what you think, Cassius?
It doesn't take a Sophocles to figure it out. Promise the poor what they want, promise the middle class what they want, promise the nobility what we want. That's the kind of speech it was, Brutus. And it's a danger.
Danger?
Consider, he can only satisfy one group by taking away from the other. Therefore, it is impossible that he keep his promise. Therefore...
I don't think that's the danger at all.
Oh?
What's the matter with you? Weren't you listening?
Of course I was.
He wants to be a god.
I wanted you to say it, Brutus. Because you are his friend, and he leans much on...
Hail, Brutus.
Hail, Caesar.
Yes, sir.
Long life to Caesar.
Not so godlike, our Caesar, when he swims.
Egypt has swelled him.
They say Cleopatra.
Yes.
Look at him.
Bald.
Caesar, who would be God.
Hold, slave. Take towel to me. The dust of continents is washed from me, Brutus.
How well you swim.
The Nile, Brutus, the Nile. What exercises it provides.
Oh, Caesar.
Speak, Cassius, speak.
Your speech of this afternoon.
What thought you of it?
Interesting.
And you, Brutus?
Provocative.
Oh? What did it provoke, Brutus?
I asked myself how it would be were I friend to a god.
It would be worthwhile, Brutus. I can tell you that. And I can tell you, too, Cassius.
The custom of naming new gods is only for the Greeks and Orientals.
In Gaul, Cassius, I tamed the torrent of a river. In Britain, the torrent of a people. In Egypt, a queen's torrent, tamed and changed. So what now is a custom that I cannot change it? Listen.
Already there is talk that...
Caesar speaks, Cassius.
Caesar speaks.
In Egypt, the people bowed down to me and burned incense.
Made sacrifice?
In the Senate tomorrow, I shall propose the erection of a statue. And Mark Antony will lay upon my brow the laurel wreath.
He approaches Caesar.
Who?
Your poet.
Sinner. Oh, sinner, sinner, friend of my heart. Now, rise, rise, sinner, so that I may embrace thee. Dear sinner. How I've missed you these months, and your sweet words.
Caesar, divine Caesar.
What catastrophe would be Rome's if suddenly there were no more laws but divine commandments?
It must not happen.
He is your friend.
Rome is my life.
Brutus.
Yes?
There are others who speak as we do.
Who?
Casca, Tullius, and those who are alarmed.
How do they speak?
Of the death of Caesar. Are you with us, Brutus?
I have said it. Rome is my life. Therefore, death to Caesar.
Death to the tyrant Caesar?
And while this kind of unkindly talk was going on about him, Caesar was on the hot rocks, listening to what Cinna the poet had written for him, and liking it.
Sinner, sinner, sinner.
Saturday afternoon in the Roman baths.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Tomorrow night, there's laughter ahead for all who come to CBS Radio to meet Mr. McNutley. Ray Milland stars as Professor McNutley, a master in the classroom who's somewhat wobbly in the social world. You'll enjoy every minute of the occasion when you meet Mr. McNutley, Thursday nights on most of these same stations. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on 23 Knives Against Caesar.
A refresher paragraph on ancient Rome. It may come as a shock to some, but I must tell you that the primitive city of Rome was not in the Tiber Valley at all, but on the ridges surrounding. It was not until the empire flourished that Rome spread out to take up all of the Campus Martius that hugged the bend of the river opposite the Vatican Hill. The streets weren't paved until about the 2nd century B.C. The first paved street ran down the Capitoline Hill to Casa Hecate, a popular pathway that it was, and so it remains to this day. Since the city depended on wells and springs for its water supply, aqueducts were put in at an early date. And with the most important plumbing down, they started to build the houses and the temples and the roads you've heard so much about. Yes, the Romans were there to stay.
Hail, Flavius.
Oh, Luca. Hail, Luca. Have a fig.
Oh, thanks. From Smyrna.
Smyrna of the north, that is why they are so skinny.
Well, I've heard our Caesar eats no skinny figs.
You seem troubled.
Troublous times.
The stomach again, Luca?
It hurts when I place palm of hand to it, so, and press.
But then press not.
Then I could not tell whether it hurt.
True, true.
But more vexing is my trouble.
Caesar?
My wife disagrees with me.
The function of a wife?
She thinks Caesar's a god.
Yeah, my wife also, my eldest daughter, and my son.
My children taught too of the new god who walks the Roman streets and sits in the Roman Senate and who wears the laurel crown. And they call Caesar God.
Troublous times.
How easy the times could become. Not troublous.
How?
Accept Caesar as God.
Foolishness.
Is it?
How say you?
I've done much thinking. Since Alexander the Greek, there has been no such mortal as Caesar. A singular human Caesar. Therefore, perhaps no human. Therefore, perhaps a god. Therefore...
This is your wife speaking through your mouth.
With logic.
There are rumors.
What rumors?
That a statue is to be erected to Caesar while he lives, and sacrifices to be brought to it.
Then Caesar will enter the realm, Flavius. He will be a god. I believe it better that we accept the fact. Perhaps it will be fruitful for all of us if we have a god in our midst.
As it has not been fruitful in spite of the promises Caesar has made.
As a mortal.
It is to ponder. In truth, it is to ponder. Have another fig.
Countrymen, beloved subjects, I behold here the statue. Well up the tears in mine eyes. Shiver thou my body, be humble my soul, and yet I cannot. For within me is a flame, and a voice in the flame, a voice that speaks and says, "This is your statue, O Caesar, which they have built for you. Accept it, Caesar, divine Caesar. Hear me, my people, divine Caesar, descended from the gods, and himself descended from the gods, and himself
Quite a phenomenon. Hundreds of thousands of birds suddenly appearing in the forum at the precise instant when Caesar was proclaiming himself a god. And they hovered, and they shrieked, and they beat their wings, and Caesar could not make himself heard. And the people ran from that place because they knew it was an omen.
descended from the gods, and himself a god.
But there was no one to hear him, for all the people had fled from that place, for they knew it was an omen.
Caesar, take my hand, Caesar, for I am blind. For I will take you to a place so that you may wander. This is where we walk, a place of darkness, Caesar.
No, it is bright with sunlight.
Dark, for I am blind. Lead me, lead me. Caesar.
Yes?
What else besides sunlight do you see?
There, a soldier.
Yes, where the corridor brightens.
Where it darkens. Phantom. Phantom, why do you laugh?
Lead me to the soldier, Caesar. And what does the soldier hold in his hand?
A flame.
And now what does he hold?
Nothing. The flame has destroyed itself. And yet where the soldier has held it, no scar, no sear, nor burn.
An omen, Caesar. Your passing, your death.
No.
Your death. Nor will you leave a mark. A flame you are, and quickly will you die.
No.
Your death, Caesar.
No.
Caesar. Caesar, wake. Oh, what nightmare are you having? Wake, Caesar.
Calpurnia, wife.
What nightmare did you have?
Of death. Of my own death.
I dreamed it also.
What?
Last night. That I held you in my arms and you were slain.
How?
With knives.
The knives of whom?
Friends to you.
Beware the Ides of March.
What was that? What voice?
Beware the Ides of March.
An outside voice. Listen to what he says.
O Caesar, beware the Ides of March.
Slave! Outside there is one who cried that Caesar should beware the Ides of March. Bring him to me. Go!
Caesar. My husband Caesar, weep not.
That voice. The voice of dread. I know it. I know it well.
How could you know it when...
Woman, I know it well. I know it well. For it is the voice of my troubled dreams. A voice that said to me I would die.
But you're imagining...
That said to me I would die. And your dream, and the birds, and the forum. And now... voice. Voice of my dreams, dread voice. Who are you? What are you that you say, Caesar, beware the Ides of March?
I am a soothsayer.
And why do you shout beneath my window?
Oh, Caesar, beware the Ides of March.
Why? Why?
Beware tomorrow, Caesar. For the portents say that tomorrow the Ides of March is your death. Laugh not, Caesar, but mourn for your passing.
I laugh because it is a huge joke I play upon myself. In truth, the voice of this soothsayer is similar to the voice of my dreams, and the face, yet there is a difference. The eyes of the man in my dreams were sightless.
I am blind, Caesar.
If the gods will it. For I am their brother.
And you remember, the year 44 B.C., the day, the 15th of March. The scene, the Roman Senate. I would like to read to you from Plutarch's Lives. When Caesar entered, the Senate stood up to show their respect to him. And of Brutus's confederates, some came about his chair and stood behind it.
How pale today, my Caesar.
What petition have you, Brutus?
For Tilius, whose brother is in exile.
I will not grant it.
Whereupon Tilius lay hold of Caesar's robe and with both hands pulled it down from his neck, which was the signal for the assault. Casca gave him the first cut in the neck.
Fire, Casca! What does this mean?
But Casca did not answer. Those who came prepared for the business enclosed Caesar on every side, with their naked daggers in their hands. Whichsoever way he turned, he met with blows and was encompassed like a wild beast on every side. And Brutus was the last.
You too, Brutus. Die, Caesar.
And gave him one stab.
Caesar is dead. Citizens, Romans, listen. Caesar is dead. End to tyranny. End to a despot. Caesar is dead.
It must be true, Flavius. Else the noble Brutus would not say it.
Well, it just goes to show.
Show what?
You can have ambition, don't let it run away with you. My son Cassio wants to be a senator. I'm trying to tell him to be content. Got a nice business he can step into.
Well, you know how kids are. Oh, I can hardly believe it.
What?
Caesar dead.
Why not? You think he was a god or something?
Well,
Well, I'm going home, Luca. Give my love to the family.
The thumbs.
Thumbs.
"23 stab wounds were counted. Speeches were made, and Caesar was cremated. The next day, official decree by the Senate elevated him to the rank of a god. There was a celebration that lasted for 23 days, and all the Romans agreed it was one of the finest celebrations on record. They danced around his statue a lot and decked it with flowers. And a god couldn't expect much more than that.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Caesar, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from accounts of the times by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Edgar Barrier was heard as Caesar. Featured in the cast were Hy Averback, Lou Krugman, Irene Tedrow, Betty Harford, Marvin Miller, and Harry Bartell. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, a field in France during the reign of Louis Napoleon. We will concern ourselves at that time with a missing family and several freshly opened graves. It's listed in my files as Jean-Baptiste Troppmann, killer of many. Thank you. Good night.
Forward on Liberty's team. That's the 1954 slogan of the Boy Scouts of America, 3,300,000 strong, who celebrate their 44th birthday this week. Behind that slogan is a great team of Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, explorers, and adult leaders, organized in 89,000 units through the country, its territories, and wherever Americans live abroad. To them, to all of them, a salute from CBS Radio and its affiliates. Congratulations and happy birthday. Keep up the good work. Everybody Loves Junior Miss, Thursday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. Crowd swarming over a field in France. Crowd, all ages. They've come to see this crowd. They've come to look. And the field they're trampling will be packed so hard that the soil cannot be plowed for 2 years after. Closer now to see if it were true, to see if the story were true. The story of horror about a mass grave, victims, murder victims buried together. Closer now. And finally, a man reaches a pit in the earth. Tonight, my report to you on Jean-Baptiste Troppmann, killer of many.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Adolescence is a trying time, a time when imagined sorrow is a constant companion, and loneliness and mystery and joy so great it bursts the heart, sometimes all in a couple of hours. Youth reacts to it varyingly, mostly by writing poems, talking to the moon, rejecting, accepting, dancing, fleeing, getting caught, falling in love, and generally being miserable. Well, Jean-Baptiste Troppmann had a more difficult time with adolescence than most. For example, on the morning of April 3, 1865, when Jean was 16 years old, he had an argument with his brother in his father's factory.
Brother! Stupid brother! Dog brother! Why am I cursed with such a brother as you?
With a hammer against his brother's face. While the factory hands watched in amazement at such a temper, since Jean's brother had only accidentally spilled a small can of oil, after which his brother never looked quite the same. And when Jean was 16 and a half years old, he was standing on the second floor landing with his father.
Father! Stupid father! Dog father! Why am I cursed with such a father as you?
And the elder Troppmann was carried to a hospital where he was treated for concussion and contusions and released 4 days later. It should be said that after this, the elder man never got on steps with his son again. And next spring, when young Jean-Baptiste was walking along the banks of the river, wondering about adolescent things in general, he came across a man of 40 perhaps, with a knapsack, a hiker.
Hello.
Hello.
I've never seen you around here before.
Well, I've never been in these parts.
What do you think of our countryside?
Beautiful. Had I known before how beautiful, I would not have remained city pent these years, but would have walked down to your countryside before.
Are you from Paris?
Yes.
How is it in Paris?
Teeming, dirty. This is your home, that village, these fields?
Tell me of Paris.
You tell me of Paris.
Don't mimic me.
Tell me of Paris. You crazy little monkey, why did you hit me?
Don't make fun! You need to be taught!
Held the man's head under the water and drowned him, and let the river's swift current carry the man away. And Jean-Baptiste was lucky. The man was washed away to sea and never found. Then walked home and kissed his mother and let her ruffle his hair. Then went straight away to his chemicals. He liked to mix poisons. The properties of prussic acid in particular fascinated him. He was pale-complexioned, wiry, and kind of spidery in his movements. And one day he went to Paris on a mission for his father. And there he met a Monsieur Jean Paint.
To the Emperor Louis Napoleon.
To the Emperor.
Oh, waiter. More champagne.
I must tell you, Monsieur Kent.
Oh, then do. Tell me what.
What a pleasure it is to meet a man as sophisticated and as wise as you.
Oh, Zut.
That we have become friends through a chance meeting is fortunate to me.
You are a good lad. Jean.
Yes?
How old are you?
19.
Half my age. I could be your father. Jean.
Yes?
Let me tell you. I have a son nearly of your years, Gustave, and he is a dolt. Oh, this is my misfortune, Jean, because a man wishes most that his firstborn be a son, and his son be a joy. If my son would have been such as you, Jean, it would have been a joy.
Monsieur?
Eh?
How did you become rich, Monsieur?
Oh, hard work, application, and a small factory for brush making in Roubaix.
You were an intelligent man.
No. Hard work, application.
And this is what I must do to rise above my own poverty?
Not you, Jean. You are clever. There's a quickness about you. You have imagination. And you will be rich.
As rich as you?
Oh, richer.
Monsieur.
Eh?
I have a plan. I have a plan, Monsieur, and I wish to interest you in it.
Oh, what sort of plan?
Of money, of wealth, for myself and for you. My friend and my counselor.
Tell me of it.
I have already told you. Of money, of wealth. Invest a small amount of money. The returns, fabulous.
And soon you will tell me of it?
Soon.
Aha. I drink again to our friendship, Jean. Lasting and good.
Oh, yes.
I do not like it.
But wife, good wife to me, how can you say you do not like such as he?
There is something about that boy. There is an evil to him.
Evil? A youth of 19?
Like a night bloom that sickens and exudes an essence that stifles.
Oh, how can you say that?
By speaking like this. Jean-Baptiste Troppmann is a youth who hugs close evil. And more I will tell you.
What?
When you're not here sometimes, he questions me.
Well, bright lads ask many questions.
Of the state of your affairs.
how much money you have, in what form, how quickly could your bonds be negotiable. Have I insurance? Had you and the children? Also the value of...
Mama?
Yes, Gustave.
The children are all asleep. Emile and Achille chose the left bed this evening. Alfred and Henri the right. And Marie is asleep the first of all, in a nursery.
Oh, you're a fine son, Gustave.
Gustave.
Yes, Papa?
Next year is your birthday, and you'll be 18 years of age.
That is true, Papa.
Tell me, son, what do you think about? Henrietta?
Tell your father what you think about, Gustave.
Playing games.
Very good. What kind of game?
Oh, with sticks and balls and running and jumping high into the air.
And what else do you think about?
My house and my mama. And my brothers and my sisters.
What about them?
Mama?
Leave him alone.
Gustave.
Yes, Papa?
Do you ever think about the world of business? Run along, Gustave. Find a stick and a ball and jump high into the air.
Mama, go. Why are you so cruel to your firstborn?
Because I know a young man but a year older than he.
Whose name is Jean-Baptiste Troppmann?
Whose name is Jean-Baptiste Troppmann. And though the name may be a thorn to you, it's a name for you to remember. For this boy, this clever boy, already has a scheme to make us richer. As rich as kings.
What plan?
I told you you would prattle it all about. Nevertheless, it is a plan, such a plan as you never dreamed of. A magnificent conception of a plan. And by a boy barely 19 years old. Oh, would that he were my son.
Then I should not have been his mother.
Oh, Jean-Baptiste, welcome. This house is yours. Welcome.
Oh, what unhappy woman bore such a monster for a son?
The woman who bore such a monster for a son was named Madame Troppmann, and she was not unhappy. She loved her son dearly and thought him a fine youth, and was sure that in time he would bring her much joy. On the other hand, Madame Kank knew Jean-Baptiste for what he was, but what she didn't know was that he would bring her death. And the next morning...
But where are you going?
To the fields of Pantin, and a place there, a chateau.
But why?
But the boy's plan.
The boy's plan, which necessitated hiring a carriage and the drive out of Paris and into the countryside and into the nighttime. And the talk then.
The Chateau Bernier.
Tell me the rest of it.
They will be there.
Huh? Who?
The counterfeiters.
Counterfeiters?
They've brought machinery and plates of such exquisite craftsmanship. And all the money we can possibly use forever. We shall make it. And we must pay them but 5,000 francs. You have brought 5,000 francs?
Oh, yes.
Drink. Drink of my wine.
Yes. Yes.
We'll be princes of fabulous wealth. What's the matter? I'll stop the carriage. How do you feel?
Cramp.
Come, we'll walk. It will ease the pain, the cramp.
They walked only a short way, and then Monsieur Kank fell to the ground. Jean hurried immediately back to the carriage, obtained a shovel he had lashed to its understructure, and dug a hole, and put Monsieur Kank in it, and packed down the earth. If Monsieur Kank wasn't dead when he fell, he was now.
listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland, and his report to you on Jean-Baptiste Troppmann, killer of many.
It was France. It was the Second Empire. Louis Napoleon was on the throne, and the Empress Eugénie. Those of dexterity and imagination were inventing machines, and all of Europe was in an economic upheaval caused by mechanical contrivances cleverly put together. It was the era of the speculator, the money adventurer, the exploiter. For the youth of the time, there was the opportunity for wealth beyond dreams, or poverty on the same level. And the youth of the time was Jean-Baptiste Troppmann, a youth of vision, a youth of ambition. He had a plan. Massacre the Cank family and assume identity of Jean Cank. Take his wealth and go to America. There were 8 members of the Cank family, and when we pick him up in the fall of 1868, he had only killed one, the father. One day, Jean-Baptiste wrote a letter to Madame Cank.
My dearest wife, I have hurt my hand, and therefore have asked my esteemed friend Jean-Baptiste Troppmann to write this letter to you. I am here in the pension of Madame Bourget in the village of Ferney. How I miss you. How I miss my dear family. Are the 6 children too much of a travail without me? Let you and the rest content with the knowledge that our plans flourish, and soon, dearest wife, we will be very rich. Very, very rich. Now, here is what you must do. Send our oldest boy, Gustave, to me for a twofold purpose. There is work for him here with a future, and he should bring with him 5,000 francs, which is needed immediately for expenses. Your faithful husband, Jean Cank. Oh, Gustave, come in.
Hello, Monsieur Troppmann. Good evening.
Well, and how was your journey down from Paris?
Oh, very good, thank you. Where is Papa?
I will take you to him presently.
I would like to see him now. I've missed him.
Gustave?
Yes?
Did your mama give you anything for your papa?
Oh, some cakes. I have them here in my satchel.
Cakes? Is that all?
And an envelope.
Which is right there in your satchel.
Which is right here in my pocket.
Ah.
Sewn to the inside.
Oh, you have a clever mother. Come, Gustave, I will take you to your father.
Monsieur?
Yes, Gustave?
My father wrote a letter and said there was work for me.
Well, actually, there are 2 jobs available to you.
Hmm?
2 jobs. One right down there at the pier. Can you swim?
Oh, no.
Oh, well, then you would not be suitable for this one job, for it has to do with piers and boats. But you do sums, Gustave.
Oh, simple sums.
Good.
Monsieur?
Yes?
What is my father doing now?
Put a step away. That shack where the winch is.
Oh, I shall be very happy to... Monsieur...
Jean strangled the boy, tore open the sewn pocket, extracted 5,000 francs from it, and then... It was said that on the night of Gustave's disappearance, Jean returned to the pension exhilarated. He paid the landlady for a bottle of wine with 100 francs. He toasted everything and everybody, and went upstairs to his room singing...
Avec les pieds
a saucy tune of the day.
My dear wife, our son Gustave has arrived and has a fine situation. The time has come to disclose to you my secret. But I cannot leave this place. Therefore, all of you must come here for 2 or 3 days. This won't hurt you, for Troppmann has procured and has put up 500,000 francs for our venture. I must match this sum with what I have. Thus, dear wife, I petition you to procure all our assets from the bank and bring them to me. Also, in order to complete legal documents, I must have vital papers and records, our birth and marriage certificates, and those of our children. If I should not meet you at the train, it is because of the press of business. I have given all explanations to Troppmann. He will explain everything to you. You must do everything he tells you. Your faithful husband, Jean Cank. Right, Madame Cank. At chateau over there.
What are the children?
They sleep?
Yes.
Then let them.
Wait. Achille? Achille. Wake up. Listen. Now listen, Achille. Monsieur Troppmann will take me to Papa, who is in that chateau. I will bring him back to you and the children. Watch over your brothers and sisters, dear son, and I will bring Papa to you. Very well, Monsieur Troppmann.
My arm?
And will Gustave be with his Papa? Will I see my Gustave?
No.
No.
He's dead.
Huh?
He's dead, Madame. As your husband is dead. Achille? Come here. Come here, my child.
Sometime later, a farmhand was walking across the fields. He saw some freshly turned earth and investigated. He ran straight to the police, and the police came to the field. And not only the police. You remember, crowd, come to see, come to look. A mass grave where were buried 6 members of the Cank family. And they saw what they had come for. Since the elder Cank was not to be found, the police immediately assumed that he was the murderer and began their fruitless hunt for him. In the meanwhile, in Le Havre, on a rainy day...
And you believe there will be no difficulty in obtaining a passport for me?
To America?
To America.
Monsieur.
Yes?
Why do you not go to the authorities, monsieur, huh? Why do you need such as I to forge a passport for you?
Invent a reason for yourself, my friend, and let it satisfy you.
I will be satisfied only if I am paid well.
As you will be.
Of course. However, a small... Oh, forgive me, monsieur. I must...
You, stay where you are.
I'm afraid, monsieur, you would have to find another, my friend, the police. Well, how, Ferdinand? Have you been looking for me?
There's been thievery on the docks, little friend.
And I, of course, have been accused?
Who else?
Because it is a rainy day and you do not wish to look very far.
Perhaps. Tell me, who is your friend here?
Well, I do not know.
Who are you, monsieur? Yes, you. Who are you?
Me?
Exactly you.
Why do you ask that?
Because you are with a little thief here, and so elegantly dressed, monsieur. What do you do here? What connivance do you make with this small robber?
I don't even know him.
Who are you, monsieur? Your name, please. What? So hesitant, my friend? You have papers.
Oh, yes.
No, yes. Yes or no, monsieur? Do not run. Come back. Up. You will follow the sea! Stop them! Oh, madman, just jump in the ocean. I should let you drown. However, do not frighten me, monsieur.
Let it die. Let it die. Let it die. Let it die.
But the policeman pulled Troppmann out of the ocean and took him to the station. Here they put blankets about him and fed him hot soup because suddenly he was an important man. And because his papers, however damp, attested him to be Jean Canque, and Jean Canque was wanted by every policeman in France for the slaughter of his family, including Gustave, who'd been found drowned.
I'm not Jean Canque.
Oh? Then who are you?
Not Jean Canque.
How did you get his papers?
Canque gave them to me.
Where is he, then?
I do not know.
Who are you?
Not Jean Canque.
But who?
Jean Baptiste Troppmann.
Where is Canque?
Listen, he's dead. He's dead. And he's been murdered. He's murdered. And...
Yeah?
I murdered him.
And his family?
I helped murder them.
Help?
There were others.
What others?
I do not know.
But you were there.
Yes.
And the Canque family is dead. Massacred. All of them. There was a trial, and there was a verdict, guilty, and there was the guillotine. And the days of the beast were done.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. Jean-Baptiste Troppmann, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Jack Edwards was heard as Troppmann. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Larry Dobkin, Joseph Kearns, Junius Matthews, Kurt Martell, and Dix Davis. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, the story of a boy from the island of Malta who went to sea in the year 1821. And when he'd gotten just off the Canary Islands, he thought of a wonderful way to make some money quickly. It's listed in my files as the good ship Jane. Why she became Flotsam. Thank you. Good night.
Has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The sound of brace and bit boring into wood, Good wood, mahogany, a hard wood. And since this is 1821, and the tools weren't as finely tempered as they are today, a resisting wood. One needed to really lean into it. Give it muscle. Here's something. Water coming in at last. But how slowly. Just boring holes in the bottom of the ship. That's no way to scuttle it.
Here's an axe.
Yes, sir. As I said, mahogany is a good hard wood, fine for ship's keels. Doesn't hold up under an axe, though. Here comes the Atlantic Ocean. Tonight, my report to you on the good ship Jane, why she became Flotsam.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Let's talk about schooners for a moment. The first one ever built was in Gloucester, Massachusetts, in 1713, by Captain Andrew, Andy, Robbie, Robinson. The schooner is a fore and aft rigged vessel and was much used in fishing in its earliest days. However, it was soon used as an ocean trader, taken as it was into the hearts of ship owners, since it used a smaller crew. The vessel that concerns us here is Jane of Gibraltar, brig rigged fore and schooner rigged aft. She'd carry from 90 to 120 tons and had seen service on all of the 7 seas. The Jane was weighing anchor at Gibraltar. On her way to Brazil. Her captain was Thomas Johnson. Her cabin boy, a youth from Malta named Andrew Camelier. And in the captain's cabin,
10 pipes of sweet oil, 120 barrels of beeswax, 14 round jars of fine oil.
Boy.
Yes, Captain?
How old are you, boy?
16, sir.
You understand the promise I made to your father, boy, that I would return you a man?
Yes, sir.
Continue with the manifest, boy.
300 oblong jars of olives, 14 boxes of raisins, 19 bolts of silk.
Boy.
Yes, sir.
Your father said you were meek, too long, milk fat, and soft. We'll harden you, boy. Put leather where now there's down on your cheek.
Shall I go on with
boy.
it? Yes, sir.
Soften that blonde hair of yours with sea spray and muscle those thin arms. Boy.
Yes, sir.
What have you got in your hand?
Your watch, sir.
I know it's my watch. And I know it was right here on my desk a minute ago.
Well, I fidget, sir.
So your father told me. Put the watch down.
Yes, sir. My father also gave me a book called Tales of the Ocean.
Never mind that. The one with the manifest.
That's all except the dollars, sir.
Read the manifest, boy.
6 18-gallon casks, and one of about 9 and one of about 7 gallons. All filled with Spanish dollars to the number of 38,000. All the above to be delivered to Jose Miguel de Faria, Bahia, Brazil.
You watch your P's and Q's, boy. Stop fidgeting!
Yes, sir.
After which, Andrew never tried to steal the captain's watch again. Instead...
Captain, I saw Seaman Smith opening a cask in the hold and dipping into the olives.
The youth quickly developed a sense of loyalty to his captain and the ship and its cargo. And the captain sensed it.
Good boy.
And did his best to instill the youth with a sense of responsibility. And the next day...
You may flog Seaman Smith, boy. Here, take a whip. Now, don't flinch. Good boy.
And nearly skinned Seaman Smith alive. A youth 2 weeks at sea and manhood busting through all over. Yet with a streak of gentleness.
Mate? Mate Hyman?
Yeah?
I came down here to cruise quarter to see how Seaman Smith feels.
I've seen whipping before, lad, but I got to hand it to you. You're a scientific whipper, you are. Isn't that the truth, Frenchy?
Oui.
Yes. Old Frenchy's seen whipping, too.
Oui.
You're a one, you know that, lad? Rumply blonde-hair boy like you with cherub face and a whipper like you.
I didn't want to do it. Captain ordered me. I'm so sorry, Mr. Smith.
Can't hear you, laddie.
Well, tell him how sorry I am I had to flog him unconscious.
There's a question I'd like to be asking you, lad.
Yes, sir?
Because the crew's all asking it. How did the captain know in the first place that Smitty there was thieving? You tell, Captain, little pink cheeks.
Please.
Please what?
Leave me alone.
Snitcher, ain't you,
You
Pinky?
leave me alone,
Oh, what?
You see this knife, don't you?
You see this knife, don't you?
Please leave me alone.
Look at him, Frenchy. Look at him with the knife.
Oui.
Funny, ain't it? Well, I'm going to tell you what, laddie. Playing with knives, you be, eh? Well, now I'll be playing, too. A sticking game. You'll be all over the deck in a second.
Please.
That's it, laddie.
Please let me alone.
Now, look, laddie, take that knife away from my throat.
Then will you let me alone?
Oh, we was just gaming, laddie. You're a good gamer, you are. Put the knife away from my throat, laddie. Yeah. That's the laddie.
Yes, sir.
He's a one, ain't he, Frenchy?
Yeah, oui.
Please, let's be friendly.
Oh, we're shipmates, we are.
My father told me to make friends.
Shipmates, we are.
Oui.
The captain doesn't like me.
Don't he now? And you such a gamer and a nicey.
He thinks I want to break into the hold and steal all those Spanish dollars and husks. Just because I know where the keys are.
Do you now?
38,000 in Spanish dollars.
Them's the best kind. That's what's in those casks, eh?
Oh, yes, sir.
I could use some of those dollars, couldn't you, Frenchy?
Yeah, oui.
Now, don't you tell the captain I told you about...
All those dollars? Oh, no. We're shipmates.
I'm glad I've made friends.
Yes, oh, you have.
But Mr. Patterson doesn't like me either. He's with the captain all the time and takes watch over him when he sleeps. And
Mr. Patterson don't know true quality in a lad.
Mr. Patterson's outside the captain's cabin right now.
I'm such a black knight.
He hates me.
And we your friends. Come along, Frenchy. There's your Mr. Patterson for you. Sleeping under the stars from a belaying pin.
If he awakens, he'll raise an awful row.
Oh, you know where that key is to the dollars, lad?
Yes, but if Mr. Patterson wakes up...
Frenchy.
Oui.
Throw Mr. Patterson overboard.
Oui.
Wait. I read in the book it was called Tales of the Ocean Sea. How bad pirates used to tie iron to the legs of victims.
Oh.
So they wouldn't float. So I bought a piece of iron along. Here it is.
Frenchy, lash the iron to Mr. Patterson's leg so he won't float.
Oui.
Let's to see the captain now, lad.
Yes, sir. Captain's a very sound sleeper. Here's his gun.
Be careful how you point it. Blimey. Shot the captain right between the eyes. That's what you did, lad. Right between the eyes, I tell you. Deader than a pickled mackerel from Cooper's Coast, he is. Blimey. Oh, lad, I know how you feel, lad. Accident, weren't it, lad? Yeah, you go on and weep. It'll do you good.
That night, Andrew cried his heart out. So forlorn was he for having shot his father's friend and his captain that he did not venture above deck. And that's where all the activity was.
Here, tie this piece of iron to the captain's leg, Frenchy.
Oui.
And, using a ship shank knot and a 25-pound weight, they prepared the captain for sinking. Sank him. These few hours' activity was known as piracy. There was also murder. Altogether a night of perfidy, sprung as it did from the innocence of a 16-year-old boy's suggestions. Just because the youth has read a long-since-banned book, Tales of the Ocean Sea. Just because his father had gotten him a berth aboard ship. Just because his father wanted to make a man of him. But Andrew still had a long way to go.
Boy.
Never knew a soul could ache one like this.
But it can.
Oui.
Where's the key to the dollars, boy?
There. Beneath the captain's pillow.
Frenchy.
Oui.
Now, Wilfred.
Wait.
Yes, lad.
What did you do with the captain?
As we did with Mr. Patterson.
Now there are 8 of us. But Smithy cannot work.
No, not since the flogging you give him.
And have you noticed that Mr. Strawn is feeble and recovers poorly from his drinking?
It's true. What are you saying, lad?
Nothing.
Frenchy.
Oui.
There are 8 of us now, but 2 of us ain't very useful. Ain't no sense having them around to divide those dollars with. Frenchy?
Oui.
What Mr. Hyman and Frenchy did was unlock that section of the hold where the dollars were kept, remove the casks, and insert 2 of their shipmates, Mr. Smith and Mr. Strawn. It was then that the lad Andrew appeared on deck.
What are you going to do with those tar pots, Mr. Hyman? Fire them and lead the smoke into the hold where Smithy and Strawn are?
Why, then they'd suffocate. Frenchy?
Oui.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Hear Marlene Dietrich as Diane Lavolta in a new adventure in colorful Spain. The sultry-voiced chanteuse helps a great bullfighter out of his difficulties in a story titled The Man Who Wanted to Die. Remember, tomorrow and every Thursday night on most of these same stations, the Star's Address brings you Marlene Dietrich in Time for Love. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the good ship Jane, why she became Flotsam.
Some words about piracy. Next to being a sailor, being a pirate is man's oldest profession since he took to the sea. There is literature concerning this type of criminality all the way back to the Phoenicians. The Vikings were great pirates, and you'll be interested to know that during the Roman civil wars, the city itself was all but starved to death by the incursion of the old Etruscan pirates. Now, many of you undoubtedly think that piracy is a matter of the crew of one ship plundering another. Not so. As far back as the plunder of the barkentine Athena in 1702, the Admiralty ruled that a crew which mutinies and murders its captain and plunders its cargo and steers the vessel off course, perhaps toward a different continent, a crew which does these things is lumped under the heading of pirates. Therefore, the crew of the schooner Jane of Gibraltar were pirates. Of this there can be no doubt.
I say let's take her to Africa, mates.
Africa!
Then Africa it is. Helmsman, change your course. South by southeast.
Aye, aye!
Africa it is, lads, with Spanish dollars to fling and Spanish dollars to spend. Lad, Andrew.
Yes, Captain?
You're nearly done, lad.
Aye, Captain. Each of us, now that we are 6, will receive $6,300.
Ah, you hear that, lads? 6,300 Spanish dollars for each of us. Oh, Morocco, Tangiers, Cairo.
Captain?
Oh, you like Africa, you bonny lad. Oh, the sights I can show you. And you, the curly-headed, blondie lad you are, you'll have the ladies nippier than Thurston's kitty.
Captain.
Yes, lad.
The African seas are filled with pirates.
What are you saying, lad?
I've heard. Corsairs from Tripoli and Turks and Saracens.
What?
I'm frightened.
Well, then be frightened, lad. What do you expect us to turn tail about and go to England, maybe, or...
Scotland.
Scotland?
With their lonely shores and their long, lonely beaches, we could get ashore and nobody would know what.
Wouldn't be any pirates, either.
Oh, no.
Scotland. Bonnie Scotland.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Scotland it is. Helmsman, change your course. North or northwest.
And they sailed in that direction for 17 days. It was a singularly uneventful voyage. In passing other ships, they hoisted the American colors, identified themselves as the Rover, 30 days from New York, bound for Archangel. And Hyman went about clothed in the captain's green greatcoat. The boy Andrew stayed below most of the trip, reading. But one day, when Hyman brought him his breakfast, the boy looked up from his book and he said,
"When are you going to give orders to scuttle the ship, Captain?"
Scuttle it, lad.
Else there'll be surely someone in Scotland who'll recognize the ship as a Jane and ask of the captain.
Scuttle it, I say.
Off the Cape of Stornoway.
Off the Cape of Stornoway.
And 2 nights later, within sight of the Scottish coast at Stornoway, you remember, Hyman began to drill holes in the bottom of the boat.
Here's an axe.
Ah. Oh. Yeah.
Sir?
What is it, you bonny lad?
I think you should give orders to man the longboat.
Oh! Get your backs into it, men. You, what's the matter with you, Tora?
Tide against us. We never make it shore.
Hold! Hold, I tell you!
There she go! There she go!
Back!
The oar! I lost me my oar! Catch the go!
Ah, you stupid lump sum. Down with them Prescott's thimble. Now, lad.
Never. Oh, never.
What are you saying, lad?
You'll never get the shore. I'll drown in our chest of money will lie at the bottom of the sea.
Oh, now, lad.
The things you forced me to do, the terrible things.
Lad.
The awful things.
Now hear this. Now hear this. What the sea did. It sent a huge and wonderful wave to the scene, and this huge and wonderful wave did this. Lifted high the longboat, the dollars, and the sailors, and on a narrow strand of beach, put them down again. This huge and wonderful wave.
Phew, blimey. Ain't this something, Frenchy?
Oui.
Wave tossing us boat and all right to shore. Lad, Andrew, lad.
Yes?
We're saved.
Yes.
Yes, we're saved. We're saved. Give a cheer, lads. We're saved. And it's this bonny lad that's the cause of it all. This lad, this Andrew. This curly, blondling Andrew, lad. Oh, lad, 'tis a great and good luck thing to know you. To sail with your likes.
Thank you.
Thank you, he says. Hey, such a lad you are.
But the rest of that night was a terrible one. The fury of the skies and the sea over that narrow strand, and 6 men huddled there, not daring to move, lest they lose their way in the dark and stumble into the torrent. Yet, even in these small hours of despair, they had presence of mind enough to bury, each of them, part of their Spanish dollars.
And we should take an oath of secrecy.
And they, each of them, took a terrible oath, swore never to reveal what had happened, nor of the money, nor the murders. A good thing, too, for the next day, a suddenly becalmed and sunny day,
Ahoy! Ahoy there!
a group of men came running up the beach toward them.
Ahoy there!
Hello.
What do you hear?
Our boat broke up in the sea, and praise be for a sturdy longboat. Who be you?
Roderick McIvers.
We be off the ill-fated catch, the Betsy, out of San Francisco.
I am McIvers, surveyor of customs. These are my men.
Oh?
And we'll want to look at your sea chest.
Oh.
You, Colonel, open me that sea chest, for instance, and I'll have a look. Now, we'll see. Now, what's this? Dollars now. Huh. Spanish dollars. Now, you.
Please, sir.
How come a blondling boy like you with such scurvy lookers, eh?
Yes, sir.
Colonel, stand guard here while I fetch a brace of constables to this spot. This has the looks of I don't know what. But I didn't like it.
Please, sir.
How old be you, boy?
16, sir. There's never been a razor to my cheek.
Hell, yeah.
If I could see my father... Sir?
Yes, lad?
Could I walk with you?
Curly-headed boy could be my own son, almost. Surely. Walk with me.
I have something to tell you, sir.
Oh. Well, what happened?
Sir?
Lad, what?
They held me prisoner out of Malta and murdered Captain and Mr. Patterson and nice Mr. Smith and Mr. Strawn. They suffocated the nice Mr. Smith and Strawn with smoke from a tar barrel and stole those Spanish dollars.
Are you saying the truth?
I'll take an oath on it.
And you'll so testify, lad?
I want to.
Go on, lad. Continue with your story.
And I struggled with Mr. Hyman with the pistol, and he overcame me and killed Captain.
And then?
I had that one who we call Frenchy tie iron to Captain's leg and throw him overboard.
And then?
Suffocated 2 others with smoke from a tar barrel.
How old are you, lad?
16. My father's far away in Malta.
I must tell you, boy, as a father myself and as judge in the court of law, that ne'er have I witnessed such a courageous lad as you. You are as candid a witness as e'er appeared before me. Your manners are modest, and your statements are sincere and distinct. And it is to your due that justice is trying the case of these men, Peter Hyman and the Frenchman Francois Gauthier. You may step down, boy. Peter Hyman and Francois Gauthier. The rest of your crew has been dismissed as not guilty of the heinous crimes as charged. But the jury has found the 2 of you to be beasts of the sea and guilty as charged. Therefore, I announce to you the sentence of death, which will be forthwith put into execution. Though your crimes as charged be murder and piracy, to my mind your guilt is of a far greater kind. The scar is slashed across innocence. The innocence of that youth sitting there, gentle child of blundering curl, bravely hiding the scalding hurt. Vipers! And upon the 2nd Wednesday of January next to come, you will be dead.
I have here an account of the execution. The 2 men, Peter Hyman and Francois Gauthier, ascended the drop at 20 minutes past 11. They remained on the platform for some minutes, being administered as they were by men of the cloth. But observers noted that neither one seemed to listen to prayers, nor did they repeat any supplications. Rather did they merely stand there and shake their heads as if, some observers say, they did not believe what was happening to them. In the pressing crowd of onlookers was seen Master Andrew Cameleer, close to the front, smiling and bowing to those who recognized him. Andrew Cameleer, I should tell you, never went back to Malta, nor to sea. He was married next year to the comely daughter of a widower, and when his father-in-law shot himself to death in 6 months' time, he inherited a large sum of money.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. The Good Ship Jane, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Gary Montgomery was heard as Andrew and Ben Wright as Hyman. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Paul Frees, Steve Roberts, and William Johnstone. Bob Lamont speaking. Now, here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Suffolk, England, in the year 1676. We will concern ourselves at that time with a rousing croquet match, a fine old castle at stake, winner take all. It's listed in my files as Roger Nems, how he, though dead, won the game. Thank you. Good night.
This coming Sunday, CBS Radio's Department of Public Affairs offers a documented progress report on the Negro in America, titled The High Mountain. Narrators will be William H. Hasty, United States Court of Appeals judge, and Admiral Alan G. Kirk. The same production team that brought you Bomb Target USA, 38th Parallel, USA Parole File 732, and other hard-hitting factual documents about life in America, now turns its attention on the High Mountain for a look at the progress and problems of the Negro in America. This Sunday, on most of these same stations. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
Playtime in the afternoon in Suffolk, England, 1676. The game, croquet, as it was played then. Heavier mallets because they were lead-weighted, wider wickets and leather-covered balls. The shot you just heard was a pretty one, made by Guy Marcy. And now a friend of his, John Nems, leans over to line up his shot. Beautiful shot. And now John's cousin Roger kneels down to sight his shot. Careful player. Lines it up and... Which was Guy Marcy, muscular man, hitting Roger over the head with a lead-weighted mallet, killing him. Tonight, my report to you on Roger Nems, how he, though dead, won the game.
Crime Classics. A series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The Dutch were drowning the English off the coast of Suffolk and the English were retaliating. The latest and greatest naval war of the 17th century was being fought. The war which gave to history Thomas Golding, who demanded only a flaming deck and clean cutlass. And above these battles, white cliffs above, was the castle of the Nems family. And the Nems cousins used to sit and watch the skies being lighted with the shock of sea battle. They watched because they believed this much superior to taking part. They were rich and had paid other men to fight the Dutch in their place. Roger and John, lads of 20, orphans both. And when there was no fighting to watch, they would have sport. Play croquet.
Pretty, cousin. Pretty. A rippy-rolly.
Truth, and mark me twice. I've won again.
It'll be when you'll take Guy Marcy into a game and beat him.
I could die happy.
Oh, speak not of dying.
It's only jesting.
Yet each thing you wish. You say if you could have it, you would die happy. I want to hear none of it, so lightly you speak of it.
Cousin. Good cousin to worry of me.
And why not? Responsibility that you are to me.
Responsibility? Me to you? Fathom me how?
How wealthy you are. This castle yours and all that's in it and the lands and the stock.
No less yours.
Only because you are kind to me. All the wealth is yours and in your name.
But if I should die before you...
It will be mine, this castle and all that's in it and the lands.
Cousin John.
I know. The will you've made to me. Good cousin. Kind cousin.
Cousin John?
Yes, Cousin Roger.
I've changed it again.
The will?
The will.
Changed it? How?
Or should I have children, then all my estates and all my wealth to them. Or he or she.
Oh.
Only fair. For if I had children, then I would be a father. And as father, I owe a debt to my progeny.
Cousin Roger?
Yes, Cousin John.
Is there anything on your mind, Cousin Roger?
Last night, dear cousin, and you will be happy for me, I met a maid.
Oh?
A duck, a bunsome maid. Luli with pinky cheeks and throat of soft and white and hair of radiance.
How met you this maid?
I was walking her in the village green and spied this maid with courage that would make you blush.
Tell me of it.
She played at croquet on the public green. Oh, and she had a slyness to her wrist. And I spoke to her, and we played at game, and after went walking, and she told me her name was Mary. Mary of Southwold. And you've heard of the maids of Southwold, cousin.
The marrying maids of Southwold?
Yes. Another game, cousin?
Very well. Losers first, I've heard it said.
You've heard it said indeed. So swing your mallet, cousin, and we'll have joyous game. Oh, too bad.
Needless to say, Cousin Roger won again. So they stacked mallets and went inside. If Cousin Roger noticed that Cousin John hardly touched his loser's cup, he didn't say a word. Nor did he protest too much when John announced he was going out.
A tottling I go, cousin. I have not done it for so long.
But speak my name in the tavern and that of Bonio.
But a tottling Cousin John did not go. Instead, he went down to Southwold Town and inquired of a maid named Mary, she who did a sly thing with her wrist at croquet. And he found her at her home in a wisteria grove, foot to treadle and spinning.
I did not want to interrupt your spinning, Mary, but your brother said it was all right to do, saying, as he did, that you're too much at the wheel.
You say your name is...
John Nems.
Roger Nems?
Kinsman. Mother to me now dead was to father of him, rest his soul, brother and sister of same parent tongue.
Cousins, though.
Without doubt. And living, too.
Be seated, then, for this is a fortunate time.
Fortunate? How?
Well, as my foot was to treadle and round the wheel did go, spinning flax to thread, my thoughts were of your cousin.
In what respect?
How he charms.
Is there fondness, Mary, you to him?
Oh, much fondness.
Poor Mary, poor lass.
Oh, how?
You had thoughts of marrying to him and having children of it?
Yes, these thoughts came, and... Why do you say poor Mary, poor lass?
Because my cousin is mad.
Mad?
He thinks himself all manner of beasts, even to birds.
What are you saying?
The curse of my family, which came to his side from his father, and before him his father's aunt, who, you might have heard... yet the truth. Therefore, entertain no thoughts of loving my cousin.
Oh, no, I shall not.
Then goodbye, dear girl.
Oh, you need not go. Today, Roger Nems, nor any other day. And that is why I will spend this afternoon, and who knows how many others, spinning my flax.
But, Mary...
So I say goodbye to you, Roger Nems.
But you were so ardent and gave me hope.
Hope? For what?
That you would wed with me and come and live with me in my castle, and soon small Nems about children to us.
No, Roger. Poor Roger. Dear Roger. Go, Roger.
So this was Cousin John's strategy, to dissuade any woman from wedding his cousin, therefore dissuading from becoming mothers. Keep the money in the family, and the family was big enough as it was. But Cousin John didn't reckon with springtime. It was May, and the girl's name was Hannah, and Roger espied her walking down the beach, gathering cockle shells.
For my garden, sir.
And what is your name, pretty maid?
Hannah.
Hannah. Oh, 'tis a name, that's for sure.
And you're Roger Nems of the big and tall castle there.
And how are you knowing that?
Have parted hedge and have spied you at the wicket.
Barefooted gypsy-o.
Aye.
Gypsy-o, with black eyes aflash and the trinkets in your ears and tawny hair.
I must go now.
Flirty.
True, I must.
And why?
Because it's time you should ask me where I be nights, and you have not asked me, so I should go.
And where do you be nights, Hannah?
Why are you asking?
A man has a duty.
What talk are you making?
To settle down, to have him wife, to plant trees, to have children.
You were asking where I be nights. There's a cottage in the uplands back and up the side of the rise where Grandmother Fabian keeps her lambs. Is where I
am. Is where I'll be.
Mr. Nems. Oh, but who are you?
Mr. Nems. John Nems. Cousin to Roger.
Pray, sir, what has befallen your cousin that you come in his stead?
Not in his stead, young miss, but earlier.
But why?
My cousin Roger is in the garden under the moon, eating grass.
Oh, what joke is
No
this?
joke until last day, for he has madness in him.
What?
Yes. He had told me of you earlier, young miss. And surely he spoke well of your beauty, and true of it. Of your eyes and throat and tawny hair. But of his sudden madness he told you nothing.
No, he did not.
But he told you he wished to marry and have children, eh?
Aye.
Well, this is in itself a madness, for he has a wife in Wales on those wild shores with 6 children.
Oh!
Now I must go.
He's mad.
As Sir Bromley.
Oh!
Good night, young man.
And so it went. Cousin Roger wanted nothing more than to get married and have children. Cousin John couldn't afford it. Each time Roger would meet a maid and make known his intentions, John would meet the same maid and declare that Roger was mad or already married or a secret criminal of unspeakable deed. It is even said that Roger Nems made his intentions known to none other than Dame May Bellamy, and she had considered him quite sincerely, as she did all things. Until, of course, she had a little chat with Cousin John. Which, of course, may be the very reason Dame May locked herself up at Fallbrook, never to feel sunshine again. Yet, Cousin Roger was not daunted.
I feel it, cousin. This month I will find a girl to wed. A traveler on donkeyback read my palm for a penny and said it. And for a week now, I've dreamed of a dear face I've never seen before.
Yet consider this, cousin. So many of the damsels all about have refused you.
17.
Then give it up and be bachelor.
A man should take a wife and plant a tree and have a child.
I'd say give it up.
Never.
Which was wearisome talk to John. Once Roger got married, chances would shoot up that he would become a father. As a father, he would have an heir. And when Roger would have an heir...
I'll be disinherited.
Drink your ale and do not take on so, friend John.
But hear me, Guy Marcy. The wealth he has, it could be mine.
Aye, there's proof in that.
And how rich he is, and each new girl wants to wife him off. And I'm weary.
Yet if he does not marry nor have children, you will inherit.
If I outlive him. I have told you this, friend Guy.
A toast, then. A toast. That your cousin should drop himself down dead. This instant and now. Before he takes wife. Before he becomes father. Before...
Drops down dead?
Maybe not this minute.
Nor tonight.
But whenever... And you'd have the wealth immediate?
And good drinking companion and croquet companion you would share.
I'd want to.
And you would?
We'll see.
I cannot wait till tomorrow.
Tomorrow was Tuesday, a sunny day, and the dew was hardly off the grass before the cousins were lined up in front of the starting pole. Cousin John had brought his friend, Guy Marcy, muscular man, good croquet player. Whatever he aimed at with his lead-weighted mallet, he hit.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland.
Charles II was seated on the English throne in those days when the court still winced at the mention of the name Cromwell. A peculiarly small court, by the way, since the Great Plague, which was just now over, was no respecter of position. 14 couriers, including the fabulous Lady Vickers, had perished together in the Great Fire. And, as I have mentioned, there was that war with the Dutch. The war was going badly, and the populace was muttering at the high taxes. This is the time, too, you'll remember, when Queen Catherine was accused and, when not indicted, had set a style. England on her way up. And in the sunny meridians that encompass Suffolk, there was a game in progress.
Well shot, Guy. What they say of your man de Quatre is the truth.
Terrio, and now, friend John, make your wicket.
Would I could from this life. I'm for the middle wicket.
Yes, you are, dear cousin.
Then now. No, fumbly do.
No bad shot now. Now you're out of position, cousin.
Oh, don't rub me with it. Take your shot, Roger.
Oh, and how it rolls for the back wicket.
Wicket two, wicket two. It did.
It's as skilled you are as any I've seen about.
Daddy-o.
Aye. My cousin is skilled in many things.
The damsels, I'll wager a bucket.
There'll be no more damsels.
What are you saying, cousin?
There's a surprise I have for you.
What surprise?
Go on with the game and I'll tell you. The shot is Guy.
Guy has had his shot. Now, what surprise? What are you saying of no more damsels?
I met a one last night. A final one. Of the name Priscilla. And we love each other.
So quickly.
A love of poets. We marry on Broom Wednesday.
Broom Wednesday is tomorrow, cousin.
I know it. Tomorrow is bliss. It's the day when I come into family. And who knows how many there'll be come Michaelmas, for Priscilla was one of triplets.
My congratulations, then.
'Tis your shot, cousin?
Aye. Fight your wicked well, Roger Nems, for 'tis a difficult shot.
Aye. Difficult shot indeed. Cousin. Cousin Roger. Cousin now. Dead. Would you say, Guy?
I'd say it. As I swung, and how he was kneeling there, I knew it.
Now we need dispose of him, Guy.
The pond would seem a likely place.
Aye, but yet...
Yet what?
I've heard eventually they float. Those who dead are placed in water come at last to the top and are discovered.
Not those who dead are placed in water and are fastened to the bottom. Not those.
I could not do it.
I could.
Will you?
I must if no one's to know what happened this day.
So that you can live in the east wing of the estate with peace and ease of mind.
I must if I want all that.
Wanting all that, Guy Marcy, muscular man and lungy and strong swimmer, did this, according to a folio of the day I have here. They did strip him of his clothes, taking first from his hand the tightly clinching mallet which he had been using for gaming. Thence they did carry him to a great and darkling pond in a lone field, and, taking him under the water at its deepest part, Guy Marcy did drive 2 stakes through him, thereby pinning him down, so that he would never become a floater. Then they did bury his clothes, and thus doing, these wicked caitiffs, without torturing their souls on the rack of their consciences, Guy Marcy did go to the east wing, which now he claimed as his, and John Nems proceeded immediately to make the castle and all that was in it his.
So beautiful, this spinning wheel as it turns.
Mary, I wanted to show it to you, Mary, to show you this spinning wheel here at Nems Castle since the day I called on you to tell you of Cousin Roger's lost darkness. Cousin Roger has gone to America, you know.
To do good there, I've heard.
Yes.
And now the castle is yours.
Yes. Mary.
Yes, John.
Spin no more, but give me your hand. Yes. Now come to me.
John?
Yes, dove.
Who's to spin this wheel?
You, Mary, as you come here each day. There's much flax and...
I'll think of it.
Yet come to me for a moment.
So rich you are. Is that not so, John?
Yes.
Dear John, how rich?
As rich as ever a fellow can be.
How rich is that?
Oh, I've a treasure chest and sparkling jewels and goldy things, a trove of treasure. A secret trove at the bottom of a pot.
Bottom of a... Where?
I made a joke. There is no chest of treasure nor a trove.
I scarce know when to believe you, John.
Believe me now, there is no treasure nor trove. Believe me.
Oh, dear John.
I made a joke.
I believe you. I believe you, John. Too concerned about it to say it was nothing, brother mine. A treasure trove, that's what.
Now, you listen to me, Mary. All those hours spinning at the wheel spin your brain, too, I'm telling you. As I always said it would.
A regular treasure chest with goldy things and sparkling jewels, he said. And he said it was...
I know, at the bottom of a pond. Now, what pond? I ask you that.
But how many ponds are there near to the Nems Castle? I ask you that.
Scummy pond, and deep and black and cold it is.
Treasure trove.
And you want me to swim to the bottom of it and have a look?
Tonight.
Go back to your wheel.
Will you do it?
Yeah. Go back to your wheel.
Now, stop your toe dipping, brother dear. A swimmer you're always saying you are, so?
I be.
Then swim.
Cold water.
The splashing about will warming you. Now go. Fetch your sister a treasure trove.
Yes.
Oh! To the bottom, brother. Oh, treasure trove and starlies and golden things.
There's nothing.
Well, you haven't been to the bottom of it. It's too soon you've come back.
Cold.
Be cold for your own dear sister a bit. Hold breath and go deep for me. Oh, let there be treasure. Let there be all the things.
Oh!
You found a thing. Oh, dear brother.
Darling sister.
What trove did you find? Here's a warm thing to put about you. Now tell me.
Horrible.
What are you saying?
Gold's work.
What trove is a horror, brother? What did you see?
There at the bottom, a bit afloat, a foot from it.
What was?
A body. Of a man. Full grown and floating a foot from the bottom of the pond. Tied as he was and impaled as he was. Oh, sister, foul and work her ghouls.
Treasure trove indeed.
What do you mean?
Treasure trove indeed. Him with his cousin going to do good in the Americas. Treasure trove indeed.
And Mary and her brother went to the constable, and the constable caused the bottom of the pool to be searched. It took the authorities 2 days to extricate the body from where it had been staked. The watchers to the operation were many, including 2 lads who looked down on the scene from the east turret of Nems Castle. 2 gamesters, croquet players, friends.
If we fled, John. That we cannot. The crowd that surrounds the castle, they would tear us to shreds. Then what should we do? I don't know. I do.
Good, dear friend.
Give ourselves up.
What?
The gaming thing. The right thing.
True.
The game is lost, therefore...
True.
He beat us.
True. My cousin Roger, though dead, has won the game.
They went down to the police at almost the precise moment when Roger was brought up. They explained what happened. They were brought to trial, found guilty, pressed to death by rocks of increasing weight. Their refusal to protest in the face of adversity brought applause and favorable comment from all.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. Roger Nems, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music by the early 18th century composer Charles Avison was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Ben Wright was heard as John, Alistair Duncan as Roger, and Richard Peel as Guy. Featured in the cast were Betty Harford, Ellen Morgan, and Gary Montgomery. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Dover, New Hampshire, in the year 1842. We will concern ourselves with a carnival, an alcoholic, and a wild beast. It's listed in my files as New Hampshire, the Tiger and Brad Ferguson. What happened then? Thank you. Good night.
has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. A Bengal tiger named Prince Rajput. Weight, 462 pounds. 9 feet 7 inches long. A well-behaved tiger. Doesn't quite understand what he's doing in New Hampshire, but he's eating better than in the jungle. And the job he's got with the circus isn't very taxing. Sit on a pedestal and snarl on cue. 10 minutes, 3 times a day. Simple life. Except one day, in 1842, he got mixed up in 4th of July and changed a man's life for him. Tonight, my report to you on New Hampshire, the Tiger and Brad Ferguson. What happened then?
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Summer lay gently against New Hampshire in 1842, and the purple lilac stippled the fertile meadows. Down from the White Mountains, the rivers ran swift and cool into glacier lakes, and the pine and maples grew tall. The slow and droning season of honeybee and sawbite into lumber and syrup dripping into pails, and time drifting into rosy twilight, and end to work, and evening. And where the 7 o'clock time touched the edge of Dover was the white frame house. In it, Bradbury Ferguson and his wife Mary, and they were performing a ritual of affection.
And when we're done with the dishes, Mary, we'll walk into the evening away.
I'd like to.
Mary.
Yes?
It's a sweet life you've given me.
No more sweet than mine.
There is another thing we should speak of.
The child?
The summer next, Mary. Well, then we can afford it.
It'll be the happiest summer of all then, sweet husband.
Well, then you won't say a word against this, Mary. A small drink.
Whiskey, Brad? No. But...
A toast to our child. A toast to next summer. Thank you, Mary.
No, I want none of it. Nor should you, husband, for an occasion so flimsy.
And I'll drink to our child. Don't look so distressed, Mary. It was but a small drink. To add another warmth to the already warmth we have.
I don't like to see it. Your father...
My father. My father, indeed. He was a drunkard, Mary. Would you say I was a drunkard? Have you seen me drunk? Ever? Except when we wed that day.
The Christmas last, Brad. And the New Year day that followed.
Holidays. Occasion needed the drinking to it.
All right, Brad. All right.
Nor mention my father to me as if I compare to him.
All right.
For he said that Satan was a woman. Mary, drunk, he said it. A few days he was sober. Satan was a woman, he would say. And you're a woman, Mary. And an angel. So my father was muddled. My father was a drunkard.
Put back the bottle, Brad.
I've already poured a drink for you, Mary. Drink it.
No.
Huh? I'll not waste it. Come, let's walk, dear Mary. Walk the evening for a while.
and the night was full of sounds and silences and love.
And they said I shouldn't marry you. They said you would make me unhappy. Oh, was there ever such happiness for a girl as you've shown me?
No less the happiness you have given me.
A month full of June evening like this, and July came. And so did Lane's European Circus and Carnival Incorporated. 2 elephants, a cage of monkeys, a Bengal tiger, a manually operated carousel, and devices calculated to supply merriment. There was a picnic on the 4th of July.
Have another drink, Brad. I will indeed, and thank you for it.
Whoa!
Oh, now, Mary. 4th of July, Mary. Day of Independence. Holiday. Your bottle, Carl. Just a little one, Mary. Wasn't it? Wasn't it, Mary?
Dad?
Yes.
Let's go home.
Oh, it's young, Mary. The night's young. A ride on the carousel's what we need. Mostly you, Mary. And being brother to you, I'm going to see that you get it.
Brad, please don't drink any more.
Tell you something, Carl. I'll tell you what she's afraid of. Last New Year's Day, I got a little tipsy and I hit her. Now you know.
It was an accident, Dad. Now, please.
Wasn't any accident, dear. Dear Mary. Ah, dear Mary, darling. I hit you. Something come over me and I hit you. She was unconscious for an hour, Carl.
Please take me home. Then I'm going home by myself.
And I'm going home by myself.
Then I'm going home by myself.
Go, go!
Very well.
Mary? Dear Mary. Dear Mary, darling. Thank you for that bottle, brother-in-law.
And somewhere in the carnival, he wandered away from his brother-in-law with the bottle and drank some more. Drank until whatever truth he had never known became crystal clear, and only the shapes and the sounds outside of himself began to distort, and voices had a peculiar quality.
Oh, where did you come from?
My name is Nona. I've been with you for the last hour.
That's good. That's very good.
My name is Nona. Buy me that.
Oh, yes.
Buy me that.
Oh, yes.
And that, and that, and that.
And that. I'm fond of you.
Oh, you're a dear.
Now watch. And now.
Is there any more?
What?
Why money? Why money? Why money?
Yes.
Let me see. Buy me that. Is there more money?
Yes.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see.
Gone. Nona? Nona? Nona, where did you go? Out went you. Tiger. Bengal tiger. Name Prince Rajput. Do not stir. Tiger. I'm not afraid of you, Tiger. Prince Tiger. Show you. Not afraid of you! Ah!
tiger could have killed you.
Nona?
He ripped your coat, and if they hadn't come and pulled you away...
Nona.
If they hadn't come and pulled you away, that tiger would have ripped you to shreds.
What is here?
What?
Where am I?
Where I live.
Drink.
Yes. You're very brave.
Yes, I am.
That's why I brought you here.
It's a wonderful 4th of July.
What's your name, sweet?
Brad?
I'm Nona.
My wife's name is Mary.
I'm Nona.
Drink.
You remember?
What?
Who I am?
Oh, I know. I knew all along.
I'm Nona.
Satan.
What?
Woman. You. Satan.
What, is he drunk?
My father always said it. Now I know it's the truth. Satan is a woman. You.
What's going on in here? You let her alone, and you stop it.
I heard you scream, girl, from my room.
What about him?
Well, I hit him. He's unconscious. What do you want me to do with him?
Drunk. Crazy drunk. Get him out.
Well, he tried to kill you.
Get him out. Get him out.
It was only 10 o'clock at night when Brad Ferguson got thrown out of Nona's room. At 10 o'clock on the 4th of July. And he wasn't through celebrating yet.
Now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on New Hampshire, the Tiger and Brad Ferguson. What happened then?
New Hampshire was the first of the original 13 states to establish a government independent of Great Britain. And there were people in the town of Dover who could still remember that day in 1775 when the Crown's representative, John Wentworth, was tossed into Lake Winnipesaukee. And fellows from New Hampshire fought in every battle of the Revolutionary War. Brad Ferguson's grandfather marched with Major Cullen's irregulars and, on furlough, fell in a gutter in Boston from poisoned rum. Brad Ferguson's father, on the other hand, lived to be 30. And Brad Ferguson himself, well, he was a few months older than 22. On the 4th of July, 1842, at 10 p.m.
Sit-dum. 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 Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Sit-dum. 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 Dum-dum-dum-dum. Friends, Americans, countrymen, good evening to you all. Bar? Barkeep.
What do you want? What do you have?
Good evening to you, sir.
What do you want? What do you have?
Rum.
Rum?
Dum-dum-dum.
How'd you get so messed up?
That's the dance of the devil.
Who?
Satan.
And what happened?
They killed her.
You're very drunk,
They killed her, but she whirled me and spun me about and threw me into the street. I need rum to heal me.
Mister.
What?
Mister, show me your money.
Oh, of course. Of course, good sir.
Well?
She took it. All of it.
Who?
Satan. Who is the woman, sir?
Out.
Friends, Americans, countrymen, listen to me. Listen to me! I fought a tiger! And for a drink of rum, I'll tell you about it. A little drink of rum, friends? Thank you. Blackie, might of rum? Thank you. I fought a tiger to her fairly well. A tiger, he paced. And I went up to him. And I dared him. Yeah! And the tiger screamed. Ah!
Hold him out.
Mary, Mrs. Ferguson. Hello, Mary.
How are you feeling, my husband?
I am happy. I am very happy.
Loud.
Oh?
Drunkard.
Am I not?
Shameless man.
All these things.
To shame me as you did.
Mrs. Ferguson.
What's been said all about.
Mrs. Ferguson, I have made up my mind.
Down the road, Mrs. Roberts stopped in a while ago. She told me of a tiger and you.
My mind about a thing.
About you and a woman.
About a thing which concerns you.
And how you went away with a woman.
My father said it, and I did not believe him at first. He talked of Satan.
You should not have come back here.
He talked of Satan, and he said Satan is a woman.
I don't want you here.
Satan, son, he said, is a woman. A woman.
When Bradbury Ferguson fell down in a heap in a field outside of Dovertown, it was July 5th. And past him, and not noticing him, Lane's European Circus and Carnival Incorporated, on its way to Vermont. Its animals asleep, which included a tiger. False dawn and the death of laughter. And later, mourning, and the drone of Dover town in the summer, sawmill and shop and morning voices of neighbors.
She wasn't to market this morning.
Of Mrs. Ferguson.
And Friday's the best day for marketing, and she knows it well. I wonder why she wasn't to market this morning. Let's see why. And not home. Could she have gone to her parents now for the shame that was brought on her by her husband?
Questions on the summer air. And more questions.
For the shame brought on her by her husband, Carl?
What shame?
I'm told you, her brother, was at the start of it.
What are you talking about?
Yesterday at the circus, you gave him what to drink. You, his brother-in-law.
And what concern
She
is
was
it?
not at marketing this morning. And did she return to her parents' house, I'm asking?
No.
Then where is she?
Mrs. Busybody.
Say that if you want. But I'm a neighborly woman. Neighbor to another who has a drunkard for a husband. Husband whose father and father's father were drunkards. And her not home and...
Not home.
Not home. Not home. I told you not home, else she'd answer. Is the reason I came to you, her brother, to come here and see if...
Policeman Slagle, and he killed her.
And why do you say that?
He was drunk.
And how do you know that?
I gave him whiskey.
But why do you name him killer?
Oh, he's a mean man and an ornery one when he's drunk.
Yet you gave him whiskey.
Holiday.
Where is he?
I do not know.
But you were with him?
He left. There was a woman. I saw her with him.
What woman?
Nona.
Oh?
You know Nona?
Yes.
You know where she lives?
Yes.
And we were having a good time at the circus, and he bought me this, and this, and this. And then suddenly he had no more money. I thought to leave him then.
Did you?
For a while. But then I heard something scream or someone, and everyone was running. And there he was, taunting the tiger. And the tiger slashed him with his claws. But Mr. Ferguson stood up to him and was very brave. And I brought him home with me.
Of course. Tell me what happened here.
Look at my throat.
Bruised.
Tried to strangle me. He said I was Satan. He said I was the devil. And he grabbed me and put his hands about my throat, and he tried to kill me.
And I hit him and knocked him unconscious and threw him into the gutter.
Then he came in here.
It was after 10 o'clock.
Tell me what happened.
He came in and, as pretty as you please, said good evening to everybody. Then, pretty as you please, he said to me as he wanted rum. And seeing how he looked...
How was that?
Torn coat and dirty. He was as dirty as anyone could be. And seeing how he looked, I said, where's your money? And he didn't have none. Then did he tell us all that he had fighted with a tiger. Stood up to a tiger, he said, and someone bought him a drink, and he started to roar, and I throwed him out, pretty as you please.
About 2 in the afternoon, and outside of town in a field, a man stirred and awakened, opened his eyes to a copper sun and shut them quickly. Slowly opened them again. Slowly, so that the bright colors of New Hampshire afternoon would unblur, would define themselves, become tree and grass and purple lilac. And got up, walked across the field to the brook. And the water was sweet, and the water was cold. Then Brad Ferguson walked down into Dover town.
Good morning, missus.
Why?
What's the matter?
Why, Mr. Ferguson. Can I walk with you, Mr. Ferguson?
Of course.
There's someone looking for you, Mr. Ferguson.
Who?
Mr. Slagle. Mr. Slagle, the policeman, Mr. Ferguson.
Why?
For what you did last night. Where are you going, Mr. Ferguson?
See Mr. Slagle. Find out what Mr.
You don't remember what you did last night?
I was drunk.
You know what you did?
I was drunk.
Mr. Slagle will tell you what you did.
About a tiger.
And what else? Mr. Slagle will tell you. Right in here, Mr. Slagle will tell you.
Mr. Slagle, you're under arrest. Why? Because of your wife. My wife? Yes? What of my wife? What of marriage? Make a complaint that she's in the back. Do you want to see her in there? Do you want to see her? Yes. But I love you, Mary. She's dead. But I love you, Mary. You strangled her. You killed her. But I love you, Mary. Murderer.
Ferguson was tried and found guilty and sent to prison for the rest of his life. He was happy in jail. The friends who visited noticed a kind of serenity about him. Forever he heard his wife's voice, and most of the time she was singing.
Brad Ferguson, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Lamont Johnson was heard as Brad. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft, Gene Bates, Paula Winslow, Jack Crucian, Polly Bear, and John Daner. Bob Lamont speaking.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. A maiden's laughter. A maid of India with bells on her feet that jingle when she runs. She's having a lovely time. The picnic's been a great success, and now her husband's chasing her through the tall grass. Here he comes. For an older man, he's got a pretty good stride. And before she knew it, he had his wife circling around an almond tree. Caught her. Then the thing that ruined the picnic for everybody. Jealousy lurking nearby with a sledgehammer. Tonight, my report to you on Old Sixtoes, how he stopped construction on the BBC and I.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
In 1880, the Great Sepoy Rebellion was already just a memory, and those who had lived through the 100 days of lance and torch and British Square had settled back with a tight little smile, waiting. Queen Victoria had been proclaimed Empress, and Lord Dundridge was saddling his first pony in the cool gardens outside Bombay. And to the west and south, Konkan province was welcoming spring. The soft winds up from the Gulf were cooling and set asway the temple bells. Of other bells, however, those small ones held to the ankles of Boggy with golden wires, she set them asway herself. She seemed to always be running, from this task to that, from this person to that, on this mission or that. And one day she was noticed and admired and bargained for.
I have seen her and am told you are her father.
As I am.
Has she been spoken for?
Many times. The young men of the village all...
Young men.
They have youth. What have you?
What I gave my youth for. Wealth.
And what would you give for my daughter, Bahi?
2 goats.
2 bullocks and a field to till. My daughter dances lightly to whatever music may be.
If I give you this, then I shall be poor.
If you be poor, then work. My daughter will wait home for you to kiss away the pain of toil. My daughter is slender as the reeds on the river, and as pliant. My daughter's voice is as the lute, and her hands are wings.
Enough.
Then it is done?
Done.
Baghi! Baghi! Come! Baghi, bow to your husband. Now, greet him.
I have waited long, my lord. Command me.
Command her he did, to dip 3 times in scented water, which was the custom, for they were to be wed this night, to bind her hair in the manner prescribed, to spend the appointed hour with her mother, the appointed hour with her father, and thus, anointed with fragrant oils and wisdom, to come to him in the place of marriage. And the vows were taken, and they were wed, and went to the hut of the newly married of the village, and removed their shoes before entering.
Beloved.
Yes?
You have 6 toes.
Since birth.
A good omen, husband.
Baghi, beloved.
Yes.
Draw closer.
Your command. Oh, husband.
First, a thing.
What?
In the village I come from, far to the north, a ritual which guaranteed identity.
I do not understand.
Identity, beloved. In case you forget who you belong to.
But...
Therefore, these I show you, beloved. Ochre, sienna, vermilion, and a needle.
For what reason?
The tattooing of you.
Please, please do not.
I command it. Be still! Yes. You may ask why I, Sonu, formerly of wealth and station, now hold spikes so that they may be driven by you into the ties which hold the rails. You may ask why I, Sonu, formerly of wealth, am now but an employee of the Bombay, Bengal, Calcutta, and Indian Railroad. You may wonder these things, and I will tell you. I have traded wealth for greater wealth. The lands which I had and the animals, these I bartered for a bride. And such a bride, a child of 18 summers who is called Baki. Friend Ondu, muscular youth, wielder of the great hammer while I hold, come home with me, and I will show her to you. Will you come home with me?
Yes.
Well, of course he wants more wine. Fill high his cup. Have I not said it, Ondu, this treasure?
Truly.
Sir.
Yes?
And what do you do on the railroad?
Well,
marvelous things. With his hammer all day long he drives deep the spikes. More spikes and deeper than anyone else.
Oh.
Pour high my cup again. Weary and toil.
This is wine will soothe, husband. Drink.
Good wife. Good treasure.
Sir.
Yes?
The arms of yours could lift him as if he were a child and place him upon his bed.
Yes.
His bed is here. Sleep well, honored husband, toiler, bringer of bread to this happy house.
Baggy.
I know.
Let us walk to where the night will wash over us.
I want to.
Come, then.
Do you love me?
With all the might and passion that is the strength of me.
My husband has 6 toes.
It is written that this is a good omen. A man with 6 toes is said to be blessed.
In this way, he has brought you to me.
Tarry here.
They tarried, and the moon swung over from where it was and became for that brief time their moon, as did all the marvelous things of the night. And Boggy forgot all the vows she made to Sonu and made new vows to Dondu.
Forever, always, always and forever.
And Dondu made promises to her.
Tomorrow night, when the old man is asleep.
Here, forever, always and forever.
Which goes to prove, I suppose, that railroading men have a certain fascination all over the world. And Dondu of the BBC and I was certainly one who gave rise to the legend.
Baggy.
Forever.
There is a thing. Listen to what I say.
Yes?
This is wrong.
What is?
You are bride to an old man.
What evil bird hammers at your brain where conscience is so that you say our love is wrong?
Did you not hear it? You are bride to this old man.
Then you want done with our love?
No.
Then what?
If you were widow...
If I were widow...
We would not sneak about as children who do evil tricks.
True.
Think of it, then. If you were widow...
Dondu,
Yes?
I want to be.
And so you shall. So you shall.
And when they reached the village on the edge of it, where they said goodbye, they were startled for a moment. Suddenly it was morning, and they looked and they saw. The sky was blood red.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. 35 years ago this week, a few hundred AEF delegates in Paris founded the American Legion. Today, in 17,200 posts, there are nearly 3 million legionnaires. Service to the community, state, and nation. Service to veterans and their families. These have grown to be hallmarks of American Legion activity, without which the nation and its people would be great losers. Happy 35th birthday, American Legion. Keep up your great work and continue to grow. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on old Sixtoes, how he stopped construction on the BBC and I.
Each country has and is proud of its own history of railroading. It may come as a surprise to some that laying track in India has a lore unparalleled in railroading annals. To give you a hint, there's a saying out of Bombay that never did the tigers eat so good as when the BBC and I put down a steel through South Konkan, the place that concerns us here tonight. Consider the feat, if you will. 116 miles of rail through jungle, swamp, and wasteland. A body died there for every cross-tie. 116 miles of rail plunging progress from Taj Pahor to the sea. And, 2/3 of the way, the living legend of a man, Nandu. And at his feet, holding the spikes, an old man with a young wife.
Nandu, tarry a minute. Say the truth to me.
Of what?
Of my wife.
What of her?
Is she not beauteous?
Yes.
I see how you look at her.
Oh?
As young brother to me, happy for my happiness.
Yes. So no.
Yes.
The next spike. Sighted well. I get close to it and line it.
Yes.
Bring your head closer to it, old man, and make sure.
Midday and time for meal. Why do you stand with hammer poised over your head?
Why?
The whistle has blown. Come, let us eat.
Yes. Let us eat. Tired, old man?
You are young. You would not know a sigh of happiness if you heard it.
Oh?
For I have just breathed one.
Oh.
Look how neatly my bride, my joy, my treasure has made for me my lunch. Grape leaves and chutney and coconuts, too. And you, Nandu, what
I bought in the village. The same thing each day. Rice.
Would you like a grape leaf, Nandu?
Well,
I hunger not. Take it.
Well?
I am an old man, and such richness as grape leaves and chutney does not agree with me. In truth, I would prefer rice, but I would not tell my treasure of it, since she pleasures so in cooking for me.
Well, then take my rice.
What is this? What?
That was the young man falling over on his face, because the old man's wife had put cobra venom in the chutney, so the old man would die, so she and the young man could pursue their love unencumbered. But the young man, having eaten the poisoned food, became deathly sick. He had eaten a dose that would have killed a less strong man, but he was the mighty Dondu, and he did not die. A month later, he was well enough to tryst, and this he did.
I dared not come to you, Dondu. You know that.
Yes. Lovely one, what do you do?
Kneel to the gods for having preserved you for me.
Add a prayer, then, of your husband.
That he should die.
For my love for you.
For your love for me. Therefore, he must die.
And soon.
I will help.
Together, then.
Yes. Oh, yes.
But the precise opportunity never quite arose. Either there was someone near or within calling distance, or the old man didn't rise to the bait. There was one night when the bride put a crate, a small and deadly snake, into Sanu's bed, on the very night that Sanu elected to sleep in the hammock outside. Something always seemed to go awry.
I cannot stand him. He must die, or I shall.
There is a festival next week for us at the railroad, for the completed section. There he will die.
I cannot stand him. He must die, or I will.
And the days spun away, and a week, until there came a day of festival. And Mr. Graves of the railroad was concerned that everyone enjoy himself.
And what do you do, sir?
I am a spike holder, Sahib.
Each member of our team is as important as the other.
Yes, Sahib.
And who is this lovely child by your side?
My wife.
Oh, charming, charming. Rise up, child. Oh, charming, charming, charming. A treasure, sir. You are blessed, sir.
Yes, Sahib.
Enjoy yourself.
Yes, Sahib.
BBC and I want you to have a day you'll remember.
Yes, Sahib.
Good day, then.
Bargy, did you hear him?
I heard.
He noticed me.
Yes.
Perhaps.
Perhaps what?
This is the start of something, of position again, and wealth, as I was once wealthy.
Yes.
And perhaps again our own land and a house, and bullocks and servants. Beloved.
What?
In your eyes. Am I old?
Oh, no.
Then look at me.
Yes?
What do you see?
Wisdom. A face which has pushed aside youthful folly to become lined with love and gentleness and knowledge.
But now, you...
What of me?
So youthful you are. Do you not sometimes miss the folly of youth?
Not I. But it seems that you do. Then let us be foolish.
How?
I will flee from you and you will chase me.
Yes.
Then catch me. Catch me, Sanu.
You remember the maiden's laughter, the maid of India scampering over the field, away from the crowd, and not running too fast so her husband can keep her in sight. And the maiden runs toward her lover, who is hiding in the tall grass with a sledgehammer, right near that tree where the old man caught his wife.
And now it is done.
Now it is done.
Hold me, hold me. As if...
What?
As if a great burden had been lifted up from me.
Now you are widow.
And I must grieve. Then I will be bride again.
Yes. Now we will take this one to the place where I have dug his grave. And put this one in it and cover him with tall grass.
The stride of you as you walk, Dondu. The suppleness, the grace. And you belong to me forever. Always, always and forever.
Here. Oh, the old man looks small there in the earth.
I wish to see him no more.
And I will cover him. Baggy.
Yes?
The thing we talked of.
Yes?
Do it now.
Yes.
Child, what has happened? Dead? Who are you talking about?
My husband.
What?
Awful.
What happened? Tell me.
There, down there at the river's edge. We were walking there where the bank was moist. He tore the river, and the bank slid away, and he fell in.
He fell into the river?
Yes.
Oh, crocodile.
Do not say it.
Child.
Stop.
Yes.
I saw it. He slipped into the river, and the current was strong, and then the crocodiles, and the river reddened. And...
Hush, child, hush.
Now I am widow. Now I am widow.
There was no question about it. Now she was widow. And she observed all the self-denials that ritual called for. For 6 months she went about clad in coarse garments, her skin whitened with ashes, her hair unkempt. And when the allotted time was done, she washed the mourning from her, got out her best silk sari and the bells again, and went into the village and made it known that she was marriageable again. And it goes without saying that the first young man in line outside her father's hut was a hammerman named Dandu.
And what will you give to me for my daughter?
Peace of mind that your daughter is happy.
And what will you give to her?
My strength.
If I refuse you, my daughter?
There is no refusal. We have looked upon each other and found each other good.
Baggy! Come! Baggy, bow to your husband. Now, greet him.
I have waited long, my lord. Command me.
I'll help you down, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Graves.
I don't know why the company bothered to send you all the way out here, Mr. Collins, but...
BBC and I has a reason for everything, Mr. Graves. Now, let's look at it. Why you elected to build the spur right here. Why you have all these people building up a roadbed when you could run the road by way of Mudwat.
You stand here, sir, and see for yourself. Below, you see how the river curves?
Yes.
Yes, like an eel, in the shape of an S. Therefore, it would take 2 bridges to complete...
But the company chart had but 1 curve.
That's why we have men in the field, sir. Digging.
Have them dig away.
Sir! So then you'll give a proper report of me, sir, with Mr. Glenner?
What's he want, that digger there waving at you?
Well, let's have a look, shall we? Tell Mr. Glenner it's all been well thought out and the spur will be completed before the monsoon. Yes, my man, what is it you want?
Look, sir, where I was digging to provide dirt for the roadbed.
Well, I'll be dreadful. Skeleton.
Dreadful.
No, look there.
Dreadful.
There's the thing.
Yes. 6 toes.
On each foot. Now, there's the thing.
Now, since burning was the manner of disposal of corpses, a skeleton in the ground was something to ponder. A skeleton with 6 toes now. Somebody remembered that an old man named Sanu had 6 toes and a young wife. So the young wife was questioned by the local authority, who happened to be Mr. Graves of the BBC and I.
Child, skull crushed in like that. He did not fall into the river, did he?
I cannot lie.
Yeah, then don't.
He did not fall into the river.
No. He was murdered?
He was murdered.
By a man of strength, according to the fracture?
By a man of strength.
Your present husband?
Yes.
Yes. You swear to this?
Yes.
You realize that he'll be hanged?
Yes. And what of me? What of me, Sahib?
When your husband is hanged?
Yes.
I dare say you'll be right by his side.
Her present husband was hanged. Then she was.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Old Sixtoes, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Jane Webb was heard as Boggy, and Herb Butterfield as Sonu. Featured in the cast were Jack Edwards, Ben Wright, and Jack Crucian. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, we will concern ourselves with a band of gay conquistadores who decided to conquer the land of Peru in the year 1540. Because of what happened to them, it's listed in my files as Francisco Pizarro, his heart on a golden knife. Thank you. Good night.
This Sunday night, Herbert Marshall stars as the Honorable Edmund Burke, British statesman and member of Parliament. Burke is the man who spoke so eloquently on behalf of American freedom during the Revolutionary War that his colleagues called him a traitor. Hear his story on CBS Radio Sunday night, when the Radio Hall of Fame, with Lionel Barrymore as your host, turns the spotlight back to this stormy time. The Radio Hall of Fame, on most of these same stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's the way Robbyboy Balfour walked across the room when he was angry. And this was one of the angriest days of his life. The object of his disaffection, a schoolteacher. And this is what Robbie did. Hit the schoolteacher across the mouth with his leather glove, which was, in that day and age, a challenge to a duel.
Not me,
said the schoolteacher. Said Robbie. Went Robbie with his pistol. Tonight, my report to you on Robbyboy Balfour, how he wrecked a big prison's reputation.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
In 1707, the current saying around Inverkeithing, Scotland, went something like this.
"'Tisn't it bad enough we suffered the Glencoe massacre? 'Tain't awful enough about the Darien scheme, but they had to go and join up with England and call us now the United Kingdom."
The sentiments of the time among the kilted folk. Whispers of bribery in the Scottish Parliament, threats of war, talk of open rebellion, a time of angers and furies. And between these passions, gentler ones.
"'Tisn't bad enough we suffered the Glencoe massacre. 'Tain't awful enough..."
Hush, hush now, Robbie boy. You're saying that so often, I'm wondering whether you believe it.
I believe it plenty else. Why am I going away?
Oh, Robbie boy.
Aye.
Let's get to the party. Let's through with the harshness of it and come to its softness.
Aye. Aye, Glennis.
Oh, say to me something soft with those sweet lips of yours.
Aye. And Spain, I'll long for you, Glennis.
Oh, they say the hotness of the Spanish sun makes a warm torrent of your blood, and ever and always there are Spanish maidens.
I'll not look at them.
Well,
I'll not look at them.
Aye, but they'll look upon you, handsome Robbie, bonny Robbie, and say things in that strangling tongue, and turn your head aside and make you forget a healing lass named Glynis.
Upon my father's tartan, I swear it, and upon his barrel. I go to Spain only to protest what is done here. This exodus of the Scottish young men will show them true how we feel.
Oh, I'm proud of you that you do not stoop to violence, that you do not stay to fight the English, but make witty protest by going away.
They'll see. They'll see.
Oh, harsh again the conversation turns. Soft, soft, Robbie boy. Make soft words and close.
Aye, Glennis. Glennis of the heather. Glennis of the gorse. Glennis of the gloom.
And you'll come back to me. And you'll come back.
Robbyboy Balfour sailed away the next day. And some 43 days later, he got to a city in Spain named Madrid, where he met some of his Scottish friends. And together they did protest Scotland's union with England. And at home, Glynis waited. She busied herself with spinning flax and arranging wildflowers and brief walks in solitude, the normal everyday things a girl did in Inverkeithing when her bonny was over the ocean. Then, on a day in April, an event in the village. Mr. Henry Stenhouse appeared.
I'm the new schoolmaster. Knowledgeable of books and syntax. Excellent with arithmetic and the sciences. Certainly do I boast of my penmanship. For look.
Oh, lovely.
And certainly for my manner of composition. For listen. You are comely, and you walk with the gentle sway of silken stalk.
Oh, lovely.
And was taken to the hearts of the villagers, for many of them had told each other their need for learning, and Mr. Stenhouse could fulfill it. So they gave him a celebration.
Tis true, Mr. Macpherson. The sum of the square of the other two is...
Mr. Stenhouse! Mr. Stenhouse!
Yes?
May I speak with you for a moment?
Of what?
Of a favour to ask.
Favours asked neath the moon are favours to become boon. Or so Radcliffe said, poet that he is.
Oh, neath moon then, Mr. Stenhouse.
Aha. Now, to the fever.
Oh, yes. I've a lad.
A lad?
A bonny, a love. And he's in Madrid.
Protesting?
Aye. And I wish to write to him of how I miss him.
You cannot write.
Only scratchings and simple words. But such as you...
Could help you.
Yes.
Tell you what to say.
Yes.
Sweet words.
I want you to.
Glenys.
Aye.
A thing just happened.
What thing?
I saw the moon. And immediately then I looked into your eyes. And the stars were there. Come close to me, Glenys. So that I may look into a star.
Oh.
That I may press my lips into your hair.
Oh, Mr. Stenhouse. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Coming. What? Glenys. I thought it was my landlady with my evening gruel.
I've come for the favour, Mr. Stenhouse.
To write your love, your bonny.
Aye.
Then sit there. And take quill to hand and write as I say it. My darling, my own sweet love. There is a wraith of mist over the heather now, and in it, mysterious, my beloved's heart beats. Or is the flutter of some red and crested bird?
Oh.
Or perhaps it is only this throbbing within me.
Oh, my.
Oh, my beloved. How though the space between, how I feel you near to me, cheek to your dear cheek, and my breath on yours.
Oh, look what I've done. I spilled the ink and...
Come to me.
I cannot help myself. Your words.
Dearest, dear.
Oh, yes.
Come back later, Mrs. Macpherson. I dinna want my gruel the new.
Io te amo.
What does that mean, lass? Being in a strange country and finding need to learn the language.
I love you.
What does this mean, what it says here? La mujer está en la casa.
It means I love you. Everything means I love you. Put down the book, Robbyboy. Robbie.
Aye, lass?
I love you. You must know I love you.
Lass.
Sí, querida.
In Scotland, far away, there's one to whom I've promised myself. She waits for me.
What woman waits? For what man?
Glenys waits. I'd stake my soul on it.
And the days rolled into weeks, and the weeks into months. And in Inverkeithing, this was going on.
Oh, how sweet you are, Henry. Oh, you've sweetened my life.
While in Madrid...
No, Pepita.
And in Seville...
Sorry. No, later, less.
And in Barcelona...
No, Rachel. No.
And in Cuernavaca, a town in Andalusia, famed for its beauties.
Well, no, I'm sorry, Madeline, I'm sorry, lass. No, I'm promised to another.
Well, listen how things progressed in Inverkeithing.
Glenys.
I love it.
Have written it down and drawn a line beneath it and added it up and subtracted and added it again, and there is an answer to it all.
I love it.
We'll wed.
Yes. Oh, yes.
There now.
Oh, how happy can a maid be? Oh, Henry.
Yes?
Robbyboy. What of him?
Oh, what of him?
What if he comes back?
Oh.
What if he comes back, Henry?
Oh, he'll not come back. Those young men who have gone to Spain, how many of them come back?
my own brother did.
Oh, for a week, and went back to Spain again.
Aye. Then there's not to bother of Robbie.
No.
Then we'll wed. Come good Charlie Kensington Day, we'll wed. Come that day.
Making a vow like that, and not knowing that even as she said it, Robbyboy Balfour was on the high seas, sick of Spain and sick with love for Glynis. And there was a good wind and a good sea, and swiftly sailed Robbie into Scottish seas and friendly shores, and the remembered and loved weather of mists and leaden sky, away with the sun-drenched brightness of Hispaniola, on with the kilt and to horse.
I'm home again. So ride me to Glynis, you bunny seed. Ride!
Across moors and skirt the bogs, across glens, upland, and hooves on stone and field. And Robbyboy was at the home of his beloved.
Glynis! Glynis! Oh, the blush that comes to you. Oh, the blessed cheek, the softness.
Where shall we put the pewter, Glynis?
Where's he?
Who's he?
Robbie, this is Henry. Henry.
So that you'll know who I am, sir. So that there'll be no quibbling about it. I am the betrothed of Glynis. And when the sun comes up on good Charlie Kensington Day, we shall wed.
Is this the truth, Glynis?
Oh.
Say it, lass. Tell me, is it truth or no?
It's truth.
And now, sir, we were discussing, Glynis and I, of the placing of the pewter.
Sir, this mark upon the floor. I dare you to step over it.
And if I do, there will be a duel?
Aye.
I do not wish to duel. Therefore, I'll not step over it.
Sir, this bun block I put upon my shoulder. Knock it off.
No, for I do not wish to duel.
Then I'll put it down. And then this I do. My gauntlet in your face.
You want me to duel? Not me. Sorry? Not me.
Said Robbie. Went Robbie with his pistol.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. No actors, no tricks, no special effects will be used in Night Watch, the new CBS radio thriller making its debut next Monday night on most of these same stations. Actual tape recordings are made at the scene of the exciting action met by a prowl car in its nightly rounds. These will be what you'll hear on Night Watch. A reporter and a police sergeant ride the Night Watch and bring out the authentic material you will hear. Night Watch, premiere next Monday night. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland in the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on Robbyboy Balfour, how he wrecked a big prison's reputation.
A word to those who have grown rusty in their knowledge of the Code of Honor, as it was practiced in the early 18th century. The Scottish Code was different from all other codes in that seconds were dispensed with. Why, you ask? Well, it may have been because of the notorious Bruce Trolley affair, where the seconds were slaughtered instead of the duelists. Or it may have been because of the famed edict of Prince Jamie of Glon. Whatever the reason, and the reason is still hotly contested by experts, that is why Robbie shot the schoolteacher where he stood.
I gave him an opportunity.
But he wasn't armed.
Armed or not armed, he didn't want to fight.
There are men like that.
Cowards. Cowards who steal other men's lasses when other men are overseas.
He is not dead.
What?
I think you have only wounded him.
Only wounded him, but...
In the shoulder, see?
But I shot him twice with each of these pistols.
And you hit him twice, see? One in each shoulder.
As I meant to.
Oh, truly.
Truly what?
He was a coward.
Yet you loved him.
I did not know he was a coward.
What will you do now?
Robbie.
Aye.
Robbie boy.
Aye.
Oh, how sweet it is that you are home.
Sweet for whom?
I close my eyes and I'm in your arms again.
Now open them. What do you see?
You apart from me.
As it will always be. Your love cries out, Glynis.
He's hardly scratched.
For a coward grievously hurt. Go to him, my girl. Bend to him. Heal him.
The power of public opinion in Inverkeithing was as strong then as it is now. A wedding day had been set on Good Charlie Kensington's day, and a wedding there was. Glynis MacFarland and the schoolteacher Henry Stenhouse, the latter worthy on a litter. And what of Robbyboy Balfour? He was a hero, a man who had avenged his honor, who had come out of Spain unscathed by the dangers there, had come home to find his beloved in another's arms, and had known what to do. And now, at the schoolteacher's house, now that he had a wife...
Spoon me my gruel, wife.
Aye. Henry.
Aye?
It was forced upon us, you know.
What was?
Our marriage. The folk could not have tolerated the severing of our vows.
I know it. That gruel, lass, that gruel.
Henry, I cannot love a coward. I cannot.
Oh, who else will you love?
Him. Only him, Robbie boy.
Glynis, don't leave me. Glynis, come back.
And I cannot stay with him.
He's your husband. Your husband, chosen by you.
Robbie boy.
Aye.
Go to him.
For what reason?
Finish him.
Kill him, you mean?
You started to do that.
Aye. Aye, that's so.
Then do it. Go and put another bullet in him.
I tell you a thing.
Aye.
You're wild, Glynis. Your heart's a stone that snuggles into the gorse, and yet...
Yet what?
I can't live without you.
Open! Open the door! She was seen entering, she was. Glynis Stenhouse, wife to schoolmaster.
She's here, what of it?
I must see her.
Glynis, it's the surgeon of Inverkeithing, and he wishes words.
What will you, surgeon?
There was a screeching and a yelling about, and a neighbour entered into your house to see what the matter was. Your husband it was, your husband of one day. In a delirium he was, and I've come to tell you.
Give to him what potions are necessary. I'll come presently.
He needs only prayers.
What?
He lies a-dying. Only a miracle can save him.
But it was only a shoulder wound.
He got out of bed to fetch the bowl of haggis and slipped. Infection immediately set in. He lies a-dying. Your husband lies a-dying.
Now, this might have looked like a happy turn of fate for Glynis and Robbyboy.
Oh, what a happy turn of fate this is for us.
Glynis certainly thought so.
Aye, it is.
Robbie thought so, too. So, when Glynis went home to her husband...
Here you are a-dying, Henry.
Hold the quilt to me, Glynis, for I'm shivering.
Twill do you good. The quilt will overheat you.
While back at Robbie's house, he had some news.
It's my duty to tell it to you, Robbie boy, Robbie lad.
Tell me what, Judge?
As judge of the county, I'm telling you what's true.
Tell me what, Judge?
Though we may admire you for what you done.
Shooting Henry Stenhouse.
Though we may admire you for defending your honor. There's a law, Robbie boy. There's a law, Robbie lad.
What law?
That death goes with death.
What are you saying, Judge?
That death goes with death. An English law. And now we're one with England, our law, too. If Henry Stenhouse dies, then he'll be dying of his wounds. If Henry Stenhouse dies, he'll be dying because you put them there. Therefore, you're standing trial for his dying.
Oh, now out of my way, Judge.
Oh, where are you going, Robbie boy? Where are you going, Robbie lad?
To see the schoolmaster. Tell him a thing.
Not to die?
Not to die. So out of my way. If apologies will keep you alive, schoolmaster, I apologize. If humbling myself before you will keep you alive, I humble myself. Stay alive. Spring in Scotland, the most beauteous time. Stay alive. There's music to be heard in the land. Stay alive. The sounds of the seasons to be heard and the colours to be seen. Oh, now, it'd be foolish to die. And for a man of such learning as you, for a young man such as you, stay alive. That's the word. It did not be fair to those of us who love it. It did not be fair. It would leave an emptiness. And
Robbie boy.
He looks better, doesn't he?
He's dead.
Robbie boy? Robbie lad?
Aye.
You're under arrest. Robert Balfour, the jury, by the plurality of voices, having found it proven that you did discharge a pistol against Mr. Henry Stenhouse, and that Mr. Stenhouse did die within 2 days of the day he was wounded, then are you adjudged prisoner, and you will be beheaded at the Cross of Edinburgh on the 7th of May, 1710, and ordained of all your goods.
Thank you, jailer. Robbie boy. Awake now, Robbie. 'Tis your love, and come to visit you to give you comfort. It's pale and drawn you are. Even in this poor light I can see.
No one man expects to look healthy on the eve of his beheading.
I have a plan, Robbie.
What?
A plan.
What do you mean?
For your escape.
Oh, you're daft.
Daft with love for you.
Being daft, why do you talk of plan?
Listen, it's a good plan.
There's no plan to get me out of this prison.
There's a way to do it.
What way?
Tell me this. Where is the jailer? Look past my shoulder and tell me where he is.
As in the corridor at his supper.
Then keep the talk flowing and make laughter or tears, whatever suits your fancy. Yet only do what I do.
Very well.
Talk.
I heard the song. The melody I cannot sing yet. It goes like this. Bonny Charles is now away, safely o'er the bounding sea. Many's the heart that'll break at twilight if he doesn't come home again.
What?
I don't know what else to say.
Babble, then.
This I want to say to you, nor is it babble. I love you too. You're comely and you're worthy of a loving.
What does the jailer do?
He sups.
Are you ready?
Aye.
Then I'll call to him. Jailer, I wish to leave. I will meet you in Aberdeen by Auntie Bledhoe's there.
Aye.
Now, here's what happened. While they were talking, they changed clothes. And, dressed in Glynis's clothes from tartan to tam, Robbyboy walked out of jail. The switch wasn't discovered until the next morning when the headsman came in the cell to take his victim to the block.
I'm not a Robbyboy. I'm Glynis, and you can't cut my head off.
But she was wrong, as wrong can be. She was ignorant of an old Scottish law. If a body help a body escape a felony, a body then must stand in a body's stead, and ignorance is no excuse. That finished Glynis. The authorities looked for Robbie all over Scotland. They left no stone unturned, but didn't find him because at the very time they were looking...
Yo te amo.
In Spain.
Yo te amo too, Carmen.
Robbyboy. Sadder, but wiser.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. Robbie Balfour, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Ben Wright was heard as Robbie, Betty Harford as Glynis, and William John Stone as Henry. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Steve Roberts, and Norman Field. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, St. Petersburg, Russia, in the year 1801. The river Neva was frozen solid that year, but if you cut a hole in the ice, it was a marvelous place for a girl to put the suffocated corpse of an officer. It's listed in my files as The General's Daughter, The Czars' Lieutenant, and The Linen Closet, a Russian tragedy. Thank you. Good night.
Jack Benny of CBS Radio will be on hand again this Sunday evening, wistful for Waukegan, boastful about Beverly Hills, violating all rules for violin playing, daring all to deduct $1 from his tight grasp. Jack's magic turns it all into some of the finest comedy on radio. Be listening for our Jack Benny show this Sunday evening and share it with the whole family.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That was a man lying down on a wooden slab. Chain his right leg. Chain his left leg. Chain his right arm. His left. Shackle his neck. And now a friend of the recumbent man walks over to where the whip is hung, takes it, and comes back. Its thongs are 4 feet long, attached to an iron ring, attached to another thong 2 feet long. These last thongs being dipped in milk and dried in the sun to harden them. Now the whipper gestures to his lieutenant that he is ready, and the lieutenant gives a command.
Whip!
Which command eventually got the lieutenant in big trouble. Tonight, my report to you on The General's Daughter, The Czars' Lieutenant, and The Linen Closet, a Russian tragedy.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Catherine the Great had just died, and the great bells of St. Petersburg tolled their requiem. Tolled again the ascension to the throne of Paul I. Paul, as you know, was a trial to the Russian people, and what with him and the awful stretches of the steppes, many songs were written about death and broken hearts and treachery in the home. Vodka, first condemned as an opiate of the people, came into its own during Paul's reign. Too, Russian troops had taken their first defeats in the Alps, and returning to St. Petersburg, told of giants 8 feet tall.
Closer to 9 feet.
Or closer to 9 feet, according to Lieutenant Fyodor Romayev as he told it to the general and his daughter.
And standing like eagles on the crags of the Alps.
Does such talking bring flutters to you, daughter? Do you wish him to desist?
Oh, no.
Vanyanka Alexandrovna Chermayev, I do not wish to offend
Fyodor
you.
Petrovich Romayev, please continue. The bravery of yourself and your men who died all about you brings all at once gladness and sadness to me.
Almost 9 feet tall, struck terror in the hearts of all of us.
Even you, Fyodor Petrovich?
I do not like to say.
Then I will say it. Since I was friend to your father, Grigor Stepanovich Romayev, general of the Russians, I know there could be no fear in you, his son.
I thank you, my general.
That I could have stood at your side. But I am too old. Too old.
Oh, Father, do not say...
Too old. Old. The old vines wither and know not springtime, nor grapes.
I kiss you, Father. And now see, it is past your bedtime.
True.
Then go. Go. Fyodor Petrovich, I fly into your arms. Oh, the ecstasy that you've come back.
Vanyanka, Yablushka, little apple. How the memory of you warmed me where there was ice and mountains.
I kiss your dear lips.
Yet...
Yet what?
I am a defeated soldier.
No.
Not to you, Vanyanka?
There is victory yet, Fyodor. No less in the Alps than here. Go to my father. Ask him for my hand in marriage.
Dare I?
Does the thought of it frighten you? To face my father and ask him for me?
You are his only joy, his only child.
And you are frightened. You who faced men 9 feet tall.
Some of them closer to 10. And many of them.
Then what fright could you have?
I will ask him.
When?
Soon. Now, hold me. Hold me. So cold it was in Switzerland and lonely.
Theodore was back home, and back home he had it pretty good. Because he was the son of General Chermayev's best, though dead, comrade-at-arms, the youth was given an apartment in the general's palace, which eventually led to more than a nodding acquaintance with the general's wine cellar, the general's library, and the general's daughter, Vanyanka. A few words about Vanyanka. She was beautiful. Great black eyes, straight nose, lips that drew back slightly at their corners in sympathy with a disdainful expression on her face. Her manner was proud and unapproachable, goddess-like. Yet all was not caviar and sour cream, as the saying went.
Fyodor.
Yes, little apple?
When will you ask my father for my hand?
Kiss me.
No. When will you ask my father...
But you are but 17.
And an untutored child who finds no favor in your eyes.
Vanyanka, sing to me. Sing to me the song of the gypsy whose sweetheart drowned in the Neva. Sing to me...
Get out of my apartment. Out! Out, lover with the heart of a pigeon.
Vanyanka.
What?
I will ask him.
When?
He has asked me, the general, to hunt with him the boar, tomorrow. In the lodge in the forest, when the hunt is done, I will ask him, since he is always in good cheer at this time. Now, kiss me.
I want to.
So, rest, Chadova, rest, beautiful beast, child of the wolf and child of the dog. You hunted well, Chadova, and I love you. Fyodor Petrovich.
Yes, General.
You are a good lad. You please me, lad. In you I see myself in youth.
General.
What?
Of Vanyanka.
Oh, Vanyanka. Vanyanka, my ruby, my delight.
I wish to marry her.
You wish to marry her?
Exactly. My soul longs for her.
Alas.
Alas?
Too late. Too late. But 2 days ago...
What?
I gave her hand to Vasily Vasilovich, favorite of the Tsar. In 6 months, when Vaninka is 18, she will marry Vasily Vasilovich.
That is terrible.
Your heart is broken.
Alas.
Do you think of the Neva?
Yes.
Too late. Too late.
Fyodor.
Yes?
I am happy you're back from hunting the boar.
As am I.
Fyodor.
Yes, Little Apple.
What's to become of us?
Life goes on, Little Apple.
In truth, did he say that?
What?
My father said I would marry Vasily Vasilovich.
Truth, when you are 18.
But Vasily Vasilovich is a fool, and he's clumsy. He falls down at such inappropriate times. Often one is in the middle of a sentence to him.
But yet your father promised you to him.
What is to become of us?
I will remain at the palace until your wedding.
Promise me, oh, promise.
I promise.
I will go to my father and say I do not wish to be married until I am 20.
Vaninka Yablushka.
Fyodor Petrovich.
And then, the next day, a small thing happened. Gregory Litnoy, a servant in the palace, spilled some soup on the handsome new gown of Vaninka, which ruined it, beet stains being impossible to remove at this time, which caused Vaninka to become furious.
Flog him! Flog him!
Mercy! Mercy!
Take him out of here! I will tell Fyodor, and he will see that this serf is flogged.
And you remember what happened. A few days later, Fyodor supervised the serf flogging, while Vaninka watched from her second-story apartment, proud of the way her Fyodor gave the commands. However, a few days later, when the serf Gregory was able to get around again...
Come in. Come in. Now, get up. Get up, Gregory Litnoy. So, how are your wounds from the flogging?
Ivan the flogger laid the knout into my back, and where I am muscled, else I should be dead.
Well, you deserve to be whipped.
Yes.
Now, what is it? Now, why have you come for an audience? Do not things go well in the kitchen? What?
They go well in the kitchen as they go well elsewhere, Excellency.
Then what?
Oh, how well.
What are you talking about?
Down the corridor where your daughter's apartment is, they go best of all. She and Fyodor Petrovich...
Swine! What foul word?
No, listen.
Yes, I'll listen, and then, hound of a man, I'll skin you alive.
If my words are false, lay the knout against me till it takes away all the skin, but only listen.
Speak, then.
Even now, Excellency, Vaninka and the lieutenant, lovers, that sing to each other, while Anushka, the maidservant, pours them wine and prepares all manner of things. No lashes, Excellency. Do not whip me till you have seen with your own eyes.
Yes, I will see. And I will tell you this. If it is true what you say, and if Fyodor Petrovich is in the apartment of Vaninka...
You will flog her?
Till her death.
And him?
Till his death.
I open the door for you, Excellency.
The whip the general was carrying was of boar hide and covered with brass studs. It had been his favorite since his days at the academy, when he was given to stopping serfs in the street and making of them living examples of his skill with the whip. Now he was on his way to visit his daughter.
You are listening to Crime Classics, and your host, Thomas Hyland. Every Thursday night, CBS Radio invites you to escape. In a powerful story typical of this unique drama series, CBS Radio presents The Scarlet Plague tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Hear what might happen if a pestilence wiped out everyone on Earth, except one lone professor and a girl. Hear it on Escape tomorrow night at the Stars address. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland in the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on The General's Daughter, the Czars Lieutenant, and the Linen Closet, a Russian tragedy.
St. Petersburg in the first year of the 19th century. A young city then, less than 100 years old. Created and built by Peter the Great, it boasted fine cathedrals and canals, and a headsman's chopping block second to none. It was in this city, in this era, you'll remember, which gave to the Russian court the Suvorov sisters, Anna and Fanya, who confounded and delighted and who sent to an early grave the false Dmitri. One of the most beautiful thoroughfares of the city was the Nevsky Prospect, and where it bridged the Neva on the escarpment was the palace of General Alexander Chermayov, retired. At the moment, he was on his way to flog his daughter to death, and her lover, too, which young people were even now at byplay.
My turn now.
Anushka! Coming, Vanyika Alexandrovna. The eggs are boiled to hardness.
My turn. Now, what design shall I paint on this one?
Cherubims and doves.
Good. Oh, good.
Vanyika?
Sure, Papa. Fyodor Petrovich.
If he finds me here.
Vanyika Alexandrovna.
Yes, Papa.
Open the door.
A moment, Papa.
Open the door.
Quickly, Fyodor, in the linen closet.
Yes.
Get in. Now lie down. Anushka, get linen. Put linen on top. Cover him.
It is I, General Alexander Chermayov. And I demand it. Open the door to your papa.
In a second, Papa. Quickly, Anushka, quickly.
It is done.
Put down the door and close it. Now lock it. Now sit on it.
Yes.
Papa, come in. What delight to see you at this time of day.
Where is he?
Where is who, Papa? Where is who, Anushka?
I do not know.
Nor do I. Whom do you wish, Papa?
Fyodor Petrovich Romayov.
Fyodor
Petrovich Romayov. The scoundrel, the black-hearted one who comes here to your room.
To my room? Look about you and see if he is here.
And if he is, do you see this whip?
If he is in this room, I should expect the whip, Papa.
Well said. Well spoken, daughter. Then I have your honor that he is not here.
You have my honor.
And yours, Anushka Olga Lopatkin?
Oh, yes.
Why are you sitting on the linen closet?
It is where she sits when she assists me to paint eggs.
Oh, and this you have been doing?
All afternoon.
Ooh, such marvels you have painted. It has been years since I have done such a youthful pleasure. Daughter, if now I joined you at this sport...
Oh, I want you to.
And it's being just before Easter, and since it was the custom for the masters to supply the serfs with gaily colored eggs, father and daughter painted while Anushka boiled and brought. And there was conversation.
Fyodor has asked me for your hand, Vaninka.
Yes, I know.
I informed him when you are 18, you will marry Vasily Vasilovich.
Can I not wait until I'm 20?
On the day that you are 18.
And so it went. 3 hours. Talk, tea, painting. Then the general got up.
It has been a pleasure, Vaninka. I will see you.
Now, quickly, Anushka. Open the linen closet.
Theodore Petrovich, let go the tablecloth. Vaninka. What? Dead. He's dead.
Beloved.
Suffocated.
What is to become of me?
If your father finds this corpse here, he will whip you to death.
I will throw myself into the Neva.
Oh, it is not necessary. My brother Ivan...
What can he do?
He will dispose of Fyodor in such a way...
Oh!
Do not worry your pretty head. He has disposed before. I know. Oh, do not stop. Do not cry. The dead are dead. And always flows the Neva.
I must tell you that Ivan, the brother of Anushka, is the same Ivan who flogged Gregory. And Gregory, you'll remember, is the same Gregory who snitched on Vaninka Alexandrovna and Fyodor Petrovich. And now the way Ivan disposed of Fyodor's body was this. Since there was still ice on the Neva, he cut a hole in it and stuffed the body into the icy waters. The cold wind quickly froze shut the ice again, and Fyodor's body, flowing with the swift current of the river, some time later entered the Gulf of Finland. For this arrangement, Ivan received 1,000 rubles, the fee agreed upon, plus an extra 1,000 blackmail, which last set a precedent. Vaninka was forced to pay Ivan money whenever he demanded it. However, being rich, she didn't mind, and that summer she spent a joyous vacation on the Black Sea with her father. That's the opposite direction from the Gulf of Finland.
Vaninka.
Yes, Papa?
You say your Fyodor...
has gone on a journey to forget me.
Noble lad.
And the next month, on the Crimea, taking the waters, still south.
Vaninka?
Yes, Papa?
You had a letter today. Was it from Fyodor?
No, Papa. It was from Sofia Gavia from Prushnitz. To tell me she has married a boy from Prushnitz. Boris Padyov.
And from Fyodor, nothing?
Nothing.
And in the Ukraine, after the festivals were over, coming home.
Vaninka?
Yes, Papa?
I liked Fyodor.
Yes, Papa.
I miss him.
I miss him too, Papa.
And no sooner had they gotten back to the palace...
Vaninka!
Yes, Papa?
Quickly, come! Vaninka, news from Moscow. Vasily Vasilovich fell down.
He always falls, Papa.
This is his last fall, Vaninka. 3 flights of steps. He's dead.
Dead?
Nor must you think of throwing yourself into the Neva, Vaninka. Listen, I give you permission.
Permission?
To marry Fyodor Petrovich Romayov. Well?
Thanks, Papa.
Vodka is the best way to eat potatoes, and this inn serves the best potatoes. Agreed?
Agreed.
Gregory?
What is it, Ivan Ivanovich?
To ask you once more that you bear me no malice for having whipped you, for having flogged you.
How could I think evil of you? It was the fault of Vanyinka because I spilled on her.
Vanyinka.
And Fyodor Petrovich, who gave you the order to lay the strap on.
Yeah, Fyodor Petrovich.
Ivan.
Yes?
How is it that suddenly you are so rich?
Drink vodka.
I drink, and yet I cannot help but ask.
You are a friend to me.
From the same village.
Friend.
From the same village, from the same meadowland. Yet you are rich, and I am penniless.
Bend close your ear. Vanyinka.
What?
Vanyinka Alexandrovna.
She gives you money?
Whatever I ask, she gives. Whatever, whenever. For example.
Yes?
I have but to crook a finger, and she would come. Running if I but crook the finger.
No.
With a bottle of her father's best brandy in each arm.
Then crook a finger.
You wish to see?
I wish to see.
Waiter! Waiter, come here. Here are 10 rubles. Go to the Chermayev Palace and ask of Vanyinka. Tell her you are of me, and that I wish her here, at once, with brandy, her papa's brandy, at once.
At the moment when Vanyinka received word that she was wanted at the inn by Ivan Ivanovich, she was in the middle of brooding. She had never been closer to the bottom of the Neva River than she was now, thinking as she was of her dead lover and how fate and a tattletale named Gregory and a blackmailer named Ivan Ivanovich had robbed her of her one true love. And so she went to the general's liquor cabinet and extracted 2 bottles of his oldest brandy. Then she went to the general's medicine chest and extracted a handful of the general's opium and mixed the 2 together. Then she went down to the inn.
By your command, Ivan Ivanovich, 2 bottles of brandy.
One for me and one for Gregory. Pull up the carts, Gregory.
Yes.
And now we will drink to Vanyinka Alexandrovna Chermayev.
To Vanyinka.
They drank, and they drank, and Vanyinka watched. Then they passed into the land of poppy dreams, and Vanyinka watched. Everyone else went home, until all who were left in the inn were a dozing proprietor and the 2 dreamers, Ivan and Gregory, and Vanyinka, who stopped watching, who went over to the fireplace and took a burning brand and set fire to the place. The inn burned well, and everything that was in it. Then Vanyinka took a walk.
And so it is done, lover. Fyodor Petrovich, you are now avenged. Those who caused your death are dead now. So sleep, Fyodor Petrovich, sleep. And soon, who knows, I will be in your arms again. Gently, gently flows the Neva. Neva, mother of rivers, where do you go? Soft the silver light on your kindly bosom. Mother of rivers, take me, hold me.
I would like to be able to tell you that the bodies of the lovers were found close to one another on some distant and misty shore. But I cannot. Vanyinka did not drown. She was saved by a young man passing by. He was a captain in the Czars' cavalry, and they rode back to the palace in warm clothes, as she draped across the pommel of his steed. He proposed marriage as soon as he saw her house. She refused. He rode away to the north, crying. Vanyinka locked herself in her room and never came out again, except for her father's funeral a week later.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Tonight's Russian tragedy was adapted from translations of the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Lillian Baeff was heard as Vanyinka, John Daner is the general, and Hy Averback is Feodor. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barney Phillips, and Irene Tedrow. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Manchester, England, in the year 1826. At that time, the Norwich Union boys really knew how to put out a big fire. They were also adept at snuffing out smaller flames. It's listed in my files as James Evans, Fireman. How he extinguished a human torch. Thank you. Good night.
Your purchase of Easter seals is your way of extending the only aid there is for the crippled and disabled. Organized hospital, clinical, and laboratory campaigns to cure the curable and to lessen the burdens of those who can't be completely well again. Buy Easter seals. Make your generous contribution a fighting force to expand treatment, research, and education. The three weapons of hope and of cure for the crippled and disabled in America. Gangbusters go into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland, with another true story of crime. Listen. Going to a fire in 1826. A team of horses pulling the fire engine of the Norwich Union Boys' firehouse. Arriving at a fire. The Norwich Union Boys doing what they best like to do, snuffing out fires in Manchester, England. There goes one of the Norwich Union Boys right into the thick of it, where smoke and flame is the densest. Chopping things the way he was taught to do. The trouble is, he was a novice. He hadn't learned to discriminate.
Help me! Help me! Yes, sir.
Tonight, my report to you on James Evans, Fireman. How he extinguished a human torch.
Crime Classics. A series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Civic-minded people called Manchester Cottonopolis, but those who could never forget the Peterloo Massacre called it the City of Orphans, among other epithets, some in Gaelic. This massacre, you'll remember, was simply a matter of shooting and riding down and thereby slaughtering some 1,000 citizens who gathered in a park to protest the Corn Laws. Mary Warden's mother and father had the distinction of being trampled to death by the same cavalryman. And on Mary Warden's 10th birthday, too. And what happened to Mary Warden is this. She was removed immediately to Mother Winnie Penn's Souls Harbor Orphanage, where she spent the next 6 years learning to be a drudge. Then, one day...
That one there, Winniepen.
Mary Warden?
Aye, if that be her name.
She'll scrub for you and cook and earn her keep.
Of her dexterity. Tell me that.
With the needle, her fingers fly like a dory-bird.
Aye. How old is she?
She'd pass for 20, couldn't she?
But she's only...
16. What do you say, Mr. Price?
Call her to the wire. Let me have a look at her.
Mary. Mary Warden, come. Stop twisting your hair, Mary, and stand you still. Here's a gent thinking of taking you away from us.
Would you like to go with me, child? Child?
Shy, ain't we today, Mary? Well, come you here. Bend your head close, and I'll tell you a thing that'll take away your shyness.
No.
Mary.
You old crow.
Fit for the stage she is. Ah, Mary. We'll miss her.
I bend my head close. You'll try to stretch my ear from my head. You old golly knacker.
Them that don't appreciate the gentle and the loving kindness.
Mister?
I'm Mr. Price.
Take me away from here.
You want to go away with me?
I must get out of here before she whips the skin fair off me.
I ask you something, child.
I must get out of here.
With me? With me?
Yes, sir.
Winniepen.
Them that don't appreciate...
She wants to go with me.
£20, same as the rest.
£20? Well, that's more than I...
Oh, I want to go away, sir. With you, sir. I wouldn't go with anybody else.
Do you now? Oh, do you now?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So it was that Mary Warden was indentured to Thomas Price. At the wage of £4 a year, Mary would be free to go her own way at the age of 21. And that is if Mr. Price did not fine her for not obeying him in whatever was his whim. And he was nothing if not whimsical. Now, while Mr. Price was situating Mary in the back room of his factory, seeing that she was comfortable in her new position and all, let's look in on the firehouse of the Norwich Union boys. A young man, James Evans by name, has just passed all the tests in order to become a fireman.
So here are your buttons. Taddy, Chief. And here your badge.
Taddy, sir.
And you must keep them polished all the time.
Yes, sir.
And notice the raised figures on button and badge. Crouched panther for always alert. The rose for courtesy. The coiled serpent for neatness.
Yes, sir.
And you're one of us, a Norwich Union boy.
Chief.
Yes, Evans?
Thank you for everything.
Oh, of course.
And I want to tell you this, that it is an honour to serve under the greatest netman in the business.
Have your buttons sewn on, Evans. Come back and we'll have a game.
Oh, yes, sir.
Of course we do.
Buttons?
Anything in the line of clothes and buttons and fabrics.
I want these sewn on.
Oh, then it's a fireman you are, eh?
A Norwich Union boy.
Ah. Mary. This one's a Norwich Union boy and he needs his buttons sewed too. You just go through that gate, sir, and Mary will sew him in an inch. And 12 buttons is a farthing, young sir. There. I'll be packing the fustian, Mary. Hey to me when you're done.
Oh, Taddy for picking up for me. the floor.
I'll get them.
Oh, let me.
Let me.
Oh, fumbly fingers that tremble.
Give them to me.
Oh, God.
Give them to me. Oh, they're chill.
And your hands so warm.
Then meet me.
Tonight, where the River Medlock turns left past Crowley's Landing at 12 o'clock. You want me to sneak out, do you not?
Does not your father let you...
Oh, my father. I'm an indentured servant, I am.
Oh, my.
And James Evans' sensitive boy was lost forever. This poor and beautiful girl no better than a slave. And all day long his hands felt the touch of her hands. And all day long he remembered the scent and texture of her golden hair as she leaned to bite off the thread. Suddenly life became complicated. A life that before this meeting had only poles and nets and ladders and hooks and solidarity meetings and hoses and hound mascots. Now suddenly there was a woman. That night by the river...
How did you get out?
As he slept, I stole keys from him.
Poor Mary. Poor Mary.
And what will you do for your poor Mary?
My poor Mary?
For I am yours.
What shall I do for you?
Go to him who's bought me and offer him the price he paid.
Pay off your indenture?
£20.
Oh.
Do you have all that much money?
It's all I have.
Oh, then you'll be penniless and I will. But with our love, we'll be richer than that dicky harness.
Yes. And I have a good job.
And I'll make you a good home.
And then put your hand in mine. Mary. Pretend...
Pretend what?
That I've paid Mr. Price, and you no longer belong to him, and that your fancies are free... Yet you can think of no one but me. Oh, Mary.
I cannot pretend it when it's reality.
Tomorrow, I will go to him.
Then perhaps tomorrow it will be reality.
No.
But,
no.
Mr. Price.
What's the matter with you, Fireman? You can't take no for an answer.
But why?
She's a good girl, and she sews like a cherub, and she scrubs like an angel. And besides, I have a contract with Mother Winnie Penn, and I have no intention...
£21.
Not 100.
But she's not meant to be indentured, not such as she, as lowly as she, Darblin. Why laughter? At such a time, why laughter?
You love her. You love her. Truly and without doubt. Tell me, sir.
What?
A love of the poets, sweet and soaring, or a pitying love like Sir Mumford and Fanny? Or is it...
I love her, and I wish to purchase her out of bondage.
Then let me tell you, sir, it'll never be. For myself, I have plans. When she can sew nimbly as I like, and when she cooks with smiling skillet as I like, and she keeps house in a manner neatly... Then I could do worse than to take her as a wife. And what do you say to that, young fireman?
A pox to you.
Pox to him.
That's exactly what I told him.
He wants to marry me.
That's exactly what he told me.
I wouldn't marry him if he were Lord Duncan and all his birds.
Well, then here's what he could do. Simply keep you indebted to him for as long as he wants, by fines, by whatever.
I'd go to the courts.
And they would uphold him and not you.
Then what will you do for me?
Pretend.
What?
There's a world, a wonderful world when you pretend. Then anything can be yours for as long as you pretend.
James.
I do it all the time.
James.
I pretend that you are mine. Pretending is...
James, when I leave you, when I return to my straw in the draught, shall I pretend it's a palace bed warmed by a fire of burning oak? And shall I pretend that Mr. Price is a prince?
What would you have me do?
Oh, rid me of him.
How?
You have your buttons, James.
Yes, I have.
Therefore, you have a good head upon you and a strong back.
I'm a Norwich Union boy.
Oh, yes, you are. Then make a plan and follow it. Rid me of him.
I will.
Swear it?
I swear it.
Oh, James.
Yes?
Let's pretend there is no Mr. Price. Let's pretend I'm free for a while. For a little while.
And there, where the river Medlock turned left past Crowley's Landing, the cricket sang, and the lovers spoke of love.
Go.
And made promises.
A way to rid him is already forming in my brain.
Which is the way the evening went.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Teenage existence is often fraught with emotional pitfalls. What could be more intense, for example, than a bitter-end disagreement about which teenage girl should lend what to whom? Tomorrow night, on most of these same stations, follow these latest doings on Junior Miss, starring Barbara Whiting as Judy Graves. It's Junior Miss, the same fine and flighty young lady that Sally Benson created in her own CBS radio series. Remember, Judy and the terrible wardrobe tension, tomorrow night. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on James Evans, fireman, how he extinguished a human torch.
To settle any arguments, it was Vanderheide who in 1670 invented the hose. A year later, he stumbled upon the principle of the suction pipe, and, putting the two together, it enabled the fire engine to be some distance away from both the fire and the source of water. Before Vanderheide, fires were fought with squeezing streams of water from leather bags. It should be said that in this era, things mostly burned to the ground. In the era we are concerned with, the 1820s, the city of Manchester depended upon 3 Newsham fire engines, manned by 3 fire companies, respectively. And the company that was wanted most was the Norwich Union Boys. And the most recent recruit of this crack company was a crack youth named James Evans. He knew a lady on Bent Farthington Street who sold ducks.
Here's a plump one, James, lad. Enough meat and fatty on him for bread and spooning.
Sophie?
Pluck him for you before you can say Jack Renison. Saved him for you, I did, knowing as how you likes your bird come Friday.
Sophie?
What you want, James, lad?
A favour.
No, what could a handsome lad like you be wanting, with 12 buttons a-gleam and a badge a-shining? What could you be wanting, lad?
There's a girl.
Ah, then you'll be needing another duck, and you have no money to pay poor Sophie, and you're going to stand and wheedle and make poor Sophie...
Isn't that at all?
And you don't want something from poor Sophie, and for which you're not going to pay her.
The fact is, what I want, I'm going to pay you.
Good boy.
There's a girl, and she's indentured to Mr. Price.
Now, which Mr. Price be that be?
The cloth man in Marsden Square.
Know him? Boy's a pigeon now and about.
Go to him, Sophie, and ask whether you can borrow this girl of his, this Mary Wharton, for the day, for some work you need done.
What kind of work will that be?
Well, cleaning, sorting the feathers for ticking and pillows, and I'll give you the money to pay him.
Ah.
Will you do it?
Well...
Go to him, hire her for today, and keep her at your house tonight, and deliver her back tomorrow.
Ah, and money to keep me mouth shut for whatever's going to happen.
£10 for all of it.
You're a one, ain't you, James?
Will you do it?
Of course, dear lad, of course.
Now then, you see how it's done?
Yes.
Let's see you do it. Now, here's the cloth. Put the thread through here and here, then loop over, then through here and here, loop, then right through here, and the machine is ready to sew. Now, you do it, Mary.
Well, I want to, Mr. Price.
Yeah, good. You've done it, girl. You know how to make a single-thread chain on a sewing machine.
Oh, I'm glad.
I'm Mary.
Yes, Mr. Price.
Your fingers will not be stuck with holes anymore. The reason I bought this machine.
You're concerned for my fingers, Mr. Price?
Aye, for your fingers, and your hands, and your hair.
Oh, what are you trying to say to me, Mr. Price?
You're comely. I noticed this first when you were behind the wire at Mother Winnie Penn's.
But I'm just an indentured maid, sir. And the way you speak to me, as if I were a maid who's being wooed.
Oh, well, Mary.
Ducks and pigeons.
Once none today.
Aye, now, Mr. Price. Aye, now, lass.
Good morrow, Auntie Sophie, and we've meat enough without your birds, but Tario.
But I didn't climb these stairs for just a selling. No, indeed. Hello, lass.
Hello.
I heard that you were a one for cleaning.
Oh?
What's this?
I need a cleaning girl, I do.
Oh?
And of money to pay for her. £1 till tomorrow morning.
Oh, well, a pound's a pound, and in the pockets it's sound, I always thinks. What do you say, girl? What do you say, Mary?
Whatever you want.
And tomorrow, when you come back, we can take up the conversation we were having.
Yes.
Here's the £1 then, Mr. Price.
Tario. Have a good cleaning for Auntie Sophie, girl.
Oh, I will indeed.
Come along, lass.
Auntie Sophie.
Yes, lass?
James Evans sent you to me.
La.
To take me away for a night and a day.
La.
Oh, he's the one, isn't he?
La.
Oh, him and his 12 brass buttons.
Oh, my.
I sewed them all on. All of them.
Oh, my. Ducks and pigeons and ducks, ooh-my.
That night, that very night.
Fire!
Fire in the cloth factory of Mr. Price. How it started, no one knew, but the hue and cry went up.
Fire!
And there was flame and smoke and shouts of alarm. And first on the scene, you guessed it, the Norwich Union boys. And first running up the steps, you guessed it, James Evans, axe in hand. First in the factory loft. The vision obscured, he went to work. Very good boy with the axe.
Help me! Mr. Price, I've caught on fire. Help me!
Where are you?
Help me!
They saved most of the factory, the Norwich Union boys did. The fustian vats, the sewing machine, and the main bales. The one thing they didn't save, which lowered their score considerably, was Mr. Price. He was found in some ashes with an axe wound in his head. Then suddenly everyone turned on the Norwich Union boys. Careless with the axe, they were called. Wanton, and worse, murderers. So an investigation was held, and it was soon determined that James Evans was the fireman chopping closest to where the body was found.
And then what happened?
Well, Chief, it was smoky, and the flames were fairly licking at me buttons, and...
Rossiter says he heard someone cry out, as if to say, "Help me, help me."
Well, there was such clamour and excitement, Chief Mumsley.
Rossiter said he thought he saw, through the smoke, of course, human torch.
Possibly.
Then you admit it. It is possible that there was an outcry, and it is possible that there was a human torch.
Yes, sir.
And you also must admit it, that you were close by wielding the axe.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, it is possible that you delivered the axe blow, which found its mark in Mr. Price's head.
Yes, sir.
There is a noise, you know. A nasty noise. People speak of the Norwich Union boys and sneer. People speak of wanton murder.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, for the good of the Norwich Union, you understand, therefore I must report this to the police and hand you over to them.
Sir?
Yes?
It was an accident.
Oh.
I admit I felled Mr. Price.
Oh, no.
I thought he was a flaming bale of rags.
Oh, no.
And I struck at the bad part to chop it apart from the good part, as I'd been taught.
No.
I must tell you, sir, I put out the fire. If the fire happened to be a human torch, and I could not know it then, if it happened to be a torch, well, sir, I put it out as I'd been taught.
Oh, now.
And 2 weeks later in court, that was the boy's defense. And while he said it...
I was putting out a fire.
And while he said it, he looked so handsome standing there and so brave. 12 brass buttons and his shining badge, with a shaft of morning sun twisting through his curls. The stance he took, he seemed somehow a symbol, as if he stood between a hungry fire and a helpless child. And if he had but to wish it, the fire would go out like that. As a matter of fact, just after the jury brought in the verdict, the judge made a statement.
I must commend the gentlemen of the jury for the verdict they have rendered. Not guilty, they have said. James Evans, approach the bench. Closer, boy. Boy, fireman, I imagine often what it is to face the flames. Sometimes, I must tell you this, when I hear the clangor of the fire engine, I hasten to where the conflagration is, and I stand and watch the consuming as the tongues of flame leap up. Leap up! What a brave man you must be to walk into those infernos. I know you must be brave, for I only stand and watch and I shiver. And how it must be to be like you are. The hero of the flame, master of it, slayer of it. You are a hero, boy, and that you, overzealous, have made a mistake and put axe to a human being should not be held against you. If you will approach yet closer, I will shake your hand.
And later, the judge, Judge Wilcox was his name, married the two lovers, James Evans and Mary Warden, and became a great friend of the family. The three of them would sit there in front of the fireplace and just stare at the flames for hours.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. James Evans, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Alastair Duncan was heard as James, Betty Harford as Mary, and Ben Wright as Mr. Price. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Florence Walcott, and Richard Peel. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Rome, Italy, in the year 1500. At that time, a girl's brother did her a favor, a big favor, but it wasn't easy. It's listed in my files as Cesare Borgia, his most difficult murder. Thank you. Good night.
We can tell you in a great many words, or in just 3 words, what makes CBS Radio News first and foremost with most Americans. Let's do it the short way this time. Those 3 words, or names rather, are Murrow, Thomas, and Trout. Because Edward R. Murrow, Lowell Thomas, and Robert Trout are just 3 of the reporters you hear regularly at the Star's address. Because America knows and trusts these men and the great CBS Radio newsroom that backs them up with a worldwide network of reporting, America listens most to CBS Radio for its news, as well as its entertainment. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That was Giovanni d'Este running stealthily in the year 1500. That was Guido della Miopa, friend of Giovanni, and with him hired assassin. That was Michelotto, the chap that hired them for a piece of work this night on the streets of Rome, in front of St. Peter's Cathedral. And here is Michelotto's boss. And, having converged on a prearranged spot, it is he. Kill him. Tonight, I report to you on Cesare Borgia, his most difficult murder. Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland. They dressed well in those days, and no wonder. They had the Duc de Valentinois to design their clothes for them. And all of us know, of course, that he was the chap who invented the Italian dart and tuck, as well as the one-finger thimble. So, a night out then in Rome, formal garden dinner at the Borgias. Over there by the wine service, just delivered by Michelangelo, is Paolo Orsino, young noble. He's dressed in red satin and cloth of gold. The hem of his surplice is studded with rubies, and his hat is trimmed with stiff gold lace. And there is Michelotto, a close friend to Cesare, and to Cesare's sister, Lucrezia.
Lucrezia is such a wonderful party. Oh, how stunning you are.
Valentinois did me.
And the ring. It's new, isn't it?
Michelangelo. See? It opens, and a cunning little needle here.
Lucrezia.
Michelotto, I should tell you, is garbed in a livery of crimson velvet and yellow silk. His shirt is adorned with a double row of rubies, as big as beans.
Michelotto.
And here's our host, chastely dressed, simply, a great necklace of pearls about his throat, the only adornment.
Michelotto, dear friend. Cesare, you've outdone yourself this evening. I was just saying to Lucrezia.
Whatever you say to her, Michelotto, whatever you say to my sister, let there be adjectives of beauty and spinning light. Let there be words that mean flight and song and loveliness.
Embrace me, brother. Put your warmth to my cheek and I'll whisper to you.
Yeah.
Dear brother, magnificent brother.
Pretty, pretty.
My husband beckons me. Alfonso waves come to me.
Then go to him. Go, fly to him. Michelotto.
Yes.
Lucrezia loves her husband, Michelotto.
Yes.
See how she greets him.
Ardently.
Michelotto.
Say it.
He does the world no good.
I was searching for the very sentence.
And you have found it.
Yes, he does the world no good.
He, Alfonso, being nephew to the King of Naples, I thought he would be useful. That in this bringing together of all Italy, his marriage to my sister would help wed the warring provinces.
And Alfonso has done nothing.
He has done nothing.
Except make love to your sister.
Except that.
See there? She has not released him from his greetings yet.
I cannot look upon it.
Listen.
What?
This worthless man, this Alfonso of Aragon.
What of him?
Aragon blood is red. Deep, deep red, and spills nobly.
Dear friend. Dear friend.
Then come with me now, past the table set with succulents from all over the world, and jewel-studded goblets and golden dishes, past the gilded youngsters, servants, past the Moorish maidens spinning to bell and tambourine, and here a giant, mute and muscular, who supplies poses, and dancing about him dwarves from Madagascar, dervishes from India, past all of them and into another part of the garden and down a path, and here, the place of deep-throated tiger lily and Grecian fragments strewn in studied disarray. This place.
Methinks he plans to kill me, wife.
Since returning from Firenze, your thoughts are dismal with death and sorrow.
You saw how he looked upon me with loathing.
My brother loathes the world, except that which is in his arms at the moment.
Tell me this, Lucrezia.
What?
What does he say of me?
He asks if I love you.
And you answer?
I say yes. Then he asks if I am pleased with you.
And you answer?
I say yes. And I offer my lips to the sun as if I am kissing you, and I say yes.
Divine. Divine, Lucrezia.
Youth of beauty, my husband. Youth of bravery and daring. Listen.
Yes?
Do something brave now, do a daring thing. Leave.
Leave? The palace of Cesare, the feasting not yet begun?
I want to.
But Cesare's disfavored.
Daring. Brave.
Yes.
Lucrezia? Oh, there you are, sister. Good morning to you.
And to you, brother Cesare.
Your handmaiden said you spend the morning by the fountains, and that you spend it sadly. Why?
Not sadness, quite, but...
Lucrezia.
Yes?
Last night I had a spectacle prepared for you. A spectacle of fireworks, and Arabian steed, and a troop of Arabian maids, and a magician from Samarkand.
And I was not there.
And you were not there, nor your husband.
The moment of my present sadness started then, and I left.
Tell me of it.
My husband thinks you look upon him with loathing.
Oh?
He said to me he thinks you wish him dead.
Oh.
Now tell me true.
You are my sister.
Tell me true, Cesare.
You are my sister and you love a man, therefore I cannot think evil of him.
Even though he could make an alliance for you with Naples through his uncle and does not, and so Naples is still a thorn that scratches cruelly your ambition.
I do not think in such a way, sister.
Liar.
Liar, then. So believe what you wish. Believe that your husband will live or that he will perish. Believe what you wish.
Dear Cesare.
Yes?
Do something, dear Cesare, to prove to my husband your esteem for him.
First, Cesare sent to Alfonso a gift, a marble basin filigreed with gold, and in it, an invitation to meet him at Michelangelo's studio, where the artist was sculpting a portrait of one of Cesare's favorites.
See how a master chisels stone into beauty, good Alfonso. To marvel. To marvel? The artistry or the lady? I did not notice the lady, for your sister fills my eyes ever, at all times. Pretty. Pretty. Come. Now, see here, this salt cellar Michelangelo makes for the Vatican. And this design for a catapult. I am not stupid, brother-in-law. Why did you bid me here? Surely not to enjoy the artistry of Michelangelo, for all Rome knows of it and praises it. Why did you summon me here? Here among these jewels of the world, I offer you another jewel, Alfonso. My friendship and proof of it. What proof, if you have the courage to accept it? Say on. A bullfight, then. Let us offer ourselves to that sport, to the horns of the bull, each of us in turn. And when one is in jeopardy, the other will save him. What say you, Alfonso? I say well said. Then you will do it. I will do it. Wait, then. These are better. Farewell. And Michelangelo, my farewell to you. Gold for your cold day's pleasure. Farewell.
So a bullfight was arranged. Each fought the bull in his turn. And when the bull had Cesare in a precarious position, Alfonso ran out, waved a red cloak and distracted the bull, and then bravely slew the beast. And in his turn, Cesare succored Alfonso when Alfonso fought the bull and was in peril. This is the way nobility proved to the world that they were fond of each other, friends to the death, buddies.
I'm glad.
I'm happy. I'm delighted.
Friend.
Friend. And now, friend of my life, dear Alfonso, a boon. Whatever. This boon. Meet with me in front of St. Peter's this evening so that I can take you to Master Giulio for a fitting. Friend of my life, I will be there. Farewell to you. And to you, my sister.
Fare you well.
How did it go? I asked him to meet with me in front of St. Peter's Cathedral this evening. That I would take him to Master Giulio for a fitting.
What bait that is. The vain man.
At 9 o'clock. Now that he trusts me, he will be there. Will you meet with me?
Yes.
And tell Giovanni of the poignard of the meeting? And Guido?
Yes. 4 of us, then. And we will approach from 4 directions. Each of us masked so as not to be identified.
You remember Francesco well, I see.
Yes.
Then tonight, dear friend.
Yes.
And that night, as the bell of St. Peter's was tolling 9 of the clock, from the east, Giovanni d'Este of the poignard. From the west, Guido della Miopa of the dagger. From the north,
Michelotto. And from the south...
It is he. Kill him.
Violence. No. No.
Red blood of Aragon on the pavement of Rome. Listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland, and his report to you on Cesare Borgia, his most difficult murder. I'd like to add my 2 cents to the Renaissance. The Renaissance was an awakening from the Middle Ages, which was a period of darkness and brutality. And now, the Renaissance, and this is my observation, did indeed bring back the humanities, but it also refined brutality. In other words, inhumanities and tortures were made more exquisite, called progress. So, against this background of new light, ornate fashionings in stone and ores, brilliant artistry, the city of Rome, which in the year 1500 was held in sway by the folk who lived on the hill, the Borgias. They lived on a hill and in a grand castle. And in this grand castle was a large and vaulted room. And in this large and vaulted room, casting startling shadow, Cesare Borgia.
Your Excellency Cesare.
Up, Paolo, and say what?
Dark and terrible deed this night.
Oh, darkness, what deed?
Upon the stoop of St. Peter's, blood ran blasphemy on to murder.
Murder?
Of your own.
Who?
Husband to your sister.
Oh, what cold shudder these words caused my body to hold. Say what has happened.
Masked strangers attacked him with poignard and knife, and there they left him stuck.
And he is dead?
No.
No?
Not quite.
But you said murder.
Which it will be at any moment. The doctors say each breath he draws may be his last.
But he is not dead.
He will be. Come, if you wish it, and sob upon my shoulder, Excellence. Come.
Wake now.
Come, sob out your heart, Cesare, so I can say to Rome, your heart welled up in despair.
Silent tears are all...
Oh, Cesare. Oh, Paolo. Is there something here I interrupt, or am I welcome here?
Grief always welcomes companionship. Come grieve with me, Michelotto.
Alas, but what is the sorrow?
Tell him, Paolo.
This night of assassins and blood, and the dying of Alfonso of Aragon.
But he is not yet dead.
Not yet dead?
But he will be, a certainty.
Now we must ponder, then. Who would have cause to want such a noble's death?
Masks, they were.
His uncle.
Yes.
His uncle, Francesco Gazella.
Yes.
Yes?
Francesco Gazella, brother to his mother, who once told his friends, you'll remember, of a dream he had, how he slew Alfonso.
I remember.
Oh, yes.
Then wake Francesco Gazella, Paolo. Then wake the headsman. Let justice be done.
Amen.
Amen.
That night, Francesco Gazella went to the block in good humor, smiling, joking with the headsman, and similar manifestations of no hard feelings. His last statement on records is interesting, too. This is a dream, he said, and I shall awaken in a little while and have my wine and bun. The records state that when Francesco's head was exhibited to the Roman crowd, it wore a nice smile. Well, as you know, Alfonso just refused to draw his last breath. Inhale, exhale, he wouldn't stop. He didn't regain consciousness, but he didn't stop breathing either. So Cesare went to visit him. And in the anteroom to the sick chamber,
You did it.
Lucrezia Borgia making an accusation.
It does not matter who you executed, who you gave to the headsman's block. You did it. You caused it to be done.
But no, sister, be calm by this assurance. I had nothing to do with the stabbing of your husband.
Treachery, villainy, vile deed.
I sobbed on Paolo's shoulder when I heard the news.
Do not present me with a whimper, Cesare. I am your sister Lucrezia. I know you well. And I know what has happened, this farce of the bull ring, to beguile Rome that you favored Alfonso, then they could not point a finger and say you had him slain.
If I wanted his death, why have I come to him to lend my tears to his pillow?
Tears without warmth.
Bitter tears of sorrow and despair, chill tears because there is death in them, a small death of me at his dying. I go to him.
And I with you to guard my husband from you.
Doctor, Your Excellency. How is he?
Remarkable. A miracle. He should be dead, but he isn't. A miracle. Remarkable.
Oh, Alfonso, dear friend, almost brother to me. As you will take your place in heaven now, smile then because you are revenged. Vile man of an uncle slew you. And what reason could he have had, Alfonso? Gentle Alfonso, sweet and brave man, to have struck you down. I have been stricken too, for you are beloved of fair Lucrezia, as I am beloved by her. Therefore we share a sainted place. And when you will go, I will live loneliness. Had you lived longer, sweet friend, what merriment we would have made. What harmony.
Brother.
Take me from this place.
You weep true tears, warm tears.
Take me from this place.
Yes.
Physician? Yes, physician. A tear, Cesare, splashed upon my sleeve. Look. A true tear. A jewel of a tear. You think Cesare wants this one alive? He wept, I saw it. Do you think we should try to save this Alfonso? If it would please Cesare? I think it would. We pass the potion, physician, and a flagon of ointment from Caucasia. And what of the pearls dissolved in that your wine? Good, good. And the crushed scorpion? Good, good. You apply then, physician, and I will recite the phrases I learned in the cartoon. I want you to.
I have no idea whether it was the ointment from Caucasia, or the crushed scorpion, or the phrases the good physician had picked up at the headwaters of the Nile, but whatever it was, Alfonso one day opened his eyes and hopped right out of bed.
A miracle. Remarkable. How do you feel?
I am alive again. Alive again.
Many stab wounds, scars.
I am alive again. Alive again, alive again.
Reward me. I gave you back your wife. And I whispered in your ear strange and marvelous phrases. Reward me.
Doctors, friends, both of you shall be rewarded.
I do not know what magic they used, the physician.
To the block with them, both of them.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Wait.
Yes.
Have them take poison instead. Therefore, I can explain their deaths as a sour stomach. But how can I explain their heads?
Wit. Exquisitely spoken, fair Cesare.
What assassins do you draw to you, Michelotto, that they strike 50 blows and kill not?
Get rid of this one.
Go, Paolo. Do my bid. Have the physician...
Drink poison. Mm-hmm.
Go. I pose the question, Michelotto. What assassin...
You joined us, and you struck him as well as we.
Yes.
I must tell you something.
What?
The court notices the travail on your face now that Alfonso lives. They laughed behind your back.
Who knocks?
Your sister, Lucrezia, now.
Give her entrance, Michelotto. What do you want, sister?
Your frown is as deep as mine.
What do you want?
To tell you that I am weary.
Weary.
Of pretense of Alfonso.
He is well again. You should exult.
He is a dodderer and a fool and weakling. Now a puny babe to be tended. I am weary of it.
Oh.
I love him no more.
Come to me, sister. Weep upon my shoulder for your lost love. Yes.
Always to you.
Yes.
Should I go away, Cesare?
There are scholars in Pisa to regale you for a month, sister. Go there.
So that I need not see it done nor hear of it too loud.
Go. Then come back to me, renewed. Gentle sister.
Brother.
Gentle Lucrezia.
Gentle Michelotto.
Alfonso. Wake.
Now wake, good Alfonso.
What?
And look upon death.
An emotion not to be taken in sleep, Alfonso.
No.
Oh, good, Michelotto. Muscular friend, how your sinews make a dance. Ghostly dance. Oh, see the pose of you, Michelotto. Classic pose. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, see.
He is dead.
Make certain of it. Take my poignard.
Yes.
It is a night's deed, and it is done.
The next day, Cesare journeyed to Pisa. Here, he and Lucrezia sat at the feet of scholars and drank deep the wine of knowledge. One day, one of these savants tarried too long with Lucrezia on some question not philosophical. That afternoon, the fellow fell down dead from drinking deep the wine of Cesare, one of a series of a lot of fellows who dropped down dead, before Cesare himself did, a long time later on a battlefield in Spain. Later still, Lucrezia died in a convent. Ah, those Borgias. In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. Cesare Borgia, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from reports and accounts of the times by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story,
Whitfield Connor was heard as Cesare, William Conrad as Michelotto, and Betty Lou Gerson as Lucrezia. Featured in the cast were Lamont Johnson, Edgar Barrier, Hy Averback, and Larry Thor. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Rutland, Vermont, in the year 1850. The three fellows named Leathers, Vermontians by way of Egypt, met a young lady and were all taken by her. But you remember the old saw, two's company, four is a crowd. It's listed in my files as Widow McGee and the Three Gypsies, a Vermont Fandango. Thank you. Good night.